How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
Eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.
is the end. There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the dystopia. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in dystopia. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in dystopia. This is the final scene of
What does
He
a
doesn't-
I don't know. This might be coded, but I'm not sure. What does a Gnostic sex cult have to do with the far left's goal? This guy named Bot is going off
that
about
is
this
code.
Gnostic sex cult. What that?
And so we're just not going to answer that question.
Okay,
except
so
for-
that's I figured that. So we're just okay. That's why I figured that. Yeah.
James Lindsay is obsessed with lying to his audience. What crazy things can he get them to believe? He does it irresponsibly to pocket all that money from the mills for liberty. The left hates capitalism, but James won't admit it. He refuses to believe queer theory destabilizes normativity, gender binary, and the nuclear family. James blocks the truth, smears people who try to show him, creates an echo chamber for himself to reinforce his fantasy. He used to believe in something, what happened? Mills for liberty. Gnostic sex cult, building his own world. The Gnostic sex cult, unhinged from reality, totally lost in what can we do? The mock him relentlessly. It's not a Gnostic sex cult, James. No, it's not. Stop lying to your audience. No, it's not. It's not Gnostic change. Mary Nardini tells us queer liberation means the annihilation of capitalism. Catch up, James. Whiteness means capitalism. Queer theory hates capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. Queer theory hates capitalism. Whiteness means capitalism. It's all about capitalism. Everyone knows it's capitalism. The socialist knows capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. Whoa. The socialist knows capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. It's all about capitalism. Everyone knows it's capitalism. The socialists know it's capitalism. Wake up, James. It's capitalism. It's capitalism. To pocket all that money from the mills for liberty. a family, but James blocks the truth. Smears people who try to show him, creates an echo chamber for himself to reinforce his fantasy. To believe in something, what happens for liberty? Gnostic sects called believe some world. Gnostic sects called unhinged from reality. He's totally lost it. What can we do but mock him relentlessly?
There was no particular reason I played that song other than I just felt like listening to it. It's a great song. Gangster of Love says, I'm sorry, I'm new here. We don't like James Lindsay. Oh. Oh. Oh, ha, ha, ha. Let me tell you about the time when James Lindsay spread rumors about me for years. He went around telling everyone that I was trying to sleep with him, even though I never so much as flirted with him and barely talked to him in person. And then James stole my work, and then James tried to get my work canceled. And then James kept tweeting about me saying I was a narcissist and all this stuff. I don't know why. He was just upset because we were correctly pointing out that he was wrong about queer theory. That's all we were doing. And then James lost his fucking mind. And by the way, I called out James Lindsay on being insane way before he started the woke right nonsense. Oh yeah, there's a whole backstory to me and James where James has stolen my work, passed it off as his own, tried to cancel me, was successful at canceling me, got my credits pulled from my work because he was so desperate to prevent people from seeing my work. And the reason that James was desperate to prevent people from seeing my work is because my work is better than his. And then the shit really hit the fan when I made friends with James Lindsay's 28-year-old stepdaughter. And James Lindsay's 28-year-old stepdaughter just happened to go around the internet telling everyone that James forced her mother, his wife, to be in an open relationship that she didn't want to be in order to sleep with all the Moms for Liberty groupies that James had all over the country. And it wasn't my fault that James Lindsay's stepdaughter went on the internet and told everyone about his open relationship. That wasn't my fucking fault. I just made friends with her when it happened, and James really didn't like that I made friends with his 28-year-old stepdaughter. And then James started tweeting all over the place that I was grooming his 28-year-old stepdaughter. I was like, James, she's 28 years old. I'm not a lesbian, man. His daughter is unironically bisexual, but I never groomed nothing. All I did was make friends with his stepdaughter, and James didn't like that. And then James texted his stepdaughter that she cost him $500,000 in business from Christian organizations because she correctly told the world that James forced his wife to be in an open marriage so James could fuck his groupies at all of his events all over the country. I'm just saying there's a little bit of a backstory. We have several James Lindsay songs on this channel because James is a dick. James is a dick. Hey, I was just on that show. I was on that show. That's why I had to push back the stream, because I was on that show in New York. That was awesome. Anyway, welcome to Happy Hour, guys. Welcome to Happy Hour. You get your Yell tickets here. Only a 100% commission when it comes to yours. Hey, I appreciate the Yell tickets. I appreciate that. Guys, it's been a hell of a week. Now, listen. Fridays on the channel are a little bit of a lighter day. Fridays on the channel, we chill out. Yo, I've been pre-gaming. Mass Genocide says she wants that hard cider I got at the craft beer store. I've been pre-gaming with the hard cider. It's very good. This is an unfiltered hard cider from Stormalong Brewing, and it's from Allison's Apples from an orchard in New Hampshire. It's so good. It tastes just like apple cider, except it's alcoholic. And it's so good. It's so good. So on Fridays, guys, on the channel, we usually take it a little bit easy. We are not talking about leftist stuff right now. We're going to do that tomorrow. I am leftist out this week. I have no more leftists left to do at the moment. Well, of course I always have stuff to do, but we're going to take a break. And on Fridays what we do is we watch some kind of general interest internet content and we talk about it and we gossip, and maybe I get drunk on the internet because I love craft beer. For people who are new, I love craft beer. Craft beer is one of my true loves of the world. It's so good. And I live in New Hampshire, which per capita has more craft breweries than any other state in the country. And so I have just a plethora of option when it comes to craft beer. And so I do have some beer. I'm going to show you the beer. And the tradition on Fridays is you get to vote on what, you know what? I actually do want to watch Europa at some point, but not on YouTube. I'm not watching Europa on YouTube. Okay. Chris, thank you for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. Hey, North Star Esoteric, will you still tell people to shut the fuck up and listen? Probably not as much right now. But you know what? Listen, Socialism Saturday is tomorrow. Socialism Saturday is our big socialism stream of the week. Every single Saturday at 6 p.m., we stream hardcore, radical, revolutionary socialism. I got so much crazy shit to choose from for tomorrow's stream. And I promise you, at some point during tomorrow's stream, I will probably yell at people to shut the fuck up. But not today. Not today. Because it's happy hour. Let me turn the chat on the screen so you guys can see your messages. It's happy hour. Got a new notebook ready to start class on Substack? Awesome. Awesome. You can put the notebook aside right now, though. You're not going to have to take notes right now. But unironically, I do actually have a lot of members of my audience who have notebooks of my work. And so this is actually not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea to get a me-specific notebook. You will have lots of notes for my socialism stuff, but we're not doing that right now. We're not doing that. We're going to be catty. We're going to be catty, and we're going to be bitchy, and we're going to be uppity and all that stuff. And I decided we're going to watch Candace. Now, I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't really know what to make of Candace personally. And I've said this a million times. Personally, you forgot to write a super chat. There, we all displayed anyway, Chris, because I appreciate it. I forgot to write a message with my super chat, but I just wanted to say thank you for being the opposite of James Lindsay and spreading the truth. I like Candace, though. Do you think, listen, I appreciate that note about James. Obviously, I have rescued many, many, many people from James. I have mixed feelings about Candace. On one hand, I think Candace is a massive narcissist. On the other hand, I think that sometimes Candace can produce really, really, really good content. Now, I want to be clear because I have a lot of new people on the channel, and there's stuff that new people might not know about me. And one of those things is I don't like Israel. I don't like Israel at all in any way. I am not a supporter of Israel. And so if you're a supporter of Israel, that's okay. We're allowed to disagree on the Israel issue. But I appreciated Candace's USS Liberty content. I also did think that Candace did a really good job with the Becoming Brigitte series. I am at least partially convinced that Brigitte Macron is a man. I thought she did a really good job. Okay. So I'm kind of of two minds. Hey, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, I appreciate it. Good to see you. Thanks for the super chat. Hey, we got, I don't know how to say your name, but the Goro on Rumble. I don't know how to say your name, but he just became a monthly supporter on Rumble and gifted 5 subscriptions. Thank you so much for that, bro. I appreciate the gift over on Rumble. Thank you. Thank you. So I'm of two minds about Candace because I do think there are times when Candace does really, really, really good content. I also think there are times when Candace is, well, a little unhinged. And I also think that Candace Owens is a massive fucking narcissist. Now, listen, there's content that I can appreciate that narcissists create. I can appreciate Candace's content every once in a while and also say that I think Candace Owens is a massive narcissist. I think Candace Owens will say and do whatever she needs to do to be famous and relevant and all that stuff. And I think Candace Owens will stab people in the back. I've heard so many stories about Candace Owens, privately over the years, that are just really off-putting to me. I do not like and Candace blocked me on Twitter. Can we get that down to brass tacks? Candace, I never even interacted with Candace on Twitter, but when Candace Owens secretly recorded Nicole Arbor a couple years ago, I may have been one of the people that made a video about Candace Owens secretly recording her phone calls with Nicole Arbor and then trying to throw Nicole Arbor under the bus because Candace did that because she's a narcissist and I made a video about it. Well, Candace didn't like that. Candace didn't like that at all. And she blocked me on Twitter. And so fuck you, Candace. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. And so yeah, oh God, yes. And Candace jumped on the bandwagon with the whole Eliza Blue thing. And I don't know if people remember that. It was a while ago, but the whole Eliza Blue thing was like truly disgusting from my perspective. And so I have mixed feelings about Candace. I do. I can like her sometimes and I can hate her other times and I can shit talk her and I can do whatever I want because the bitch blocked me on Twitter. So I feel like it's fair game. But Candace has been apparently doing some really unhinged episodes about Charlie Kirk. And listen, I know they're friends. I know they were friends. And I know like, I'm sure I am actually genuinely sure that Candace is very sad about this because the whole thing is sad like all around. So I'm absolutely sure that Candace is actually sad about this. I think she is actually upset, but I don't really know what to think about the whole Charlie Kirk thing, if I'm honest about it. I don't know what I think about the assassin. I don't know if I think it's Israel or not. I'm kind of like, I've just been, I mean, to really be honest, like I am so like busy with other things that I haven't really gone in depth into all of the conspiracy theories around Charlie Kirk's killer. I do know this for sure. I 100% know that he was not part of the queer Marxist far left. I know that. I don't think that Charlie Kirk's assassin was part of Antifa, like at all in any way. He doesn't have any of the indicators. I don't think he was part of far left subculture. I think he was doing something else. But I'm kind of like, I don't know. Was it Israel? Was it not Israel? I know Nick Fuentes, who we are Nick Fuentes respecters on this channel. Okay. Just so you guys know, I adore Nick. I don't always agree with Nick, but I adore Nick. And I think Nick is so smart and I think he's so funny. And so we are Nick respecters on this channel. I don't know even if I agree with Nick's position on this, though. I'm very kind of like wishy-washy. This is a rare issue for me because usually I have very strong opinions about everything. I'm kind of wishy-washy on this. And part of it is that I've just been really busy. I haven't had time to focus on it. I haven't really been able to like deeply think about it. And so I don't really have an opinion. Maybe Candace will sway my opinion on this. Maybe Candace will convince me that she's psychotic and full of shit. I have no idea. I'm open to new information and all that because he's not. He's not. And listen, I understand this might seem like an odd position for me to take, but if I actually thought the killer was part of far left subcultures, there'd be no one screaming it louder than me. But the fact of the matter is he shows no indications of being part of queer Marxist subculture, and he shows no indications of being part of Antifa, like absolutely none. And I know that people outside that don't live and breathe in this space like I do, you might not understand that. But that's just my position on it. I really don't believe he was a part of either of those things. Well, I adore Adam Green as well. Listen, I am not, you guys are going to try to make me choose between Adam Green and Nick. I am never going to choose between Adam Green and Nick Fuentes. I adore Adam Green. I also adore Nick Fuentes. Do not make me fucking choose, okay? Just don't do it. It's rude. It's inconsiderate. Thank you, Coffee Addiction, for the super chat. I do appreciate it. So we are going to be watching Candace's content this week. I haven't seen any of it, so I don't actually know what Candace said. So you guys are going to go on this journey with me, and we're going to watch Candace's shows from this week, and I'm going to watch the psychotic nature of it unfold, and I'm going to decide, has Candace Owens lost her damn mind? Was he a useful idiot? I don't know. I truly don't know. Who would win in a street fight between Nick and Adam? I'm very sorry, Nick. Adam would kick Nick's ass in a street fight. Adam Green is about a foot taller than Nick. And again, I adore Nick. I really do. I'm not trying to shit talk Nick Fuentes, but Adam Green is a foot taller than Nick, and he looks like a fucking Viking, okay? And I know that Nick is very scrappy. I think Nick is probably more scrappy than people give him credit for, but I've also seen Nick in a fight, and it wasn't that impressive. And no offense, I love and adore him, but that I like he needs to go to the gym and like box or something, because that fight I saw him in was not that impressive. And I think Adam Green would kick his ass. So they should never get into a street fight. They should never do that. They should debate intellectually like men, okay? That's what they should actually do. But we're not here to talk about that. You guys are not going to drive a wedge between, you're not going to make me choose between the two of them. It's not going to happen. Hey, two ladies, I agree, Karlyn. There's too many things that don't add up correctly after all these years of tracking the extreme left. Yeah, like when you watch leftist content with me, you will understand why I don't think that kid was part of the far left. I just don't. But we're going to see what Candace has to say about all this. And Fridays are just a relaxed stream on the channel. So I want everyone to kick back, go get a drink. I've got some beer. I'm going to show you the beer I have in a second. And just relax and chill out. Okay, chill. Before we get into it, I do want to remind people, make sure you subscribe to my Substack. That is Karlyn, Karlyn .substack.com. Now I did upload my introduction to queer Marxism, and I definitely recommend everyone watch my introduction to queer Marxism, because when you watch my introduction to queer Marxism, you are going to understand why it doesn't matter that he had a trans boyfriend. Because being queer is not about being gay or about being trans. You can be a straight white man and be queer. Queer is a political affiliation. It has nothing to do with being trans. There are conservative trans people, believe it or not. So just because he had a trans boyfriend doesn't actually mean anything. I did a 2-hour breakdown about the evolution of queer theory, why we're dealing with this crazy leftist extremist queer bullshit. And you can find that over on my Substack. You can also find it in my Monday stream. Assassin in front, palm gun. Yeah, I'm not talking about that palm gun thing. I'm not talking about that palm gun, because I know that palm gun theory is getting people banned off of platforms. So, I think the palm gun, I have heard the palm gun theory. I think it's interesting. I'm not talking about that palm gun theory because I don't care enough about it to get this video pulled down off of YouTube. So I do think it's an interesting thing, though. I do agree with that. I thought you killed that interview and I didn't notice the green until you said it. Oh, the Fox News thing. Well, thank you for that. I do appreciate it. Speaking of interviews, guys, I was on Kim Iverson's show early today. So you can check out Kim Iverson's show. I had a great chat with Kim Iverson. Love Kim. If you guys don't watch her, I highly recommend it. She has me on her show on a regular basis. And so, I mean, I love her for that alone. But Kim Iverson also, she and I just have really thoughtful conversations. And so I appreciate it, her having me on today. Check out the show. It's over on Rumble. And you can check, it was funny. I logged into Rumble and I was on the homepage of Rumble. When I logged in, I was like, holy shit, that's me on the homepage of Rumble, because Kim Iverson's show was airing on Rumble. So that was kind of a weird thing. But definitely check that out. And if you appreciate the work I'm doing, tracking the revolutionary far left and explaining it and breaking it down and all that stuff, the very best way to support it is by subscribing to my Substack, $8 a month, $80 a year. I really do appreciate it. You can also send in super chats. You can become a member of the YouTube channel. All that stuff does help to support the work I'm doing. And it's awesome. And I appreciate it. Okay. The first thing we have to do is I need a beer. Does anyone else need a beer? I need a beer. Hang on. We have a tradition on my channel where every Friday I go to the craft beer store and I get 4 craft beers. I'm not necessarily going to drink all 4 beers on stream, but the reason that we get 4 beers is because the rings come in 4 and I like even numbers, okay? And so I buy 4 craft beers. And we won't tell HT about this. No one tell HT that we're listen, man, I fully respect that HT is sober. I think that's really great. I fully respect what he's doing with the sober spaces. People need to know, though, I'm not an alcoholic. I've never been an alcoholic. There are people that drink beer that aren't alcoholics. I fully respect people. If you're sober, like, more power to you. If you have been an alcoholic and you've got no that addiction, more power to you. But I am not an alcoholic and I really like craft beer. Okay. So if you're not, I'm familiar with HT. I am deeply familiar with HT, and we're not going to talk about him right now. The orange cream beer looks good. Well, let me introduce you to the beers. Let me show you. So the tradition that we have is I get 4 beers and I tell you about them, and you guys get to decide on which beer I drink first. Okay? So the first beer, I got to be honest, I got this beer because of the can. I saw this can and I was like, I don't know what's in this beer, but I want that beer can. So the first beer is from Tripping Animals Brewery. It is called Wake and Shake Sour Ale, and it is a milkshake sour, and it is a milkshake sour with peach, strawberry, pineapple, passion fruit, marshmallow, vanilla, granola, and milk sugar. Yes, that's a beer. That is our first beer of the day. That is our milkshake sour ale. Our second beer, I have a couple pumpkin beers because, of course, it is pumpkin beer season. The first pumpkin beer I have is from Watercolors Brewing Company. Where are they located? Out of New Haven, Connecticut. I don't know that I've had this one recently. I think I've had them before, but not recently. This is a pumpkin pie creamy, and this is a sour ale with pumpkin spice, cream flavor, spices, and milk sugar. That is our second option, pumpkin pie creamy. Our third beer of the day, also a pumpkin beer, but this one's going to be a pumpkin spice donut beer. This is from Little House Brewing Company in... Where are you located? Do you have an address? Also in Connecticut. Also Connecticut. Pumpkin spice donuts. And this is Scotch style ale with cider donuts, pumpkin spice, and vanilla. That is our third option. And then our last option is from Liquid Therapy in Nashua, New Hampshire. And this is called Orange Cream. And it's an ale with lactose. And I guess it tastes like orange. So these are our 4 beers. Let me put the poll in the chat. Everyone gets to vote. So our votes are, again, we've got our milkshake sour. We have our pumpkin pie creamy. We have our pumpkin cider donut beer. And we have our orange cream beer. Let me know which you want me to drink first. So craft beer stores usually sell beer in singles. So if you go to like a specialty craft beer store, basically they're going to have massive beer coolers with just single beers, and you can kind of put together a variety pack. That's part of why it's cool to go to a craft beer store opposed to like the supermarket or things like that, because you really can try like any beer you want and just put it in a little variety pack, and you just, pick out the ones you want, and it's pretty great. Let me see. Let me get the video set up while you guys are voting. We're just going to start at the beginning of the week, and we're going to go through all of the streams. Oh my goodness. What just happened to what is going on with StreamYard? Weird. StreamYard is behaving real weird. Hang on. What is going on with StreamYard? Holy shit. You guys can't see this, but the back end of Okay, it's back. It's back. The back end of StreamYard was like freaking out on me just then. That was real, real weird. Okay, let's see. Last chance to vote. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 2.5, 1. Which one won? Oh, orange cream. I thought milkshake sour was going to get it. Orange cream. Orange cream in by a nose. Orange cream won the day. I really thought milkshake sour was going to get it. I'll drink milkshake sour second, okay? Hang on. I will drink the milkshake sour second, okay? Let me just put this back in my cooler bag so my beer stays cold. Oh no, hang on. Ah! Okay. Let's see. Will the beer actually be orange is the question. Will the beer actually be orange? Will it be orange? Orange cream. Let's go. Let's go. Let's see. It is orange. It is. Uh-oh. I do love good. You know what? The funny thing is, I do actually like, I unironically do have a mini fridge under my desk, but it's filled with old leftover beer from previous weeks. Because I don't actually drink that much. Like, I know people, like, sometimes people make fun of me for drinking beer on stream, but I don't actually drink that much. And usually my leftover beer goes right into the mini fridge. And so my mini fridge under my desk is actually full. And so I needed to have an extra cooler bag. Okay, let's see how this orange beer tastes. Hang on. It smells like beer. It doesn't smell like orange. It's good. It doesn't taste too orange. It tastes like it's got like a hint of orange, but this is more like if you were to have like a lemon shandy or something like that, except it's a little bit orange shandy, I guess is the best way to describe it, but it's good. I appreciate it. Good choice, guys. All right. There is actually green beer. I have actually had green beer before. That it comes out around St. Patrick's Day. Anyway, let's get this party started, guys. We are watching Candace Owens. Please mount the like button if you would be so kind. Please feel free to put in your opinions about what you think about Candace Owens in the chat. And, you know, feel free to be as catty and bitchy as possible. There are no rules. Now, okay, I take that back. There are rules. Don't be a dick to me. Don't be a dick to other people in the chat. Treat each other well. No whining, all that stuff. But you can be a dick to Candace. I don't care if you work out all of your aggressive energy on Candace, okay? You can be a dick to her. So in that respect, the rules are suspended. Just be cool. Don't ruin my chill. This is my Friday too, all right? Let's get this party started, and we will start with this stream right here. They're lying about Charlie Kirk.
All right, you guys, we're going to jump right into this with no introduction. There's a lot that I would like to speak with you guys about. Can't wait to hear your feedback. A lot of lies that are being put out there, narratives that I would say are half-truths or just misrepresentations entirely. And I don't really see the reason for that. First and foremost, I'll let you know, last week was not a dream. Charlie Kirk, my friend, is dead. And he was publicly executed. I want to make that clear. Charlie Kirk was publicly executed before the world. And as we are all searching for answers, the ones that are being supplied to us are not making a lot of sense. And some people, I would say, are speaking too much, are speaking on behalf of other people. I don't like it. I will say something that I think brought the world a lot of relief, also, you know, sadness. We were grieving with her, was when his wife, Mrs. Erica Kirk, addressed not just the nation, but the entire world. Her words were very powerful. And we just have a very brief portion of her remarks, which you should pursue in their entirety. But here she is.
If you thought that my husband's mission was powerful before, you have no idea. You have no idea what you just have unleashed across this entire country. In this world, you have no idea. You have no idea the fire that you have ignited within this wife. The cries of this widow will echo around the world like a battle cry. To everyone listening tonight across America, the movement my husband built will not die. It won't. I refuse to let that happen. It will not die.
Beautiful, powerful words. Charlie had just one wife. What we got to see across this weekend is that there were so many people around the world, like she said, who were deeply moved by Charlie Kirk throughout their lives, and of course have been deeply moved by this tragedy. And what she is describing there, that fire, a lot of us are feeling it. I am definitely feeling it. I had a very tough weekend, I will say this, my entire life, I've not been much of a crier. It is not my choice emotion. I'm not a person who bursts into tears, and some people are like that. This weekend, I didn't just cry. I wept. I wept for Charlie. Obviously, I didn't make it through the tribute to him on Friday. And for those of you who wanted to see me in a moment of weakness, that was delivered to you. Fair. Yeah. I watched my friend get shot in the neck. Yeah, that's what happened. I just want to say that he was publicly executed again before the world. The question is why, right? You know, when you are in a state of grief, you go through a lot of emotions, and I'm arriving.
Listen, I don't mean to make, I truly do think that Charlie Kirk dying is very sad. And I never met Charlie Kirk, and I didn't really even like Charlie Kirk, but I truly think it's very sad. There have been times when I have like actually cried about this, just because it's like, it is actually very sad. I am sure that Candace is friends with Charlie Kirk, and I'm sure that she is legitimately very sad about this. I have to question, though, how much of this is Candace doing as a performative exercise? Because it's like, I don't know. I do think that there is probably a part of Candace that is jumping on this as an opportunity to make content. And that kind of rubs me the wrong way a little bit. I don't know. And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe Candace is working out her feelings and she's working out her grief, and that could be entirely possible. And I want to give people the benefit of the doubt. But I also think that she may be putting on a show for her audience, because it feels a little bit like bad acting.
Right now, at a lot of anger, the audacity of some people.
Hang on, we got a super chat from Dana. Thank you, Dana. Karlyn was mentioned in RJ Talk's video today. Who is that? I don't know who that is. People are noticing your Fox appearance. Great job. Hey, thank you for that. I couldn't believe, it's still surreal to me that I was on Fox News last night. That's crazy. But I appreciate that. I don't know who this is. And it's no offense to anyone. I really don't watch other people's content on the internet like all that much, honestly. So if I don't know who someone is, it's really nothing personal. It's me. I'm just so focused on what I'm doing. But I appreciate the coverage. I appreciate people, finding my work. I appreciate all the new people that are here. Thank you guys. It's been a crazy, crazy week.
It has taken much restraint and prayer, and I had to speak with a priest. I had to go to confession. These emotions that I am having, wanting to respond with Charlie in his own words, really. People that are coming forward and saying this is what he thought and this is how he should be remembered. It just feels really inappropriate to me. I didn't know what to do other than to scroll through messages between me and Charlie, regarding which there are a ton of them. And kept going back and watching the many videos of us dancing to the song Power. And it felt appropriate to reach out to Ye, speaking about things, talking about his mode when he wrote the song. When you wrote the song Power, why did we have it as our hype song? Because the song is about the ability to find it within yourself to become what you are capable of becoming inside of a matrix, when you just realize everything is dishonest, that everything is performative, that people are dishonest, that they are going to try to stop you from being great. In fact, it's the end of the song. The question that he asks at the end of the song, that's the most important. Ye asks, do you have the power to let power go? Do you have the power to say no to power? I told you guys that Charlie was going through a spiritual transformation at the end, and all of the usual suspects were really angry that I hinted towards that. What do you mean? You're not allowed to say that. They were attacking me, trying to make me fearful to speak out and speak about the things that I know. I'm not feeling very fearful right now. I am, like I said, very angry. And I found, Charlie's favorite portion of the song. I'll show you the text between him and I, because this feels very...
Hang on. Actually, unironically, I do actually want to do a zine. I do actually want to make zines. I have a whole zine making workshop. You can find it on the Substack or you can find it on the YouTube channel. We actually, earlier this year, we did a whole zine making workshop where a member of my community taught us how to make like really cool zines, honestly. And I do actually want to do that at some point. So like, if you want to make zines, stick around. We will make zines together. But it's just like, there's so many other things that need to get done right now before we get to the zine stuff. But I do actually have a plan to do this. And if you, maybe you just want to chill out right now and make a zine of your own, you can do that on your own. That's cool too.
Relevant right now. This is, again, lyrics directly from the song
Well-
Power, but I just needed time alone with my own thoughts, got treasures in my mind, but couldn't open up my own vault. My childlike creativity, purity, and honesty is honestly being crowded by these grown thoughts. Reality is catching up with me, taking my inner child. I'm fighting for custody with these responsibilities that they entrusted me. That's a moment where he is really speaking about how hard it is. Like when you're saying, no, this is what I believe. And they say, you're not allowed to believe that. You feel like you are fighting for custody of yourself. And I want to be very clear that I believe, in fact, I know that towards the end, Charlie was fighting for custody of himself. I want to say that. I want to say that plainly. And there are lies that are being told and they need to be slapped down right now. There's one person who's been out there acting like he is a widow, you know, just saying the absolute most.
What is with the black girl attitude? Well, I guess I maybe just answered my own question, didn't I? I'm pretty intuitive, but I think you don't even have to be pretty intuitive to know that Candace has an agenda with, and listen, I say I don't like Israel. Okay. I don't fucking like Israel. I don't like Israel in any way. I have a lot of issues with a lot of things. So like on that point, I'm actually on Candace's team, but the attitude is just really, I don't know, man.
Tweeting first about what happened to Charlie, following it minute to minute, you know, and doing hits in a foreign country, right? Like making time to do hits on Fox News, 2 of them. Bibi Netanyahu who's fighting, I think, like an 84 front war with everyone, made a lot of time for Charlie Kirk. You would have thought they were the best of friends, as close as him and Trump were. But I will say I don't recall Erica mentioning Bibi Netanyahu in her speech. The way he's presenting it is like he was I mean, this is just the worst loss for him, but I don't.
I want to make sure people understand this. There have been times on this channel where I have been very, very complimentary of Candace. I'm not just a Candace hater. I'm giving you my honest take about what I'm seeing. I'm watching all this stuff for the first time. I'm giving you my honest take. Sometimes I'm going to be on Candace's side and sometimes I'm not going to be on Candace's side. I'm not a sycophant for anyone on the fucking internet. And my take is, I think this seems fucking performative. I could be wrong. Maybe I'll change my mind. If people want to be pissed off about that, fine.
Think that is the truth. In fact, I know for a fact that he is misrepresenting some things that happened there towards the end. So let's at first listen to what Bibi Netanyahu, just one day, less than 24 hours after Charlie died, what Bibi Netanyahu had to say on Fox News. Take a listen.
We're just heartbroken. Myself, my wife, my family, my son, actually, on his 2019 visit to Israel, had lunch with him and his wife, Erica. We're shattered first as human beings because a great human being has been taken from us.
Why the ever-loving fuck is Fox News interviewing Bibi Netanyahu about Charlie Kirk? That's very off-putting to me. Why is Fox News interviewing Bibi Netanyahu? Like, why the fuck do we care what Bibi Netanyahu thinks about this? I'm sorry. There's any number of Americans who knew Charlie Kirk that could have been interviewed on Fox News. Why the fuck are we bringing in Israel into the conversation?
He was an extraordinary friend. He said, he wrote me a letter on May 2nd this year. He said, one of my greatest joys as a Christian is advocating for Israel and forming alliances to defend Judeo-Christian civilization. A few weeks before the tragedy yesterday, I called him and I spoke to him and I said, please come to Israel. I invited him to Israel. And sadly, that visit will not take place. But he was a defender of our common Judeo-Christian civilization. He was unbelievably excited to walk in the footsteps of Jesus here. He valued our bond, the bond between America and Israel. He did so many things to defend free speech. He had his truth. He stood up for it. But he said, you can come and debate me. He invited that debate. He certainly didn't invite the violence, the horrible violence that tried to silence him. And, this is a worldwide problem. The people on the extremes, the Islamists, the radical Islamists, and their union with the ultra progressives, they often speak about human rights. They speak about free speech, but they use violence to try to take down their enemies, whether it's President Trump, who's been almost assassinated twice, or, they try to kill me here too. But they got Charlie Kirk, and it's just heartbreaking.
Who is they, BB? Who is they who got Charlie Kirk? We don't have to actually speak conspiracies. I'm just wondering, because you said a lot there, but it really sounded like it was about BB trying to establish a narrative that we saw reinforced by a lot of people, that, Charlie kind of made it almost sound like he died for Israel. I mean, Trump's account even tweeted out a photo of Charlie and an American flag and also an Israeli flag, a bit of AI used, like this is just who Charlie was. He says Judeo-Christian values. He spoke to him 2 weeks ago. Again, you would think he was busy fighting this 97,000 front war, but no, he's letting you know that he just randomly picks up the phone and calls Charlie Kirk and invites him to Israel. Why would BB do that? It seems like maybe there's a little more to the story. No, there definitely is a little bit more to the story. First and foremost, that letter he is holding up, he is severely misrepresenting. Those sentences are real, but I am calling upon Bibi Netanyahu, the dear friend to Charlie Kirk, to publish the letter's entire contents. Like, don't start with just 2 sentences. Publish the entire thing. You're holding it. I'm saying you're severely misrepresenting the contents, that in May, Charlie was concerned about Israel and their influence on American politics and how they were pushing things that he felt were in conflict with his beliefs, free speech here in America. Bibi's holding it up like Charlie just in May said, hey, you know what? I just want to write a love letter to Israel. That's how it was presented. Would you guys agree? That's not how it happened. Now, regarding that phone call and that invite, that also needs to be contextualized. And I'm going to do that. But first, Skylar, can we bring in a clip of Charlie from a month ago speaking about the kind of pressure that he was under? Because I think that will also help to further contextualize this. Take a listen.
I'm an American citizen. Yes, I want Israel to win. Yes, I'm a Christian. But some of the mess, and you've seen how I've been treated, Megan, by some, not all, by some.
No, it's very irritating.
It's
been
almost
so
as if
unfair.
you,
they were coming after you after Turning Point for, among other things, that you had Dave Smith there. Dave Smith is allowed to criticize Israel. You had both sides. The Israeli side was overrepresented.
No, you're not allowed to. It's even worse than that.
Hang on. There's a good question in the chat. Would I give Candace a position in my fascist state? Fuck no. I would never trust Candace Owens. Now, listen, man, I would have a conversation with Candace Owens. If Candace Owens wanted to know about the far left, I would absolutely talk to her 100%. If she wanted to have a good faith conversation, I would 100% do it. I would never trust Candace Owens. Candace Owens would stab any person in the back in a moment if she thought it would benefit her. So, you know what? I'll be polite, I'll be cordial and all that stuff. And I feel like I do give her a fair shake. I feel like when I think Candace is right, I say she's right. I feel like when I think Candace is wrong, I say she's wrong. But I'm not just randomly hating on her. I do think that she does some stuff well, but there is no way in this universe that Candace Owens would have any position in my fascist utopia. There was no universe. Well, what happened? Yeah, well, Candace threw Nick under the bus. Candace Owens threw Nick Fuentes under the bus. The interview that Candace did with Nick was atrocious. It was so fucked up. She could have done a great interview with Nick. Nick is so smart. The two of them could have had a great conversation. Instead, she whined and complained about Nick's treatment of Dave Smith for an hour. It was so disappointing.
Again, I just want to repeat for the 5th time. I love Israel. I want Israel to win. But my moral character is now being put into question, Megan. Not my decisions. Not like, hey, are you doing this? Is it smart or is it dumb? But no, I am a bad person if I do this. And I could go, I mean, you saw it, Megan. It was trending on Twitter, thousands of tweets and text messages. And
hang on, we got a super chat from North Star Esoteric. Can we worship a fictional Jewish God man in your fascist utopia? Listen. Can we please not get into the Christian question right now? Can we please not? You know, I personally do believe that Christianity is a Jewish psyop. I do. I'm on Adam Green's team on this. I believe Adam Green is right. I think he's done excellent work. I love the CQ spaces on X. I think they're awesome. Can we please not have a debate about this right now? I like, if you're a Christian, I don't care. If you're Jewish, I don't care. If you want to learn about the left, I will teach you no matter what. But like, I do believe that Christianity is a Jewish psyop, but I don't want to argue about it. We're allowed to disagree. Okay. We're allowed.
If I were to be charitable and generous, I will say the people that are attacking me are in a hyper paranoid state because they're at war, and war tends to make things black and white. And you're a hammer looking for a nail. So I'm trying to be charitable, Megan. Literally, I'm trying to cut as much slack as I can, right? Like, okay, what would it be like if all of a sudden I'm starting to see a pattern of behavior similar to what my grandparents saw in 1930s Germany online? How would I behave? So that's like my charitable kind of overcompensation spirit. At the same time, I'm like, but it's not defensible to be dumb, right?
No, it's not defensible to be dumb. And he was under an increasing amount of pressure, not just people telling him, oh, well, you know, I'm upset with who you're inviting, but flat out telling him that he was not allowed to invite certain people to his events. They were threatening to pull out money. Charlie was getting a lot of really nasty text messages, and many of them pertaining to Tucker Carlson and Candace Owens. But Tucker Carlson was really the focus when it came to America Fest. How could Charlie allow these debates about Israel to take place? How could he allow...
Okay, so this is a good question. Thank you for the super chat. What are my standards and criteria for your fascist utopia empire? You know, I haven't given this a lot of thought, if I'm being honest about it. There will be no queer theory. We will ban all teaching of queer theory. We will burn all that shit in a fire. There will be no talk of abolishing private property. We will not be doing that shit. There will not be free speech in my fascist utopia. There will be speech standards in my fascist utopia. I'm not saying I'm not going to say I'm banning everything willy-nilly, but there will be topics that you will not fucking talk about, and you will not write about, and you will not teach to children, and we will burn all your books in a fucking bonfire, and we will not apologize for it. Like, I've got that locked down. Yeah, we should do a zine about this topic. You're right about that. We should definitely do a zine about fascism. But beyond that, like, I'm not actually really sure. I'd have to give that some thought, but I appreciate the question. Yeah, like, don't take people's shit. Don't touch people's stuff. You know, it's pretty basic.
Dave Smith,
yeah,
who, by the way, is Jewish. How could how could Charlie allow this other position to meet the stage? Because obviously when people start to hear the debates, what Dave Smith is saying sounds so rational, but it was up to Charlie to not allow those things to happen. And that amount of pressure towards the end, as you see that conversation he had with Meghan was just a month before he lost his life, really, I would say, reached a pinnacle of sorts on the matter of what Tucker Carlson actually said on that stage. Tucker Carlson, while he was on that stage at Turning Point, brought up Bill Ackman. Bill Ackman is a billionaire. Obviously, he is also an extremely litigious billionaire. And Bill Ackman was on Charlie about comments that Tucker Carlson had made on that stage. Tucker Carlson specifically asked the question.
I will say that Bill Ackman is another person that fuck Bill Ackman. I do not trust Bill Ackman at all in any way. I think that Bill Ackman is nothing more than like a front for Israel. I think he's doing really shady shit. I think that Bill Ackman is basically pushing his pro fucking Israel narrative through organizations like the Manhattan Institute out into the world. Bill Ackman can go fuck himself.
Where does Bill Ackman's money come from? You know, who is this guy? Actually, who is this guy that has this much influence? And like I said, Bill Ackman was not happy about this. And so I would like to contextualize Bibi. Again, these are things Bibi brought up publicly, which he didn't have to. He didn't have to bring up the letter. He didn't have to bring up the phone call, but he chose to do this less than 24 hours after Charlie Kirk was shot. Personally, Bibi, I would have appreciated if you guys used all of your spyware, you'd spying on us for years, to maybe track down the killer. But I guess this is where you thought it was best to do a little propaganda for Israel would be better than us helping us track down the killer. But anyway, so Bibi Netanyahu in that phone call, what took place was a couple of weeks ago before Charlie lost his life. Charlie was in the Hamptons and he had more than one event, but he had essentially what was staged, an intervention was staged by Bill Ackman, because Charlie's rational thoughts about Israel were a no-no.
To be really fucking clear, I do not care if someone is Jewish. I have never cared if people are Jewish. This has never been an issue for me. I don't like Israel because I think they are fucking evil. I think what they're doing to the Palestinians is evil. I think they're trying to control America. I think they control our government. I don't want them to fucking control our government. They can go control Israel's government, but they can't be here. And I think that they push a lot of stupid shit into our culture. I am fucking sick of anti-Semitism hearings. I don't want to hear one more fucking hearing on anti-Semitism. I don't want any sort of fucking hate speech laws around anti-Semitism. All that shit can fuck right off. And Israel's been screwing around with this stuff for a long ass time. If you are Jewish, I personally don't care. I have Jewish friends. I will never treat you differently because you're Jewish. But what I will say is that I have had a lot of Jewish people do a lot of fucked up shit to me. Every time I've been smeared on the internet, there's a Jewish person at the center of it. Every time I've experienced mass defamation campaigns, which I have experienced, there is a Jewish person or a Jewish organization at the center of it. PragerU can fuck right off. Making the PragerU video was the worst decision I ever made. I didn't know better. I just didn't know better. So I thought I was just telling my story to people to be helpful. No, I had no fucking idea what I was getting into. So I personally don't care if people are Jewish. I will never treat you differently and I will never treat you badly if the only crime you've committed is being born Jewish, if you don't treat me badly in return. But I think that there are a lot of Jewish people on the internet specifically that have done a lot of fucked up shit to me, and those people always happen to be Zionists. So my issue is not so much about Jewish people as it is Jewish Zionists. And if you're not, and quite frankly, I have the same issue with Christian Zionists, by the way. Like Christian Zionists, I also think behave in a fucked up manner. So Israel is at the center almost always of all fucked up shit that happens. And I don't think that it's anti-Semitic to say that. I don't hate people for being Jewish, but if people are going to behave like unhinged retards and assholes, they can go fuck themselves. That's how I feel about it. Let me see. I had a super chat come through. Candace is good at digging, but she's horrible at putting the pieces together. She thinks the Jews are responsible for everything. Well, listen, and I know that Nick is kind of getting raked over the coals for his position on the whole Charlie Kirk thing. I do actually think it's smart of Nick to not jump to conclusions about it being Israel. I think it is not I'm very big on following the evidence. Follow the evidence, no matter where it leads you. Just hinge into reality and follow the evidence. I'm not convinced either way on this issue, but I do think it's an intellectually dishonest thing to always assume it's the Jews and always assume it's Israel. And I personally need a little bit more evidence right now. I definitely thought it could be, and I do still think it could be. But like, I'm not like, I think it's not responsible to jump to the conclusion and then look for the evidence to support the conclusion. You have to look at the evidence and then just see where it goes.
This is not the route that you should be going on. And Charlie was surrounded by his friends, his quote unquote friends.
See, and this is where we find the retards in the chat. You think I'm anti-Semitic? You're not smart enough to be here. Go away. Bye.
Bill Ackman was very upset, and threats were made. That is what I am told, and I will tell you that I am very happy for Bill Ackman to dispute this narrative. In fact, he was asked to dispute this narrative. Max Blumenthal went out to him today, and Bill Ackman came back and said, I have receipts I can show you. And he did not provide the receipts. This is not how it went down. I know it went down this way. I'm waiting for one of them to go on record and to say that it didn't go down this way. It was at this time that Bibi Netanyahu was called and Charlie was invited to Israel. This was an under duress situation, I would say, because I've been in these situations before. When I started asking very sensible questions about Israel, as someone who had dedicated her political life to supporting Israel, many times alongside Charlie Kirk, I was met with the very same pressure. And just like Charlie was being invited to Israel, I was invited somewhere else. And when this arrived to me, it felt like a threat. You know, I got to tell you that. It felt like a threat, like not like, hey, come here and we can educate you because you're my friend. More like, this is your last chance. That's how it felt to me. I can't speak to how it felt to Charlie. And I know that Charlie was offered a ton of money in this moment. A ton of money. Bibi would fund it, you know, spend tons of money. And Turning Point, I guess, if it needed to go to a higher level, would have gone to an even higher level than it already was at. And I know for a fact that Charlie denied that funding. That Charlie denied, and what Bibi didn't include there, he declined to go to Israel for, I would describe this as like, you know, re-education camp.
Oh, I do think that's very interesting that Charlie Kirk like turned down an obscene amount of money. Charlie Kirk turned down an obscene amount of money for Turning Point USA, and he didn't want to go on this Israel trip. That to me is a rather interesting detail, and that seems to have been independently confirmed from, you know, anything Candace is saying.
You know, we've seen it. You made an uh-oh, but we can help you. You know, we just need you to come out to Auschwitz and take a picture. Yeah. We just need you to come to the Holocaust Museum and take a photo. We just need you to go to Israel and we can make this better. Charlie said no to Bibi. Okay. Bill Ackman, if you would like to dispute that, I would love to hear what you say happened, because our sources and what we have, it's solid. Okay. There were conversations that took place, messages that were sent at that time, and they are solid. So I decided another person that was there, and I am not surprised this person was there. If you've been listening to my show, Seth Dillon, I was going to go out to Seth Dillon, and I decided to message him last night.
Seth Dillon is another one of those Jewish assholes. Seth Dillon can go, or is he Christian? I don't know. Seth Dillon is a massive Zionist, though. Seth Dillon is an asshole. Not the Bee canceled my credit for something I did because James Lindsay told them to. So everyone surrounding the Babylon Bee for me can honestly kiss my ass, because the Babylon Bee got struggle session by James Lindsay to cancel my work. So whatever. The right lacks agency, initiative, boundaries, and heart. The prioritization of money, votes, and civility over nepotism and children is the core of the problem. Yeah, I do think that's definitely a very big problem, and I do appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
About this Hamptons meeting. And Seth Dillon, who is normally very quick with a response, has not yet been able to respond. I'll show you this text message chain.
Hang on.
And I want to be clear.
Hang on. No. No. We are not fucking doing this. If you don't like Nick Fuentes, that's fine. You are allowed to not like Nick Fuentes, but Nick is not a Fed. Only literal retards think Nick Fuentes is a Fed, and this is not a debate I want to see in my chat. You don't have to like him. You can have whatever opinions you want, but we are Nick Fuentes respecters on this channel. If you don't have something fucking nice to say, I do not want to have the same this is the conversation every single time he comes up. I don't give a fuck. I don't think he's a Fed. I think it's stupid. And please cut it out.
I am not someone who normally publicizes text messages, but my friend was shot in the neck.
Hang on. We're going to send a lot of super chats. I do appreciate it, guys. What you've taught me is how clueless the right is about the left. You can't fight what you don't know. Yeah, I mean, yes. That is the big point, is that the right doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to the left. And I appreciate the super chat. Thank you.
And I'm just not really in the state right now to be polite when it comes to the answers that I am demanding, okay? This is me out to Seth Dillon last night. I sent him Bill Ackman's tweets because, he tweeted, I feel incredibly privileged to have spent a day and shared a meal with Charlie Kirk this summer. He was a giant of a man. I said, any comment on this one, Seth? He didn't answer last night. This morning I said, need a comment ASAP, please. He didn't answer. Then I followed that up and I said, trying again here, you were present when Ackman lost his mind on Charlie and when Bibi invited him to Israel and Charlie refused. Text messages immediately following this meeting are circulating. I find Ackman's statement, as though the meeting was somehow cordial, to be incredibly disturbing. Are you at all disturbed by that tweet? Do you feel, as I do, that this tweet significantly betrays the defined purpose and mood of his, and I presume your, final meeting with Charlie Kirk? ? He was unable to speak to me, but he did place some frantic calls to Turning Point USA. Yeah. You see, I went out to Seth, but I also went out to two other people who were at this meeting, and nobody is willing to go on record. They're all messaging each other, trying to figure out a coordinated response to say that, no, this was all quite cordial, but no one wants to go on record and describe it as cordial because they know someone's leaking, because someone's got a guilty conscience about what happened at the Hamptons. So I will again put it out there, Seth, Bill Ackman, and to the other individuals who I have not yet named, but who are going to be named later this week, who were at the Hamptons when Charlie was put under pressure, when Bibi Netanyahu called him and invited him to Israel, again, in a move that when it happened to me, and it wasn't Bibi Netanyahu, felt to me like a laced threat. I am inviting you guys, I will give you my platform, actually, to come clear matters up, to tell us what really happened. Because, I think Charlie was definitely on the brink of changing some of his perspectives. And I can tell you factually, Charlie was praying the rosary. Charlie was going to mass. One of my last conversations with Charlie was me joking with him saying, just make the last step, okay? You are, I said specifically, you're too smart to be a Protestant. Just take the last.
Hang on. We got another super chat. We need to debate and form consensus among the right. Discussion with leftists gets you X. The right needs direction, security, safety, power. Well, I don't know, man. I'm rather sick of conversations on the right saying that we should stop infighting, because to be honest, there are a lot of fucking retards on the right, and I don't want to be forced to I am independent. I am not part of any political tribe, and I am extremely far right. But there's so many people on the right that I just want nothing to do with, that I don't trust, that I think would stab me in the back or throw me under the bus at a moment's notice. And I don't want to be told by anyone, you can't infight with those people, or you're the problem if you don't agree with those people, or why don't you just put all your differences aside? It's like, you know what? No. If people want to fight against the left, they can fight against the left. But I'm not going to acquiesce to some retard on the right just to get them to do the right thing, which they should be doing anyway. So I don't know. I guess I would need more information about what you have envisioned on that. And you can't do that in a super chat. Hey, two ladies, Karlyn, this definitely would indicate something more happened during that meeting if it's something happened to Candace. Yeah, I mean, It is kind of crazy, isn't it, how small the world is and how much people care about podcast hosts? It's mind-boggling to me. It really is. It's like Israel cares this much about a podcast host. Israel cares this much about social media personalities. But it is crazy when you just think about how small the world is. I appreciate the super chat.
Last step, Charlie. He says, ha ha. You're speaking about Mary. And typically when those steps start taking place, you stop referring to yourself, as I did, as a Judeo-Christian. Again, it is mystifying why, Bibi was out there doing the absolute most to make sure that Charlie was basically remembered as, I would argue, like a Jew, has not been yet mentioned. I didn't hear that. Erica was very clear that Charlie was a Christian, and I believe Charlie obviously was very much a Christian, and that things are not being told truthfully. In fact, I will also call upon, since we're having fun, Turning Point USA to release the audio of what Charlie Kirk, because I was in communication with Charlie at this time, because I knew exactly which donors were pressuring him and why, exactly which people that they were insisting Charlie allowed to speak at his event and why, when Charlie did not necessarily want those people to speak at his event. Okay. I'm calling upon Turning Point to release the footage of what Charlie said to Tucker Carlson before he hit the stage, before, all of that craziness and the response to Tucker Carlson's remarks played out. Charlie was mic'd. Surely Tucker Carlson was mic'd. I know Charlie's mic'd the entire time at those events. So I'm asking for everyone to just release Charlie in his own words. I feel like that's pretty fair, right? Let's stop saying how Charlie felt. And instead, if you're going to hold up the letter, release it in its entirety. Okay. Why don't you release your messages, Bill? I'll release mine. Let's all just be very forthcoming about what took place. In fact, I'm calling upon Tucker Carlson to speak about that.
There's something really gross about all this to me, in that it kind of seems like it's now become a competition. It's now become a competition to see who can release the best out of context text messages to make their side look like they're correct. And there's something to me that's very smarmy about that. And I think Candace is doing that. I think Bill Ackman's doing that. I think everyone involved in this situation is scrambling for what is the out of context text message that I can release to make it look like Charlie Kirk was on my side. And everyone's going to have an out of context text message, guys. Everyone's going to have an out of context text message. And you always have to keep in mind, when people are releasing like out of context text messages and DMs and stuff like that, there's private phone calls that are unrecorded. There's conversations at events that are unrecorded. You don't know the full breadth of the conversations people have had. I've had people releasing out of context DMs with me for years to make me look like a psycho. And I'm like, okay, do you want to talk about the 6 hours a day of Zoom conversations that took place that are unrecorded, that provide a lot more context for this stuff? So it's like, I think once people release out of context text messages or DMs about you, you see this very clearly, where it's like, yeah, you might have a text message that says something, but I don't know what you guys talked about on the phone. I don't know what you guys talked about in person. I don't know the full breadth of this. Maybe there was a different text message right before it that like makes it more clear that this was a joke or this was being sarcastic or something like that. You just don't know. And so this whole thing, listen, I've released text messages before. I don't like doing it if I get put in a position where I feel like I need to defend myself, or quite frankly, if someone has just done something really fucked up, I'll do it. But like, I don't like doing it because most of the time, human relationships are much more complex than just a couple of text messages, I guess.
I know what Charlie said to him. And I'm sure Tucker...
Hang on, we got a super chat. Sorry for that. Sorry. I believe Israel, some Jews were and are behind a lot of things. 9/11, JFK, USS Liberty, Christianity, Islam, Masonry, but not this. Doesn't check out. Now, of course, North Star Esoteric, I fundamentally disavow the idea that Jews were behind 9/11 and JFK and the USS Liberty and all that stuff. I fundamentally disavow it. I have to, because I'm on YouTube. So I fundamentally disavow that, but I respect your right to believe whatever you want. But I have to, because I'm on YouTube, disavow. But you know, like I do think it's a good idea to be fair-minded and to judge each situation independently from the other. BT, thanks for this. Yeah, we love bagels here. BT, thanks for the super chat. The most striking difference between the left and the right to me is simple. The left are all friends. Oh, no, bro. The left are not all friends. Oh, bro. The left are not all friends. They're not all friends at all. There's infighting on the left. There are groups that don't like each other on the left. Like Antifa does not like the Party for Socialism and Liberation. The RevComs are really dumb. They're like some weird cult group. There's a lot of weird shit going on the left too. So I would not assume they're all friends, but I do appreciate the super chat.
Carlson won't lie about it.
Another super chat. So many super chats. I appreciate it, guys. 1, help your side to prioritize self and family. 3, arm up. 4, shut down opposition. 5, have standards and preserve and persevere. 7, aim to win. 8, don't support them. Okay, those are the rules for the fascist utopia. All right. Appreciate it.
What did Charlie say to you? Dave Smith, what did Charlie say to you? What was Charlie? Did he seem like he was treading in the direction? Like, do we feel like what BB is saying is honest, a representation of what Charlie was going through? This is what I want. I think that the thing that we need here, sunlight is the best disinfectant. Now, does all of this mean that Bibi Netanyahu and that this somehow proves that Israel was involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk? No, we have no evidence of that. We can't say that because there is no evidence of that. But I don't like little lies. That's what I will say. Something that I always say in my household is, when there is one lie, there's 20. There's no reason to lie. Bibi could have gone on Fox News and he could have told the truth. He could have said truthfully that Charlie Kirk has always loved Israel. He has always loved Israel as the Holy Land. He's been here many times. And throughout his career, he has been a faithful supporter of Israel. That's not what he said. Okay. He talks about the phone call and didn't give it the proper context. He held up the letter and didn't give it the proper context.
Hang on. I'm not going to do a whole big explanation of this, but I'll tell you the left's issue with Israel. The left doesn't care if people are Jewish. There are a lot of Jewish people on the left. There are a lot of Jewish people in the pro-Palestine movement. The left does not care that people are Jewish. The left sees Israel as the settler colonists who stole the land from the indigenous people. They also see the United States as the settler colonists who stole the land from the indigenous people. The reason the left doesn't like Israel and supports the Palestinians has nothing to do with Israel being Jewish, and has nothing to do with Palestine being Muslim. It has to do with the Palestinians are the oppressed people that had their land stolen, and Israel are the evil settler colonists that stole it. That means Israel are the oppressors and the Jews are the oppressed. And this is part of a worldwide socialist uprising. Intifada to the far left means worldwide socialist revolution. It means worldwide socialist uprising. There's a lot of socialist activists that are trying to create a socialist Palestine. And I actually have them on video talking about this. So that is the issue. It's really not about being Jewish. There are a lot of Jews in the pro-Palestine movement. Jewish Voice for Peace is a massive Jewish organization that are, well, Jewish, as you might guess, and they are extremely pro-Palestine. They're one of the largest pro-Palestine organizations that exist in America. So that's the deal. We can talk about that another day. I am telling you, and I have them on video saying this, the left defines the word intifada as worldwide socialist revolution. I literally have them on video saying this. So you can have all the fucking feelings you want about it. It doesn't really matter. Your definition does not matter to the left. The left defines it as worldwide socialist revolution.
And lies by severe omission, I'd like to be very clear, are lies. Lies by severe omission are lies.
Like I said, the United States, the left hates the United States for exactly the same reason. It's exactly the same thing. Bro, your definition does not fucking matter. Let me say this again. Your definition does not fucking matter. The left can, like, do me a favor, bro. Go undercover at a leftist event and go up to them and say, "Excuse me, sir. Do you know that intifada means struggle in Arabic, and your definition of worldwide socialist revolution is not the real definition?" And you let me know exactly how that goes for you. Okay, so you're not going to listen. So you are one of those conservative retards that doesn't understand what I'm talking about. Do you have a high enough IQ to be here? Do you know I literally have communist leaders from the Revolutionary Communists of America on video saying explicitly they define intifada as worldwide socialist revolution? This is about understanding, oh, you're not conservative? Then I guess I can ban you because you definitely have no reason to be here, because I don't think you're high IQ enough to even grasp what I'm fucking talking about. My God. You're getting put in a timeout right now. Last fucking warning. You come back and you still behave like this, we're just going to ban you.
You're not going to gaslight us and tell us to shut up or call us anti-Semitic for pointing out the fact that Charlie was having a change of heart about the tactics that Israel was using in America, and that he felt when he had left that meeting that he had effectively been blackmailed. Again, my
God, I love all the super chats. I do. I just don't like all the pauses, but I love all the super chats, and I really do appreciate the support, guys. Did Antifa come out of Judaism? So hating on intifada is anti-Semitic. I am not ready to say that Antifa came out of Judaism. I know why you're making that argument, and I understand the history. I understand the Bolsheviks. I understand the Frankfurt School. I understand all this stuff. I am not ready to say that Antifa came out of Judaism, though. Maybe in Germany, the communists in Germany were certainly Jewish. That's what Hitler was fighting in Germany. But I also, I'm not one of those people that says that all the leftist stuff that we're dealing with in the country is inherently Jewish, because quite frankly, there are a lot of non-Jewish people on the left. There just are. And so I'm not ready to say that, but I do appreciate the super chat. You're annoyed by spider webs in September? All right. Thank you.
platform is yours, Seth Dillon. My platform is yours, Bill Ackman. So if you want to clarify it, we can do it in front of millions, okay? And I think that that's what people deserve, because everyone has PTSD. We watched Charlie get shot in the throat. That feels a little bit symbolic. It feels like they wanted us to know that his voice was problematic. Again, I don't know who they is. After we take this brief break, we're going to go through the investigation, which seems to have a lot of inconsistencies and holes in it. And
you don't know who is they the Frankists, Candace? It's the Frankists. That's what we're saying.
Really not yet at the bottom of what in fact took place. But I do know,
yeah, like whoever said that Antifa comes from Hamas is a straight retard. That is a retard take. Antifa does not come from Hamas. That is straight retardation.
that I severely distrust people who rush to misrepresent things. And it's not a good sign when somebody has to ask you, as Greta Van Susteren asked Bibi Netanyahu in his secondary hit regarding Charlie Kirk's assassination. It's not a good sign if somebody even has to ask if you did have anything to do with the assassination. It doesn't make you a great person, okay? And that's what she asked him. Take a listen.
Before I let you go, I want you to address one thing.
Listen, I've got to get my Halloween merch in the merch store. I do special Halloween merch, and I got to get my oh shit, it's how the fuck is it mid-September? I got to get my Halloween merch up in the merch store. So I don't do special Halloween decorations. What I want to do is I want to redo my whole studio. I want to paint my wall red and hang up all my socialist stuff, but there will be special limited edition Halloween merch coming to the merchandise store soon.
It's just the absurdity of it. Some of the internet rumors that somehow Israel is behind the Charlie Kirk murder. And, I don't believe it for 1 second, but I want you to, make a statement. It's so absurd.
That's insane. That's insane. Israel also changes the orbit of the moon. Israel pushes the sun. I mean, the whole thing it's not only insane, I think it's so absurd, so stupid, and so ridiculous. You can't believe that people are saying that. They just found the perpetrator. They'll get to the bottom of this. But they go, they have no limits. When you hate Jews, when you hate the Jewish state, you're willing to say anything and promote all these absurd rumors. And by the way, they're willing to kill us all the time. I mean, that's what they're doing. And over the centuries, when Jews, especially in the Middle Ages, the horrific Middle Ages, the worst things were said about Jews you couldn't possibly believe. We were poisoning the wells. We were drinking the blood of Christian children. You name it. I mean, these things, that continued actually up to the Holocaust. The Nazis said the same thing. We're carrying vermin. We're spreading disease. And people believed it. And every time they believed it,
I'm sorry. I cannot take this. We are the Jewish victims of the world seriously. I can't. Every single time I see Bibi Netanyahu or some other high-profile Jewish person going into, everyone hates us and it's for no good reason and it's just too bad and we don't know why people hate us and we never do anything wrong. And I just don't know. These are all these made-up reasons why everyone hates us and there's just no reason. And there's so many irrational people in the world that just hate us for no good reason. No, anti-Semitism is created by Jewish behavior. There are a lot of Jews, not all Jews, but there are a lot of Jews that do really fucked up shit. And I'm sorry, as a person who has had a fair number of Jewish people do fucked up shit to me, it's impossible to ignore. And then to go into, I just don't know why they hate us. Do you know why I have an issue? Because I'm pretty sure that PragerU planted a hit piece on me in Newsweek. I know that a Jew spread a massive fuck off smear campaign about me. I know that every single time I'm lied about on the internet, there is a Jew at the center of that lie every single time, without fucking fail. Is that the fault of all Jews? No, of course not. I have Jewish friends that don't do any of this shit. But if you want to know what creates anti-Semitism, it's that Jews do fucked up things. And then they go around and say, we are the poor victims of the world and everyone hates us and we don't understand why they hate us and we never do anything wrong. And this is just all totally irrational. It's just so fucking gross. Bibi Netanyahu is basically evil. He is evil. I don't know how people can look at him and not see just a truly evil, vile person, to be really honest. I'm too invested in this. Nah, bro. Thanks for the money, but no, I am not too invested in this. Thank you. They killed the Jewish God man that they gave us. Yeah, they did. They did do that. Thanks for the money. I appreciate it.
To a greater and greater massacre, culminating with the worst massacre of them all, the Holocaust.
Well, he's mentioned the Holocaust. Guess we can't prod the narrative any further, guys. Holocaust. So everybody's just stopped talking about anything. Hey, he's the victim. It's absurd. It's just absurd. The Holocaust happened. You heard him. We're sick of this shit. We really are. And
I agree with that, Candace.
Narrative
I agree
that I will not prod when it comes to figuring out why people are lying about the state that Charlie was in when it came to the topic of Israel. Again, you can examine Charlie in his own words. He was starting to talk about topics that you're not really allowed to talk about when you take money and big checks are being written. That pressure was increasing every single day. In fact, he was telling the truth even about Jeffrey Epstein. Take a listen.
Epstein, with his little friend Ghislaine and Ghislaine's father, Robert Maxwell, who was obviously a spy of the Israeli intelligence agencies, that there was something else going on here. Epstein was not some sort of whiz kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer. Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well. The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket, the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics. And it's nothing new that if you're in the intel agencies, you want to try and get as much blackmail on powerful people as possible. Easy, not hard. And this is no longer just speculation. First of all, the evidence that shows that Epstein was a creation of either Mossad, Israeli intelligence, American intelligence, Saudi intelligence, or maybe he was just a hired gun. Maybe he was just the guy that countries would go to and park a couple $100 million and say, hey.
Hang on. A Q theory, Charlie Kirk is in Valhalla Lodge. Is Q saying that Charlie Kirk is still alive? Man, can Q just go away and die in a fire? Like, I mean, I don't want people to die, but bro, I have see, this is where you assholes lose credibility for me. I have literally said I don't have an opinion on the matter. I've been too busy to even think about it.
Can you get one of the members of the royal family with a 13-year-old so we can get them to do what we want to do? Members of Congress are actively being blackmailed. The Epstein playbook is being used on a daily basis. Jeffrey Epstein was not a financier. He was not a hedge fund manager. Jeffrey Epstein was a key player in a multi-decade blackmail operation against the most powerful people on the planet.
True. Yep.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
Queer it on.
I don't know. It seems to conflict with BB's narrative a little bit. Yeah, just a tiny bit. I do want to say this. It's important because I am angry. I will obviously, I pray to move on from this phase, but it's a fire in my belly right now. To those of you who think that you are going to replace Charlie Kirk, okay? Kings are born. You don't just get to depose and tell us that we're going to follow this individual, okay? I'm one of the Masons of Turning Point USA. You put a shill in Charlie Kirk's chair, in Charlie Kirk's company, and you...
She's about to tell them off. Hang on, let's get this super chat. Are you at least taking notes of them? How do you evaluate their statements? How can you apply what they say and do and put it into practice? Bro, I take notes on fucking everything. All notes are taken up here, okay? You just got here. And listen, I appreciate the super chats. I appreciate the support. I really do. You just got here. I'm an excellent fucking note taker. It all happens right up here. Relax.
You try to tell us to follow that individual, I will be an enemy of you. There will be nothing that can stop me.
That Candace Owens is amazing.
And I want you guys to understand, this is not a threat. This is a promise. There will be nothing that can stop me. I will release every single text message. So to those of you who are trying that, I'm seeing the messages. I am telling you to back off right now. Like right now. Don't do it. Okay? Don't you think about it. I know exactly who you are. I know exactly who you were that were exerting pressure. Don't you pretend to be noble now and say nice things about Charlie Kirk and think you're going to slide into his chair. Okay? Over my dead body, which I'm sure can be arranged. Now, I'm going to take a pause. We're going to go to some sponsors, and then we're going to get into what we are being told by the agencies. There are definitely some...
Hey, hang on. Who the fuck are you? Listen, you're sending in a lot of super chats, and that's great. But who the fuck are you to think that you get to dictate to me and my audience what notes we take and what topics we consider? You just showed up. Do you know what the left's definition of capitalism is? This is your pop quiz. No one else say anything in the chat. Do you know what the left's definition of capitalism is? Put it in the chat right now. Answer the fucking question. I want to hear nothing else out of your mouth until you answer this question. You don't get to fucking dictate to us. Fuck off shit. You just got here. What is the left's definition of capitalism? Go. We're waiting. I know there's a delay between when I say something and when you can hear it and can chat in, but the next thing I want to see from you in the chat, and I want to see it within the next 30 seconds, what is the left's definition of capitalism? Or you say, I don't know. Almost everyone in this chat has been here longer than you. You think you get to come in and dictate to me and dictate to my community what we do? What is the left's definition of capitalism? Go. We're waiting. You have 30 seconds or I'm going to permanently ban you. I appreciate the super chats, but you play by my fucking rules. You are in my house. You play by my rules. What is the left's definition of capitalism? Go. TikTok, motherfucker, go. We're waiting. You have 30. I'm going to give you 30 seconds. If you don't answer within 30 seconds, you're going to be permanently banned from my chat. Yeah, seriously. Seriously, I'm waiting. Oh, look, he says it's irrelevant. Oh, no, it's not irrelevant, bro. It's not irrelevant. It means you don't know shit about shit. It means you don't know shit about shit. Therefore, ergo, you don't get to dictate to us what we say and what we do. When you are new on my channel, your job is to sit the fuck down, open your ears, shut your mouth, and learn. So you can run off and take your toys and go home all you want, but you don't get to dictate to us what goes on this channel. I am the queen fascist bitch of this channel. I am at the top of the hierarchy on this channel. I don't know who the fuck you are. And yeah, I appreciate super chats and all that, but guess what? I will give up money in super chats to be able to maintain control over my channel and my community. You will never dictate to me what to do. I will never be captured by my audience. Get the fuck out if you don't like it.
Maybe more is coming out. First, this is fantastic that Preborn is doing this. Every heartbeat tells a story, and at Preborn, they give moms in crisis the chance to hear that heartbeat for free.
Goodbye.
And that's exactly why I partner with Preborn, because Preborn isn't out to judge women.
No advertising, Candace. No ads. No ads. No ads. No ads. No ads.
With justice.
FBI, something's.
What Michael Savage had to say about everything that we're hearing is pretty much all of us right now. Take a listen.
The so-called FBI, something's wrong. I know I shouldn't do this. I'm risking an awful lot to go up against this FBI, the MAGA FBI. Something's very wrong
FBI.
With what I just heard. I mean, I watched it. I was hoping that they had caught the bastard who shot Charlie.
Oh, hang on. The left's definition of capitalism is private property ownership. Private property means bourgeois property, property that you can use to create personal privatized wealth. That means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a private business, whether that private business is big or small. The biggest thing about private property ownership is that they consider parental rights over your kids to be a form of private property ownership, which is why the left is trying to eliminate parental rights, because parental rights allows for the passing of private property from parent to child, thus keeping the wealth privatized and out of the hands of the collective. That is what the left is trying to eliminate with every single thing that they say or do. North Star, they can shut the fuck up and listen. Knew we would get there tonight. Yeah, we get there every day. Every day we get a shut the fuck up and listen moment. Every single day. I'm going to make t-shirts that say shut the fuck up and listen. Boy, the denizens of Retardia are ass mad tonight. Ain't that the truth? Ain't that the truth? No, everyone, not except for the rich, not except for the rich, everyone. We can talk. Can we guys, can we just not talk about socialism right now? Can we not? If you want to learn about socialism, go take the class on my Substack, but can we have like a non-socialism day where we're just being catty and bitchy about Candace Owens? Can we please? I will teach you about socialism tomorrow, I promise. My mic is I still have hopes that I'm going to be able to get my old mic to work. Like, I just haven't had a chance to fiddle with it, to be honest. My old mic is sitting on the floor. I have all the cables. I just haven't had a chance to fiddle with it. I need to have like dedicated fixing the fucking main microphone time. This is a replacement mic for people who don't know. This is like all of my technology broke this week when I came back from New York. So I'm going to try to fix it. If I can't fix it, I'll get a new microphone. But I'm pretty sure my old mic still works and I just need to fiddle with it. That's all. This is why I mock influencers but follow you. You stand for something while the influencers are always trying to guess what to say to please their audience. Yeah, I will never, no offense, guys, I want everyone to be happy. I will never kiss the ass of my audience. It will not happen. I'm scared to death to come into turn into Tim Pool and be completely captured by my audience. And I will never do it. So I love you guys. I appreciate the support. I want people to like my work. Oh, look, he's still sending me money. Hey, thanks. Looks like I got a lot of supporters that actually care about what I have to say and don't want to bitch and complain the whole fucking time. Yeah, I don't mind paying for it. It's a great microphone. Like I said, it's sitting on my floor right now. I think I can get it to work. I just have to have a chance to fiddle with it. Thank you. Yes, you can. Yes, you can, Jeff. Yeah, Jeff, you can do whatever you want. Can I occasionally refer to you as Queen Bitch Lord Karlyn? Yes. You can. You can indeed. Yes. Especially when you're sending me super chats. Absolutely.
So we saw a video of a person jumping off the roof. It looked very legitimate to me. However, there was no rifle in his hand. Now, the Mauser does not break down very easily, incidentally, for those of you who know weapons. Something's wrong with the whole thing. They're trying to claim he removed the barrel from the Mauser and fit the receiver and stock in his backpack and barrel in his pants leg all in 2 seconds. It is not easy to remove a Mauser barrel or index it after reinstalling a
Furry Bear over on Rumble says we need a Nick and Karlyn sit down. Then fucking tell Nick. Then tell Nick. I would talk to Nick. I would talk to Nick anytime. Tell Nick. If you want to see me talk to Nick, then you send him a fucking super chat and you tell him. Very nicely, obviously. But I don't think that's ever going to happen, though. Listen, guys, Nick has ascended way beyond. I don't have the status for Nick. I don't have the clout for Nick. I know that. I've never had the status or clout for Nick to like give me the time. Now, Nick and I are friendly. Don't get it twisted. Like, I like Nick and I do consider him to be like a friend, but he's not going to sit down and talk to me publicly. I don't think he wants to. Like, I don't think I have the status for him. I don't think I have the clout for him. But if you want to see it happen, then send him a fucking super chat and ask, I guess. I don't know. But I am not trying to make this happen. Okay? I'm not going out of my way. And I say that having full respect for Nick. I adore him. Okay, shut the fuck up and listen, and a Red Menace collective color scheme with a Plague Doctor and a Plague Raven would be a must buy. Okay, I'll work on that. I'll work on that.
Remain accurate. We are not hearing or seeing reality. And by the way, the photo of the rifle allegedly left in the woods has the barrel installed. So we're supposed to believe a guy is on the run after killing Charlie Kirk, and he pauses in the woods to reinstall a barrel, and then he leaves it for us to find, the FBI to find. I don't believe a word of it. I shouldn't do this. I know I'm putting myself at risk, but I can't take it anymore. I can't take the bullshit from this fucking government. It's lying to us.
Wow.
Something's wrong. Something's so wrong. It's sickening.
Sickening is definitely the right adjective, I think, to describe how a lot of us are feeling. And all I know how to do is to gather information, to research, and to investigate. And
has Nick ever mentioned me? Has Nick ever mentioned me? Hang on. Has young Nicholas ever mentioned me? Hang on. Where is it? I'll give you a little montage.
Karlyn Borysenko is my girl.
That was Nick saying I'm his girl.
Lindsay sent $100. No one listened to the Data Republican account on X.
Please
to prop up the conservative BS narrative about the protests and riots that aren't real or half-truths, and her stuff is showing up everywhere. Welcome to the new summer of love. Grow wipers.
Hey, thank you for the big super chat, Karlyn. I knew you'd come back. I knew you'd be back. Karlyn, come on. Karlyn was, a few months ago, she's like, I'm done with the Groypers. They don't take the left seriously. Yes, we do, Karlyn. Yes, we do. And we appreciate your research. I'll give credit where it's due. You do some great research on the left, and you're ahead of the curve. Okay? Maybe I wasn't giving you enough credit. You're right. We appreciate you. Your research is essential. You have been on top of the left more than me, more than a lot of people, as much as I hate to admit it. And I appreciate the big super chat. Come here. Come on, Karlyn. The Groypers still love you. But you're right about that, and I'm with you on this. Summer of love. True. Summer of... Can we grow up a little bit and not be
sent
retarded?
$200. Have you seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
I don't. We're going to war against James Lindsay. You keep James Lindsay up at night. I got to come and visit you in his head where you live rent free. I got to come and visit Karlyn. Knock, knock. We're inside James Lindsay's brain. We're inside Chris Rufo and James Lindsay's brain, where she has taken up a residence there permanently, and she's performing. She's doing shows there. She got a 10-year contract to do her talk show. No, but thank you very much. You're right. The left is going to come back pretty hard. Empire Strikes Back again.
So has young Nicholas mentioned me? Yes, he has. I was a VIP at AFPAC last year. So yes. Have you spoken to his Jewish words? Yes, I have. I have Nick's phone number in my phone. I can text him whenever I want to. So yes, I have. And I love and adore Nick. I really do. I just don't think Nick is ever going to collaborate with me. I don't think it's going to happen. To be fair, I haven't actually really pursued this. The Groypers used to ask me to collaborate with Nick all the time. And I kind of texted Nick. I was like, listen, if you want to do something, I'll do it. But like, I don't know. I haven't ever actively pursued it at all. I don't really collaborate with people. It's no shade on Nick. I don't really just do collaborations with people. But I would do it if he wanted to do it. I just don't really know what it would be. And I don't know. And I don't think I have the clout for him. I don't think I have the clout, and that's fine. It's my happy birthday. That other Jenny, appreciate you. It's my birthday tomorrow, and it's tradition to share the joy with people we care about. Learning from you this past year has made me thinner, richer, more beautiful, and I wouldn't be this amazing without you. Hey, I'll take it. I appreciate that. That's awesome. You can plainly see the rifle when he's jumping. Yeah, I kind of do agree with that. Yeah. Nicholas is endearing. Young. Actually, do I even have the original Nick clip? Oh, shit. Do you guys want to see the original Nick clip? Do you guys want to see the first ever clip that Nick talked about me on his show? I can find it real quick. Hang on. Shit. Let me play this. I'm going to find the original Nick clip, and I'll play Candace while I find it.
Nothing is making sense. Now, it could not be making sense because we've not arrived at the conclusion. The FBI, I will say, has recently come out and said they're looking for another person. Good, because what we have so far obviously cannot be it. I feel, I was insisting that everybody read that book, Chaos, about the Charles Manson murders. And what we learn from that book is that if the government does want to hide something, what they do is they give you so much information that you don't even know what's real. So many different possible ways that things could have gone down, so many different manners, so many people speaking, so many publications publishing. And it's just meant to be chaotic, to drive you crazy and to just go, okay, I'm just going to accept whenever the authority says something and not prod any further. We can't allow that to happen here. I won't allow that to happen here because this something terrible has traumatized the world, okay? And I feel as though when it comes to this, the media, the government, the talking heads, everyone is confusing us about what actually took place with Charlie Kirk, this event, how it got set up. I even would like to know who picked the venue, okay? Here is what we know thus far, and I will tell you who the exact source is and what video they presented. So the first bit of proof regarding that day happened at 8:07 a.m. According to TMZ, they have footage, and we're going to show you it, which shows a man at 8:07 a.m., so hours before the shooting, wearing a maroon t-shirt and light shorts, as you were seeing on your screen right now, hands in his pockets, that is just walking outside of university grounds, okay? Now, Governor Cox tells us that at 8:29, which is an interesting timeline, Governor Cox tells us that that is when the shooter, Tyler Robinson, arrived at UVU campus in a plain maroon t-shirt, light colored shorts, and a black hat with a white logo. So essentially he's saying that what that person we saw walking down the street right there arrived on campus at 8:29. I'm going to allow you to hear Governor Cox say that himself. Take a listen.
Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt light colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light colored shoes.
So what's interesting, already confusing to me, is that TMZ shows him already walking. We're supposed to believe he walked, parked his car, and then walked onto campus. They're saying that after that video that you just saw of him walking, he got into his car and then drove to campus. And then at 8:29 p.m. on campus is when he arrives. Already confusing, but let's just keep going. We don't need to poke holes. Let's just keep going with the narrative. Then we're back to TMZ, and they release that at 11:49 a.m., they have footage of the shooter who has now changed his outfit. We're supposed to gather that again on a doorbell cam, and he's in a different outfit. So this is 11:49 a.m. Charlie Kirk has not yet been shot. Take a look at this. Okay, and for those of you that are listening to this on audio, you are going to see someone who appears to be limping. Okay, so maybe he changed his outfit at some point and now he's limping. And the idea that we're seeing floated is that he's limping because he's holding the gun in his pants. Okay, that's kind of what's been floated. Okay, that has not particularly come from the feds. I don't believe so, but he's limping now and he's got on a different outfit. Okay. 11:52 a.m. And we were actually going to check this, by the way, but I think that we had the FBI say that was when he arrived on campus. Maybe that's not accurate. But so let me just skip off of that because, Skylar, we should actually look to research that. But at 12:23 p.m. is when Charlie Kirk is shot. Okay. And 12:23 p.m. is when in that same minute is when we have footage that shows us that as the crowd ducks, and it's blurry, the shooter runs across the rooftop. I'm going to tell you why that's significant. So 12:23, Charlie Kirk is shot, and we are going to have an angle of that and the image of the black person in black, rather, that is running across the rooftop. Take a look at this. They're down, clearly. And right away, look at that, okay?
That's crazy.
And we have another, so the footage shows us, there's another actually clip that I was looking for, Skylar, there, that it actually shows him running across the rooftop. You guys may have seen it. The reason why that footage is problematic, as you start to see them ducking and then you see the shooter immediately start moving across the rooftop, is that their narrative is that he disassembled the gun and then started running. So that's a bit confusing to us of how he was able to do that so quickly. An unbelievable amount of hunters, gun.
All right, I found it. Breaking news. I found the original Nick clip. This was back in 2023. I had to go into the archives. I know this is deeply important what we're talking about, but this is the first ever time that Nick Fuentes talked about me on his show when someone else sent in a super chat. So this is the original. Oh, I gotta fix the sound. Hang on, I gotta fix the sound. And I didn't send in this super chat. This is someone. So what had happened is Nick and I were bantering on Twitter. Nick and I were like bantering back and forth on Twitter, and so Nick's audience saw this, and they were like, "What's going on with this Karlyn girl?" And so here's what happened.
Spence sent $4. What's up with this Karlyn girl? She was reacting to you and looking disgusted not too long ago. Did she fall in love with you?
No, I fell in love with her. I mean, I just think she's so amazing. I don't know. She's just fun. She's funny. I'm just being friendly. I'm okay. I'm friendly. I'm a friendly guy. And she's fun. She's funny. You know, I like it. We kind of have like a funny back and forth. I like her attitude. She's like a no nonsense. She's got this attitude that I like. I'm a fan. I like her. So Groypers are fans.
So for the
Spence
record,
sent $4.
So for the record, I'm not the one who fell in love with Nicholas. Nicholas fell in love with me. For the record, it is preserved for posterity forever and ever. Nick likes me. You know, it's true. And still to this day, we don't agree on some things. I don't agree on the Christianity thing, and that's fine. And I don't appreciate, you know what? You know what? It's flattering. All right. It's flattering. What can I say? What can I say? Hey, I got a super chat over on Rumble. Karlyn research is ahead of the curve. Hey, I do appreciate that. So yes, does Nick know who I am? Yes. Nick absolutely knows who I am. But you know, he's big and famous now. Now Nick is famous. And I'm just a little rinky-dink YouTuber here. I don't even try to, I yell at people all the time. I don't even care if people watch my stuff. Nick is big and famous, and he is now the leader of the right, and I'm very proud of him, and I think it's awesome, and we are Nick Fuentes respecters. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait till you find out about the big tech lore. Wait until you find out about, see, the big tech lore is directly related to the Nick Fuentes lore. Wait until, we're not going to do the big tech lore today, but wait until you figure out the big tech lore, because it's directly related to this whole thing. Sorry for any distress. Hey, I appreciate it. You know, listen, bro, if you send me money and you apologize, I appreciate it even more. That's it. That's it. Let's get back to Candace. Everyone calm down.
People that reached out to me and said, that just didn't happen. They have exactly as Michael said, that did not happen. There is no way that happened. That cannot be accurate. Then, and this is obviously the craziest part of everything, we have Decoy Boy, right? So it happened.
Well, what do you think you know? What do you think you know about the big tech lore? I'm actually just curious. What do you think you know?
And suddenly this guy, George Zinn, gets arrested. He's making noise. He's signaling that he's somehow shot the guy. And at 12:52, it gets announced that the suspect is in custody. So nobody needs to look around anymore because the suspect is in custody. But actually, I guess George Zinn just does that. He just does that, I guess, like just wants people to think he's done something but he hasn't actually done anything. That, again, to me feels like he's a decoy. Like more people are involved in this. And I will say that we don't know, but we know that something's wrong with this. Then at 12:29 p.m., we have TMZ showing us that there's a person running through the backyard. They are saying this appears to be the suspect running. Okay, now we're going to show you that clip. It is very grainy. So they're alleging that that's him.
I went into obsessive mode over him. When did he say this? When did he say this? I went into obsessive mode over him. That's not how I remember it, but it is an interesting interpretation. When did Big Tech say this? See, this is why Big Tech and I can't banter on the internet, because Big Tech likes to lie. Big Tech likes to frame a nice little narrative of his own. But that's okay. Big Tech can frame whatever narrative he wants. It's fine. I did not go obsessive mode over Big Tech. No shit. He's not a conservative. My God. Oh my God. He is such a fucking Pisces. I can't even deal. Did you know that Big Tech summoned a demon? I can't. Okay, we're not going into the Big Tech lore right now. No, it is not true that I was obsessed with Big Tech. If anything, I'm just saying.
We couldn't confirm that, and the feds have not confirmed that. But it does show you that someone's running across the back. Again, that's at 12:29 p.m. I don't know. We don't know. I'll give you some other facts that you should probably know just in general that has been thus far confirmed. The weapon, they say, was found in the woods and it was wrapped by a dark towel. Okay, now when they gave us a photo of that weapon, it was fully assembled. So this is kind of what Michael Savage is saying. He's saying, okay, so then they reassembled it, or maybe the feds did. Maybe they're going to clarify that they reassembled it for a photograph, but we are told that it was found wrapped in a dark towel. Then we have been told that a screwdriver was found on the roof. So they're sticking to this implication that he perhaps undid this gun while he was on the rooftop, and he, wanted to make sure he unscrewed it with the screwdriver, left the screwdriver behind, but took the gun, but then left the gun in the woods. Okay. Then we get, and this has not been contextualized, and I can't wait until it is contextualized, we get photos that are the shooter. This is when the FBI came out and said he's in a stairwell. We don't know exactly where that stairwell is. He's in outfit number 2. So the outfit change has happened. Okay. There's no timeline again, but we can discern that there is no weapon that is in his pant leg, because we can see him bending one leg in one photo and we can see him bending the other leg in another photo. So we're unclear about this. What is clear is that there is a ton of cameras on this campus. There is a lot of footage that they could release to make the public feel better about this. I mean, tons of different angles. I don't know why we're getting grainy shots at all. There have been tons of people online going through the tech stack of UVU campus and saying like, hey, why are we getting grainy? Why don't you give us clearer images? In fact, you guys could show us an image here, 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 here. They're not doing that. They're just going with this like grainy image and saying that's it, and you can get this grainy image, but we can't.
No, I'm really not. If I'm not blushing. If anything, I'm getting actually really annoyed and angry at the fact that big tech is apparently telling people I was obsessed with him. If anything, I'm getting angry, and I'm going to sit here and just stew on this for a minute, because I didn't know that piece of information until it was just told to me. And it's just like, like I'm trying to, I don't actually want to be fighting with him. I am trying right now to suppress the anger that is growing in me with the revelation that big tech told people I was obsessed with him, because that is not actually what happened at all in any way. But hey, no, I don't think you misinterpreted it. I think that's exactly what he said. And I think that I'm just gonna sit here and stew about it. You didn't do anything wrong. You are not the guilty party in this. The fucking Pisces is the guilty party. So no, when did he do this? When the fuck did he do that? See, he can go fuck himself. Honestly, I'm just gonna sit here and stew for a second. I'm gonna sit here and stew, and I'm gonna get over it, because I actually don't want to be fighting with him. I really, really don't. But that is not what happened at all in any way.
Can't tell you much more. Now, again, it's an open investigation. They're under a lot of pressure. There is no question. I'm certainly not going to let this go. And I want the public to not let this go, because you were spiritually impacted by watching a man be publicly executed. And you need to keep that energy and understand that something is very wrong here. Nothing they are saying feels good to me.
Don't worry about it. I'm gonna get over this. I'm an Aries. I let stuff go quick. I just need to sit here and stew about this for a second, and I'm gonna be fine. I'm not gonna start any fucking fights on the internet, because I really do not want to be fighting with him. But I need to sit here and stew for a second. That's it. And I'll get over it, and it'll be fine. Have I seen Matt? No, I have not seen that video. I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
Honestly, the thing that they said that felt the best to me is when they said that there's probably somebody else involved. That sounds about right. 2 people, maybe these aren't even the same people. Maybe the guy in the maroon is not the same as the guy in the black shirt. That would make sense, because why change your outfit? Both of these look like you would blend in on a college campus. So why are you blending in twice? Does that make any sense to you? Why would you change your outfit? Like just like a random fashion show?
That's a good question.
While you're going to murder someone? I just want to change my outfit for funsies. And then we hear that Tyler Robinson, when he is apprehended, it is communicated to us that he is wearing the maroon outfit. Now, I want to be clear. They said this was 33 hours later. So he changed his outfit, I mean, ostensibly because he wants to avoid detection would be the only thing that's, I think, is reasonable to assume. But then he changes back into the outfit that he was wearing before the shooting. For what reason? 33 hours later, like no shower time. He just wanted them to know that it was him on the camera. That's not clear to me. Why are we changing outfits? Are we just 2 different people? I think it's reasonable to ask that question.
What?
Are there 2 different people that are involved? Another thing that's not clear.
Candace thinks the shooter is not the shooter. I mean, maybe,
me
I
is that the
guess.
story that we were told was that Tyler Robinson allegedly, after speaking with a pastor, his dad turned him in. Bill Ackman, probably $1 million, right?
Oh, bro, I know. Everyone is so pissed off at me because I was on. Can you give me a list? Tell me who you've seen mocking me. Honestly, tell me who you've seen. Because I guarantee you, none of the people who are mocking me know fuck off shit about the far left. None of the people who are mocking me have ever gone undercover with the far left. None of the people who are mocking me have ever done anything except bitch and complain and cause drama on the internet. Can you give me a list? I actually mean this. I would like to know. I want to go make a whole montage. It's like, come on. Can you like tell who have you seen? I'm just asking you to tell me who you've seen mocking. Okay, if anyone in the chat has seen anyone making fun of me, let me know so I can go laugh at them, because they can all fuck off. They're pissed off that I was on Jesse Waters and they weren't, and I won and they lost, and they can go fuck themselves. Oh, Ethan Ralph? Oh, Ethan. Ethan Ralph? Yeah, okay. I understand exactly why Ethan Ralph is mocking me. I get that totally and completely. I did look green. I absolutely did look green. And that's fine. Like, whatever. I was still on the fucking TV and Ethan Ralph was like stewing in fucking Mexico or wherever the fuck he is.
Great. Thanks, Bill. You really cared about Charlie.
Rachel
and
Wilson, yeah.
That money is now going to the father of this child, who, after prayer and speaking to a pastor, they're saying, okay, well, we then, he turned himself in. That we were told he turned himself in. Now we're being told that actually he hasn't confessed. So I'm just wondering, how do you turn yourself in without confessing? Because if I say my kid did it, that's enough for an arrest? What if the kid says he didn't do it? I didn't do it. Dad says you did. Okay, how did they arrest him without a confession? I'm going to show you Governor Cox's statement where he says that the kid is not confessed. Take a listen.
I know you heard that report by Matt Gutman and this latest reporting in the New York Times that some of the suspects' acquaintances were alleged.
Rachel Wilson commented on the post on Twitter and she was like, why would you have Karlyn on? She's crazy, or some such shit like that. And I replied to her and I was like, Rachel, do you have any? I'll show you guys. Well, I don't want to bring it up. Never mind. But like Rachel Wilson was like, Karlyn is crazy, and I was like, Rachel, do you have any evidence to provide on this issue? Do you have any evidence at all that I'm crazy? Because here's all the evidence that I have, Rachel. Where's your evidence? Do you want to have an intellectual discussion about this, or do you just want to go, that bitch is crazy, pinky swear, trust me, bro? What a disappointment Rachel Wilson and her pussy-ass husband are. I actually thought Andrew Wilson was an interesting debater. Andrew Wilson is such a pussy, and Rachel Wilson, I mean, like, she's not even any better. So, I don't know. They're just jealous. Whatever. Fuck them.
Talking to him online and joking, and thought they recognized him from those early photos. Can you tell us anything about that this morning, or anything further on the investigation?
Real though.
Well, all we can confirm is that those conversations definitely were happening, and they did not believe it was actually him. It was all joking until he admitted that it actually was him.
And anything new on the investigation? You say he admitted that, confessed?
No, not again. He is not confessed to authorities. He is not cooperating. But all the people around him are cooperating, and I think that's very important. There were reports yesterday that we can confirm that his roommate was indeed a boyfriend who is transitioning from.
Okay, Furry Bear over on Rumble is asking me if I have beef with Ethan Ralph. Ethan Ralph can go fuck himself. himself. Ethan Ralph can go fuck himself 19 ways from Sunday. I will never go on Ethan Ralph's show. I don't care. That guy, that you could not pay me enough money to go on Ethan Ralph's show. It would never happen. I feel like I would be lowering myself. No offense to people who like Ethan Ralph. If you like him, you're allowed to like him. But I feel like I would be lowering my IQ by like at least 30 points to even consider going on that guy's show and talking to him. It's just not going to happen. No. Alex, I don't understand Andrew Wilson's grief with you. Seems like you wanted to have an honest debate with him. I actually did want to have an honest debate with him. That is actually real. But Andrew Wilson is a giant, massive pussy. And Andrew Wilson knows that I'm smarter than the OnlyFans whores that he debates on the Whatever podcast. Andrew Wilson knows I would kick his ass up and down whatever debate playing field there is, and it wouldn't even be close. And so Andrew Wilson made it seem like it was my fault, and he's the one that got mad about it, and he's the one that started crying on Twitter. And so no, I offered to have a good faith debate. I said Andrew Wilson could decide the topic of the debate as long as it was something related to the left. And Andrew Wilson cried and complained and threw a massive fuck off hissy fit on Twitter. So no, Andrew Wilson is a massive pussy, and you will never convince me otherwise. What else did I expect from someone who can only debate OnlyFans bimbos? Yeah, that's all Andrew Wilson can debate. College girls and OnlyFans bimbos. And it's just too bad. I really think that it could have been an interesting exercise. But he doesn't want to have a debate because I'm about 8,000 times smarter than him, and he knows it.
Male to female. That's information that the FBI had mentioned yesterday. We can confirm that as well, and that he is cooperating with authorities as well.
Okay, so I'm just not entirely clear on this confession element. Did the pastor just say he did it? Did the father say he did it, but they didn't have any proof? Again, this is obviously everyone's investigating. We yield to them. Do I think this kid was involved somehow? Yeah. Do I think he did this alone? Absolutely not. The story makes entirely no sense. That. And then there's this random Discord over Discord. Okay.
I definitely agree.
So Governor Cox came out and told us that there were messages about the rifle drop point. Okay. Discord says not the same thing. Let's listen to Governor Cox say that on this social media app, Discord, they were discussing the rifle drop point. Take a listen.
Investigators identified an individual as the roommate of Robinson. Investigators interviewed that roommate, who stated that his roommate, referring to Robinson, made a joke on Discord. Investigators asked if he would show them the messages on Discord. He opened it and showed several messages to investigators and allowed investigators to take photos of the screen as each message was shown by Robinson's roommate. These photos consisted of various messages.
Okay, Furry Bear over on Rumble, what would be my go-to show to be on to spread the word? I don't know, to be honest. It's like I've been doing this for so long where I just kind of I just hang out in my corner of the internet. I don't really like collaborating with people. And that's no offense. Well, it is offense to some people, I guess, but I don't even know what show I can go on because the problem with my content is my content is rather complex. And anytime I've tried to explain my work to other people, it oftentimes doesn't go well because I can't show them videos. And it's just I don't even know what show I could go on where I could actually have a real discussion about my work. So I truly don't know. Here's my perspective on it, guys. I am leaving it to the universe. I didn't try to get on Fox News last night. I had no, Fox News reached out to me because they saw my posts on Twitter. They reached out to me very last minute. This is why I was not in the studio last night. This is why I was at my house. I was just on Kim Iverson earlier today. I truly don't know. This is just not something I think about. I mean, I've tried to talk to Michael Malice. I've reached out to Michael Malice several times. He's never returned my messages. So I don't think that's going to work out. But I don't know. Maybe if you guys want to see, no. Veto. Konstantin Kisin can kiss my ass. Konstantin Kisin has lied about me. Konstantin Kisin calls me a fucking narcissist. Konstantin Kisin, who has never actually looked at my work, has said I'm crazy all over the internet because I'm not a fucking classical liberal. I will never go on that show. That will never happen. I was on it in 2020. And then what happened is, my audience actually reached out to them and they were like, why aren't you talking to Karlyn? And then Konstantin Kissin had a giant fuck off meltdown and he called me a narcissist and insane when he had never actually even looked at my work. So no, Konstantin Kissin can kiss my fucking ass. That guy is a retard. That guy isn't even smart. I don't know why that guy is famous other than he's an actor that can follow orders. So no, but like, I don't know, man. Like, I just like this. I'm serious. I don't like shilling myself out for shows. I kind of like, I leave it to the universe. If people want to talk to me, they can reach out and ask me. I am open to talking to people who are interested in having a good faith conversation. I would really like to be in a position to show people videos and to be able to walk people through videos and stuff like that of like clips from far left trainings and things, but most shows just don't do that. So I mean, I'm just like, I'm leaving it to the universe. Whatever happens, happens. And I'm just going to sit here in my little corner of the internet and I'm going to do my thing. And I'm going to focus on what I want to focus on. And whoever is supposed to find me will find me. And I do appreciate that, a lot more people have found my work in the last, couple weeks. I appreciate that. But I don't know. I haven't really thought about it. Is being cordial with Ethan dumb? I don't want to be cordial with him. He has lied about me and defamed me on multiple occasions. I have absolutely no desire to be cordial with Ethan Ralph when he's lied about me and defamed me. Andrew Wilson is the same thing. I tried to be civil to Andrew Wilson, and then he had a massive meltdown on Twitter because I'm smarter than him and he was intimidated by debating me. So it's kind of like, I don't like, guys, I really cannot emphasize this enough. I know for new people, this might seem weird. I don't want the biggest audience on the internet. I really don't. What I want is a niche audience. I want a very niche audience that appreciates what I do, that I don't have to convince that this is a good idea, that appreciate the work and the intensity at which I put myself into this content. And it's just like, I have almost never had a positive experience going on to someone else's shows. And I just kind of want to sit here and do my thing. And I really just want to research the left. I want to learn about the left. I want to do content with people who get my sense of humor. I want to do, and I want to do the things I want to do. And if that leads to me being on other shows, like Fox News made sense, right? Because that was like a very quick interview where I could talk about something that I was an expert in. It was super, super quick, exposed me to a mass audience. That's cool. Like, but with a lot of these people, I don't know. I'm just kind of like, I'm not going to jump on someone's bandwagon just to jump on their bandwagon. It really has to make sense because listen, like I've said, like I had a PragerU video. I had one of the biggest PragerU videos of all time. This is real. I had one of the biggest, most viewed PragerU videos of all fucking time. That was a giant mistake. I should have never done that. I absolutely never should have done that. That exposed me to a ton of people. It's not out of the realm of to say that my channel grew because I had one of the most viewed PragerU videos of all time. And I would never do that today. I would give up all that audience growth to never do that again because it didn't align with what I would, it ultimately, like, it was just a big mistake. It wasn't the right audience. And so I don't want to expose myself to an audience just to have the audience. I want it to be the right audience and I want it to make sense. And I've had enough experience going on these big shows that, like, I don't know, man. So that's kind of my thoughts about that anyway.
Including content of messages between the phone contact name Tyler with an emoji icon and Robinson's roommate's device. The content of these messages included messages affiliated with the contact Tyler, stating a need to retrieve a rifle from a drop point, leaving the rifle in a bush, messages related to visually watching the area where a rifle was left, and a message referring to having left the rifle wrapped in a towel. The messages also refer to engraving bullets and a mention of a scope and the rifle being unique. Messages from the contact Tyler also mentioned that he had changed outfits.
Okay. So he changed outfits. Again, unclear why he did that. Unclear why he would then put the outfit back on 33 hours later. Most people just like shower within that time. I did receive contact from one of Tyler Robinson's classmates, and they said that that was the strangest part to them. They told me that that was the strangest part, the 33-hour putting on an outfit that he had on 33 hours early, because they described him as remarkably tidy. He was a tidy individual. So they that flagged them as weird. Just seems like a little extra work. Again, unnecessary, right? Completely unnecessary. You're getting nothing out of changing your outfit. We have a statement from Discord, which kind of disputes that. Discord says, in the course of our investigation, we identified a Discord account associated with the suspect, but have found no evidence that the suspect planned this incident or promoted violence on Discord, a spokesperson said in a statement.
Thank you, Bob Paul.
Again, maybe they need more time, and they're going to get more time. They're going to get a lot of time, because it will be never that I let this go. It will be absolutely never that I let this go. Everything just spiritually feels very wrong here. Yeah. It feels like we are being lied to by who? I'm not sure. Are there some good guys? Of course, there's always good guys in government, but there are too many bad guys in government for me to feel good about this. And so, ladies and gentlemen, we are obviously going to continue to follow this, to tighten up this timeline with the most up-to-date information that we can possibly have, everything that we could possibly learn about the father that is involved in this. I want to know more about the father. He's being described as a hero. He turned his son in. Okay, I don't trust anything right now. Okay, I trust absolutely nothing. I think everyone needs to be investigated. Every person that is even mentioned should be investigated. We have a right to do that, and we're going to continue to do that. All right, guys, before I get into some of your comments, I want to remind you guys about Pure Talk, because when
the ads in Candace's show really piss me off. If you like you don't guys, you don't have to do ad reads in a show. If you're doing a serious show about like my friend just got assassinated, but let me sell you this product, it's just like, I think it's just like in really poor fucking taste. All right, well, we finally got through the first episode of Candace. Let's continue. What happened in this episode?
I don't care what your political issue of the day is. What is happening right now in the world and what just happened to my friend Charlie Kirk is a battle of sheer evil versus goodness. What do I have for you guys today? Okay, well, first and foremost, the indictment against Tyler Robinson was just released, and I have a lot of questions that I think need to be answered regarding his trans boyfriend, Lance Twigs. Well, I just spoke to a family member who told me a lot about Lance Twigs, because the media.
You need a beverage update? Okay. The milkshake sour beer is okay. It's kind of like, it's like a smoothie with like every possible thing in it. It's okay. I'm enjoying it. I'm going to drink it and everything. I think I liked the orange cream better. I'm hopeful that I'll be able to get through this beer and try that pumpkin cream beer, because I actually really do want to try the pumpkin cream beer. But it's okay. It's good. It tastes like a smoothie. It tastes like juice. So I appreciate the super chat, Axehead. If you're drinking something fun in the chat, let us know. And let me just do a quick reminder, guys. Please mount the like button if you would be so kind. Thank you guys for hanging out with me on a Friday afternoon. We are just chilling, and or I guess evening now. We're chilling. We're having some beer. We're watching some. This is a perfect freeze frame of Candace. Has there ever been a more perfect freeze frame of Candace? Like, this is like, can someone just take a picture of this? Because I feel like we're going to need to make a meme of this at some point. Like, so we're just chilling. We're just hanging out. We're just having conversation. This is a really laid back stream. If you're drinking something fun or smoking something fun or eating something fun or doing anything fun at all, let us know in the chat. And yeah, new profile picture for Candace. Yeah, new profile picture. All right, let's keep going.
Is kind of presenting him as this do-gooder. You might be interested to know that his family has a different perspective. Also, Turning Point employees are contacting me, a lot of them, okay?
Oh, yeah?
And I am not liking what I am hearing from them about things that took place leading up to that Hamptons event, some changes at the organization in the months leading up to that event, and what had been happening more broadly at the company over the last year. Speaking of which, Bill Ackman, you may have caught that he responded to me about the Hamptons with a lot of words to really say nothing at all.
Oh,
and I want to be clear, I am not done, okay? I'm coming for everybody. Charlie Kirk's death is really just a beginning.
I will say one of the things I really do appreciate about Candace is Candace just she takes a fucking flamethrower to everyone. And I really do appreciate that. As a person who I myself call out a lot of these bullshit con artists influencers, I just like, there's nothing better than taking a fucking flamethrower to an influencer and there are people going, oh my word, clutching your pearls. Why are you infighting? Why are you burning that bridge? Why are you doing this? And you're like, no, fuck you assholes. And so I actually do appreciate that approach on the part of Candace, and I appreciate the entertainment it gives all of us. And can I say, I am really looking forward to the Brigitte Macron lawsuit. I want that to go to court. I'm like looking forward to covering it all the time. I think it's just like the best, most delicious drama that has ever been. I think it's just so entertaining. And so you have to appreciate that aspect of Candace. She may be a narcissist and she may be an evil bitch, and probably we should never trust her with anything, but she does good content. She entertains us on the internet, and sometimes that's really all that's required.
So welcome back.
Bye, Simona. See ya.
Let's start with some major updates regarding the Charlie Kirk case. First and foremost, what always stood out to us about this shooting was Decoy Boy, right? We're all on social media. We all watch the news. We have all, whether we wanted to or not, witnessed, thanks to social media and the news, a lot of shootings, whether it's gang related or otherwise. And I have to say, I don't know if I'm the only one, never in my entire life have I seen a situation when a shooting happens and then somebody completely unrelated to the shooting that just happened jumps up and down and says that they did it and gets arrested.
Yeah, that's
for
so
saying
weird.
that they did it, implying that they did it. Well, for whatever reason, George Zinn, who is a 71-year-old man, was moved to do that, right? Instantly. Charlie Kirk gets shot. Suddenly, the 71-year-old man jumps up and creates what is obviously some sort of a distraction. Okay, we have eyes. We can see that. That's not normal. He creates a distraction. So let's just take a look at this clip of him being arrested in the aftermath of the shooting. Well, now it's about to get even stranger because since he's been arrested, he's now facing charges of obstruction of justice because he didn't do it, right? Why would you do that? Why would you obstruct justice in this manner? And now, in addition to those charges, we learn that he's been harboring images of child abuse. Okay.
That's
kitty
crazy.
Porn. This is the headline. I can't make this up.
Crazy.
Man arrested for allegedly faking confession to Charlie Kirk's killing. George Zinn, accused of obstructing justice, was also booked in connection with images on his cell phone related to child abuse. Okay. So we learn from this article that after being arrested, the 71-year-old man for this second-degree felony, which is obstruction of justice, he was also, when the police had approached him, he was being weird about giving them his cell phone. Okay. So they took him into custody. They treated him for a medical condition. And then they start asking this guy questions about, what are you doing? Can we see your cell phone? And he's being really cagey about giving over his cell phone. They're like, okay, we're trying to get to the bottom of why you would stand up and scream, shoot me, immediately following the aftermath of this murder. Okay. And what they discover is that when asked by an officer, okay, after they figure out that he's not being cooperative, is that he has images. He has images of kiddie porn. There's no other way to say this, of related to child abuse on his cell phone. Now, what does that tell you about this guy? Okay. What does it tell you about George Zinn? What that signals to me about George Zinn is that I've read a lot about Jeffrey Epstein. I've read a lot about blackmail operations. The people they tend to go after are people who are into children. Full stop. Now, I'm not saying, I obviously, he's just been charged here, so I guess we have to say allegedly, but that's what's coming out now, that they found images on his cell phone. So this guy who is into this sort of thing, we also figure out that in the past, he has given interviews related to September 11th and Al-Qaeda. He is in Utah and he is obstructing justice. And he also happens to have this totally disgusting addiction of some description. I'm assuming it's an addiction, and that's what he's harboring. He's harboring child abuse images on his phone. That's what I'm going to tell you. That's my instinct immediately. I don't like this guy. That is suspect, okay? Something to watch. Now, in terms of this indictment, now that we can formally read the indictment, there's been a lot that's been said that I think a lot of the miscommunication is perhaps coming from Governor Cox. I think he, in and of himself, I probably should look into Governor Cox. I'm not sure why he said some things that are apparently untrue. Maybe he misspoke. I understand there's a lot of pressure when it comes to this investigation. But let's just take us through this indictment. I think it's important for us to go through it so that we can see the setup here of what took place on September 10th. Now, first,
not that one, this one. I fucking love Black Mirror. Black Mirror is one of the best shows of all times. Not so much the newer ones, but the older Black Mirror are really, 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 really good. And I highly recommend it. And everyone should watch that episode. I agree with that.
They provide basically an overview in this indictment. It's a probable cause statement. They tell us that basically after 33 hours, they really love saying it, 33 hours. I don't know why they keep signaling that to us. On September 11, 2025, when Tyler James Robinson surrendered to police at Washington County Sheriff's Office. That was when it happened. They found DNA consistent with Robinson on the rifle trigger. After shooting Mr. Kirk, Robinson hid the gun. They're going to get into that. Discarded the clothing that he was wearing when he fired the rifle, and he told his lover/roommate to delete incriminating text messages and not to speak with police. And also, they will be charging him count 6 because children were present at the time of the shooting. Okay, now to get through this, we are told that the suspect, after this shooting took place, that there was a police officer who immediately looked upward and realized that he had heard the sign of a rifle, knew that it was obviously coming from the rooftops. They then began crawling through the footage to see what had happened. They tell us that this discovery led to an intensive review. Let me go actually back up to this paragraph. Police reviewed surveillance from the camera that was covering the roof and discovered that it recorded an individual that was dressed in dark clothing who had crossed the railing from the public walkway and dropped onto the roof at approximately 12:15 p.m. Now, just to very quickly, I'm going to just tell you, according to our timeline, we know that Charlie gets shot at 12:23 p.m. So they're now telling us that he was on that roof since 12:15 p.m. So he's setting up that shot, we can assume, for about 8 minutes, okay? It goes on, although the individual moved out of the camera's view for a short time, the camera again captured the individual running across the roof and then low crawling to the area that the officer had recognized as where the suspected sniper had dropped into a prone shooting position. After a short time, which matches the known time of the shot, the individual arose and then ran across the roof to the northeast. So nothing in here implies that he had, taken apart the shotgun. That just seems to be now removed from the narrative altogether. It goes on to read that this discovery led to an intensive review of UVU surveillance recordings to attempt to track and identify the suspect. Surveillance revealed the following: that at approximately 11:51 a.m., the suspect had entered campus from the north. He is wearing a black shirt with an American flag in its center, a dark baseball cap, large sunglasses. Throughout the surveillance, the suspect keeps his head down and rarely raises his head enough to get a clear image of his face. As he proceeds across the campus, he is seen walking with an unusual gait. The suspect walks with very little bending in his right leg, consistent with a rifle being hidden in his pants. This unusual gait continues until the suspect is seen crossing the railing off the open walkway and onto the roof, where he leaves the camera's view. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to say is they've only sent us screenshots, right? We've only seen a picture of him coming up the staircase. It looked to me like both his legs were bending. I don't see why they don't just release. Why don't they just release this fully so we can make sure that this is the same person that we see walking across with a limp, right? That footage, which was provided by TMZ. Also, you will notice that nowhere in this indictment as we go on are they going to mention which Governor Cox spoke about. Like first, he came in a different outfit. Remember, Governor Cox said he was wearing the light shorts and maroon shirt. The implication here being that maybe he came to come scout things, to check things out. At first, this is him, but then he comes back in the black outfit. This is missing from the indictment, and I'm wondering why. What is the explanation for that? That would be a part of it if you were scouting the shooting. Now they're just like, let's jump into the guy that is wearing black, and we're not going to give you footage. We're going to tell you that this is him, and you can assume that he slowly walked up this staircase and was obscuring his face from view.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's weird. I agree.
Then it tells us that a camera later captures the suspect as he runs across the roof. He gets into the shooting position, and then immediately after the shot was fired, we know that he runs across carrying an item whose shape is consistent with a rifle. The suspect is then seen climbing down the roof. He appears to drop the item that he was carrying as he hits the ground in a controlled fall. He then picks up the item and runs toward the northeast end of the campus. It tells us that's how they then expand their crime scene investigation. They followed his escape path to the northeast end of the campus, where they believe the suspect left campus and entered a wooded area. In that wooded area, investigators found a bolt-action rifle wrapped in a towel. So again, there was no disassembly. It's wrapped in a towel. Presumably, that's how he covered it while he was running. The rifle contained 1 spent round and 3 unspent rounds. This is consistent with the facts officers observed at the time of and immediately after the shooting. There were no shell casings that were found on the roof, suggesting a bolt action rather than an auto-loading weapon, and only a single round was fired, okay? Then they tell us what was actually inscribed. And these are essentially memes. "Hey, fascist, catch," says one on one cartridge. You've got "Notices bulge." What's this on another cartridge? "Oh, Bella, chow, Bella, chow, Bella, chow, chow, chow" on a third cartridge. And on the fourth cartridge, it reads, "If you read this, you are gay, LMAO." Okay, they detailed that. The rifle, the ammunition rounds, and the towel were then sent for forensic processing, and that the DNA was consistent with Robinson that was found on the trigger and other parts of the rifle, the fired cartridge casing, and 2 of the 3 unfired cartridges and the towel. Okay, they were able to immediately locate the shooter. They were unable, to immediately locate the shooter. So that's when they published the photos of the shooter from their surveillance, and they asked for the public's help. Now we're going to get a little bit more of a narrative change, right? They tell us that as they continued their investigation on September 11th, Tyler James Robinson then walked in to the Washington County Sheriff's Office, and he is accompanied by his parents and a family friend to turn himself in. Okay. Now, again, he didn't confess yet, but he's here to turn himself in. Robinson's mother stated the following to police, that on September 11th, the day after the shooting, she saw the photo of the shooter in the news and thought that the shooter looked like her son. She then called her son and asked him where he was. He said he was at home sick, and that he had also been homesick on yesterday, September 10th, when the shooting occurred. Robinson's mother expressed concern to her husband that the suspected shooter looked like Robinson. So she's calling her husband and she's going, "Hey, this kind of looks like our son." And then his father agrees that looks like their son. So Robinson's mother explained to the officers that over the last year or so, Robinson had become increasingly more political. He had started to lean more left. He was becoming more pro-gay and more trans-right oriented, that Robinson began to date his roommate, which is a biological male who was transitioning genders. We're going to get to him in a second. This resulted in several discussions with family members, but especially between Robinson and his father, who have very different political views. In one conversation before the shooting, Robinson mentioned that Charlie Kirk would be holding this event at UVU, which Robinson said was a stupid venue for the event. Robinson accused Kirk of spreading hate. Robinson's father reported that when his wife showed him that surveillance image of a suspected shooter in the news, he agreed that it looked like their son. He also believes that the rifle that the police had suspected the shooter had used matched a rifle that was given to his son as a gift. And as a result, he then contacts his son and asks him to send a photo of the rifle that was gifted to him. Robinson did not respond to that. However, Robinson's father spoke on the phone with Tyler at that moment, and Tyler implied that he planned to take his own life. Now, his parents were then able to convince him to meet at their home, not to do that. And as they discussed the situation, Robinson implied is the word they use here, that he was the shooter, and stated that he could not go to jail and that he just wanted to end things. When asked why he did it, Robinson explained that there was too much evil and that this guy, Charlie Kirk, spreads too much hate. They talked about Robinson turning himself in, and they convinced Robinson to speak with a family friend who happens to be a retired deputy sheriff. And at Robinson's father's request, the family friend met with Robinson and his parents, and they convinced Robinson to turn himself in, okay? Again, he did not confess, but he turned himself in. And they then detail that they tell him, hey, look, also bring in any clothes that you used because you don't want the police to then have to search the property of your parents. So anything that you use, you need to bring over. Okay. That doesn't exactly make sense because Robinson is living with his trans boyfriend, but that is apparently Robinson replies that at that moment that he had disposed of clothes in different area. So they're looking into that. Okay. Now we're getting to the roommate portion, which is very interesting to me. And I will tell you why. It's interesting to me because I obviously have had a lot of tips. I've had a lot of conversations with people that knew both of these individuals. When I say both, I'm referring to Tyler Robinson, who is being indicted, but also his boyfriend, who has not been indicted. And the conversation that I am having is that Tyler's classmates and the neighborhood are very shocked that Tyler would be, first and foremost, involved in this at all. So right away, they told me, no way, this guy is wearing the same outfit from 33 hours ago because he was very tidy. He sort of kept to himself, but he worked with his hands and he was kind of a good person. There were no signs here. Like this appears to them to be like, this is a very good family and that there were certain narratives out there that didn't make sense to them. Like they could not compute them as it pertained to Tyler Robinson. Okay. And they're saying there's no way if like, they're not saying he couldn't have been involved. I very, very much want to be clear. I believe that Tyler Robinson was involved on the basis of this evidence, but rather that there's no way he could have acted alone, that this had to be a part of some wider plot. Okay. And when I'm speaking to people that are close to this situation, what they are shocked about is the fact that only Tyler could have been arrested because it's a different perspective when it comes to Tyler's trans boyfriend, okay? Tyler's trans boyfriend's name is Lance Twigs, and they are very shocked. In fact, the people that are intimately involved in the situation are saying, we thought he was definitely going to get charged because apparently, and again, I'm going to say this, allegedly, he had been arrested or taken in on the same day. Now, the media narrative is that that guy was being really cooperative. He had nothing to do with anything. Okay, we're going to go through that. And again, I'm going to tell you what his family is saying. I'm referring now to Lance Twigs. Let's get to what the indictment tells us about him. Police interviewed Robinson's roommate, a biological male who was involved in a romantic relationship with Robinson. The roommate told police that he had received messages from Tyler Robinson about the shooting, and he provided those messages to police. And then it goes on, describing those messages. On September 10th, 2025, oh wait, they're not telling us the time. I don't like that. I hope that's just you forgot, but I need to know exactly when you're saying these messages were sent, okay? Because I need to fit them into my timeline. Okay.
I agree with Candace on this. This is a really fair point. Timelines, like this is what I've learned about like studying the left. The timeline, the actual like nitpicky timeline is the most important thing, because if you don't understand the timeline, then you don't really understand anything. I also think Kim Iverson asked me about this earlier when I was on her show. These text messages to me read like a script. these text messages to me, like it's so contrived. Like, this is not how people talk. And so I have a lot of questions about these text messages in particular, because it's just like, these are young people. These are young people that, let's be honest, obviously have some mental health problems, both of them. And so I'm just like, I don't believe this is like a real conversation. And I don't like that they didn't give us this is also a great this is another great I just noticed the freeze frame of Candace. Holy shit. Can someone take a picture of this freeze frame of Candace? Okay. I think the text messages are fake. That's all I'm saying. I think they're fake. That's it.
Clearly, on the basis of what I'm about to read, these messages had to have gone out after Charlie Kirk was shot. If I'm using my context clues, my Blues clues to put things together, but they're not clear here. They just say on September 10th, 2025, no time given, the roommate received a text message from Robinson, which said, quote, "Drop what you are doing and look under my keyboard." The roommate, Lance, then looks under his keyboard and he finds a note that states, quote, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it." The structure of that is weird. I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it. Okay. That's just structurally, that's not proper English. Okay. It's either I have, okay, or I had, past tense. Again, not clear. Police found a photograph of this note and the following text exchange then took place. After reading that note, the roommate texts Tyler and he says, "What? You're joking, right?" Robinson writes, "I'm still okay, my love, but I am stuck in a REM for a little while longer yet. Shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I gotta grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I am sorry to involve you." The roommate replies, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" Robinson replies, "I am. I'm sorry." The roommate replies, "I thought they caught the person." Robinson replies, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude that interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle still lingering." The roommate says, "Why?" Robinson says, "Why did I do it?" The roommate says, "Yeah." Robinson says, "I had enough of his hatred. Some hate can't be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, I will have left no evidence. Going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it." The roommate says, "How long have you been planning this?" Robinson says, "A bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it," referring to the rifle, "but there's a squad car parked right by it. I think they already swept that spot, but I don't want to chance it." Robinson says, "I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I..."
There is no universe in which people that age talk like this. Like, I'm so okay. I know I probably have like younger men watching right now because I tend to just like I know you guys are lurking. I fucking know you guys are lurking. Okay, like if you are a younger man, can you please chime in and tell me if this sounds like something that you would say to like literally anyone? Because to me, like, you know, okay, like this is not how younger men talk. It's just not. This isn't even how older men talk. This is how no men talk. No men talk like this ever. And I don't even care if they're gay. I have a lot of gay men in my life because gay men love me. Gay men flock to me like a moth to a flame. And I love gay men. Gay men are awesome. I love hanging out with them. Gay men don't talk like this. Straight men don't talk like this. Young men don't talk like this. It makes absolutely no sense at all. Not even the gayest of theater kid. Not even the gayest of theater kid talks like this.
I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle.
Yeah.
I don't know if it had a serial number, but it wouldn't trace to me. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed
how do you
outfits.
do, fellow kids?
Didn't have the
How do you
ability or
do?
time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hopefully they don't find Prince. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. What? You're worried about explaining losing the rifle to your father, not worried that you left the rifle and therefore it's obviously going to be found out. Like the only thing that you left was the murder weapon. This is weird. This chain is weird to me. It's weird to me that we don't know what time. I don't know what he means. Where is he stuck here, guys? Do you have a clue here? I'm stuck in a REM for a little while longer. It shouldn't be long until I can come home. Is it a typo? I should have asked you guys. Okay, that's the town. Okay, that's the town. I'm stuck here for a little while longer. It shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. So is this happening during lockdown? He tells him to check under and to see, check under quickly and see, and I took care of it, and he's where? And now he's giving him
it's also just like a conveniently full confession of everything. It's like, bro, if you went out of your way to put a note under the keyboard to find later, why are you giving a full confession on top of the note that you put under the keyboard? It doesn't make sense.
Counting of exactly what's taken place, which means if this is right after and they're still in lockdown, he's monitoring the situation? Because this is going to give us a timeline, whether they tell us when these messages happened or not. The fact that he already knows that they grabbed some crazy old dude and that they also interrogated someone in similar clothing, we're going to be able to go back and plot exactly when that happened, or at least when the public was informed. Because this whole correspondence is very strange to me. It's very strange to me.
True.
He then is even more explicit, talk about trying to cover your tracks, but then explicitly texting everything to your lover. He says, the only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. Remember how I was engraving bullets? The effing messages are mostly a meme. If I see notices bulge on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm going to have to leave it. That really effing sucks. Okay, so if this is our guy, we're not done. Let's finish. That really sucks. He's got to leave it. And then he says, judging from today, I'd say Grandpa's gun does just fine. I think that was a $2,000 scope. And then he does a winky face. And then he tells him, delete this exchange. And then Robinson says, my dad wants photos of the rifle. He says, Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle, and it is very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. So his dad's calling him. Okay, well, the dad, this is interesting. When is this text chain taking place? Okay, because we just heard that, the dad, they figured it out the next day. They're making it sound like this all happened back to back. Is this happening over 2 days? Why not tell us this instantly so I can work it into my timeline? Okay, are these messages day one? And then what? They had no correspondence at all until he jumps right back in and says, my dad's calling me. Where were you when your dad called you? You guys live together. Why are you texting at all? Why didn't this kid immediately call? If they're in lockdown and he needs to go back and get his rifle, right? This kid could have, and I'm speaking about Lance, could have contacted immediately and said, I'm getting a confession right now. I don't like that we are not being told the exact timestamp of these messages because, my timeline demands it. To close loop on how this enters, again, not knowing when this happened, Robinson says, my dad wants photos of the rifle. He says, Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo, and it's very unique. He's calling me right now, not answering. Robinson says, well, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty diehard MAGA. Robinson says, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors is here. He is a deputy for the sheriff. Robinson says, you are all I worry about, love. I'm much more worried. The roommate says, Lance says, I'm much more worried about you. Robinson says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. If any police ask,
This is not how. No, this is not real. This is stupid. Feels like Breaking Bad when Walter talks over the phone with Skylar, and it makes it seem like she wasn't in it in front of the police. Seems rehearsed. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. This is so fucking cringe.
You questions, ask for a lawyer, and stay silent. How you guys feeling about that?
Cringe.
Yeah. Mark is going to jump on and say something. Go ahead, Mark. Yeah, he's the guy that's always in my ear.
Not always. I just noticed that around some of these exchanges, there's ellipses above them.
You're breaking up a little bit. What'd you say?
Around some of these exchanges, there's ellipses above. If you look really closely,
yeah,
and it looks like they're cherry picking.
They are. Yeah, true.
Exchanges. So that my dad is super MAGA just comes out of nowhere because they picked it from a totally different part of the conversation.
Yeah, these messages are clearly doctored, is what I would say. They're doctored. Now, they could decide why they're doing that. Tyler's being forthcoming. We're protecting him in some capacity. I find that to be unacceptable. Okay? Unacceptable. I want every single text message. I want timestamps. It is conspicuous that you are not telling us when this was sent because it sounds like it's when the campus is on lockdown. And he's got to go back, he's got to clean up, and then all of a sudden we're in the next day when his dad is getting clued in after the picture's been released. They're not telling us that, okay? And you have a right to be a little bit uncomfortable about that because I'm a bit uncomfortable about that. We need full answers. Further to that point, I have found this strange from the beginning that for whatever reason, we're not hearing too much about this Lance guy other than like he's been extremely cooperative. He's handed over his messages. I'm not implying that Lance was involved. I am implying that it's weird that we're not hearing more about him, right? You're telling me he lived with the guy. You're telling me us now that he's been texting with the guy about his plans. They're in love. Is nobody interested in learning more about this character? Okay, so Tyler's people are saying Tyler's a good kid. People around Tyler, classmates are telling me he's a good kid. So I go into our tips box and it turns out
someone just told me that Big Tech watched Ethan Ralph talk about me. You know what? I am not taking that particular bait. I am absolutely not taking that particular bait. That right there, that's bait. That's bait. I am not taking that particular bait. I am not watching it. I don't care.
Out that actually Lance Twigs' family has tried to reach out to me over the weekend. Obviously, I was in a very aggrieved state and I was not prepared to even accept that Charlie Kirk was not on this earth, okay? And I realized that they're saying to me, like, we want to speak with you. And there's more than one family member that has reached out because we trust you and we don't trust the media. Good by me. They are, it sounds to me, a very good family. They're absolutely horrified by what has happened. And they are similarly perplexed by there not being more out there about the person he was living with, especially because what they told me, and I can tell you this exclusively, is that the house that Tyler Robinson was living in with Lance is owned by them. Tyler Robinson is paying rent to them. Okay, so they know Lance, obviously, and I'm going to cushion this with allegedly. It isn't allegedly that this is his family members telling me these details, but it is definitely, allegedly what they say until we can hear both sides. Okay, I'm going to pull this up because I took notes regarding Lance because I want to know everything. Okay. Lance, they told us, went to live with his relatives, so no longer in the house with his mother and father. Again, allegedly. His parents kicked him out junior year of high school because he was problematic. He just had issues. And at that time when they kicked him out, that wasn't exactly what they are saying legal for them to have done that. But again, he went to live with relatives and he has issues. They say that he allegedly has a lot of issues with drinking. That Christmas, approximately 3 years ago, he almost overdosed. He drank a bottle of vodka. They are telling me that they were there. They were present for this. And fear began to spread about whether or not even the family would be able to take care of him because of issues that he was having. Okay, he graduates high school, and then essentially the extended family says, you know, we can't keep you in our home because of his behavior. Just this past Easter Sunday, they are telling me that he showed up on drugs, and he was spouting out of his mouth about political stuff. And at this point, they felt that he could not be around children, that they felt that he had become increasingly more radical, increasingly more dangerous, and just sort of off the rails. They said that they're unhappy that the media is presenting him in this like manner, like he's just this kind of like soft guy, or like, you know, a person that was just transitioning. There's like nothing problematic. There's no prodding. They don't buy the story. Okay. Lance's family is telling me that they are not buying the current story, and that they feel that more people are involved. First and foremost, they say that a lot of information should be able to be discerned by his devices because he was, according to them, deep web. Okay. This is the person that is deep on the internet. They said that he was quite reclusive, that he was always on his devices, that he's always on the web, and that there should be more information that comes from there. Okay. He turned 22, they told me, back in August, and that he was, as I said, very into this dark web stuff. I asked what he was doing for work. Like, how are they even able to pay you guys rent? And they told me that he was doing some plumbing work with somebody else in the family. They told us that Tyler and him had been living together for at least a year, that they had not met Tyler, despite the fact that Lance had wanted to foster that meeting, that the two of them, this couple, Tyler and Lance, were living in that townhome that is owned by Lance's family, and that Tyler was paying rent to Lance. And Lance then, of course, was forwarding that payment to them. Now, I had asked them about another persistent rumor that is arriving in my inbox, which people are saying who live in the neighborhood, that they noticed some unusual traffic. And this individual family member said to me, yup, we are hearing the exact same thing, that they would prod that narrative further. But there was some unusual traffic, a lot of cars that were seen outside leading up to the shooting, in the days before the shooting or the week before the shooting. I'll straighten out that timeline for you and get real specific, because I will pin down when exactly this was happening. But leading up to the shooting, that there were unusual traffic in the driveway where Tyler Robinson and Lance lived. Cars that were not recognized in the neighborhood. This was not a couple that hosted people. It wasn't like they were expecting them to have parties. And so other people are saying that that is something that struck them as odd. There was unusual traffic at this house in the weeks leading up to this shooting. And again, I will perfect that timeline of exactly when, and I have gone out to people for evidence of that. But there were apparently lots of different license plates, and it therefore caused a little neighborhood kerfluffle, because other people were not able to park their cars because there were so many people that were at this house. Unusual traffic. Again, we are prodding that narrative. We are taking a look at everybody, because if I don't feel good about what we're hearing, okay, and Lance Twigs' family doesn't feel good about what we're hearing, and we've got Decoy Boy, who's apparently involved in some deep internet stuff, I would say. It's a fair way to describe it. Decoy Boy, okay, George Zinn. There's more people involved. That's what I'm going to say to you guys. There is very clearly more people involved, okay? This feels to me like a conspiracy. And am I emotionally invested in this? Yes. Somebody said something to, you're unstable. Yeah, you know what? You're right. I have been destabilized by watching Charlie Kirk catch a bullet in his neck and then being gaslit and told nothing to see here. We've got people all around him that are telling little lies. I don't like this. Okay. This doesn't feel clean to me. I need timestamps. If you're going to be transparent, be transparent. I'm not saying that you're being dishonest, that you have these text messages. I am saying that I need them in my timeline. Okay. And it is just weird that you're giving exact times about certain things. And then suddenly you're like, you know what? We don't need to be so exact anymore. And we can just extrapolate what we need to tell the public a certain narrative. Okay. We, the public, don't need a narrative. We need every single plausible detail. If we are ever going to regain any trust in the authorities, post-Epstein world. Okay. We're living in a post-Epstein world. It doesn't fly with us. That's not it, you guys. I have more to tell you. I am going to, I guess, at first, let's get through some ads, and we're going to get into Bill Ackman's.
No.
I don't even know how to just.
No. I find these fucking ad reads that Candace does to be so off-putting. Honestly, it's like, I know you got to fund your stuff, bro, but can you just not do these stupid ad reads in the middle of the show?
No one, and I mean absolutely no one, outside of my husband and Erica Kirk has the power to shut me up right now. That's it. 2 people. If you got to make an appeal, you got to go to them. Okay. That's what I just said is meant to be a dig to the donors that are making frantic calls, trying to politic this situation under control because they know I'm telling the truth. Okay. Frantic calls from Seth Dillon. Oh my God. The truth is that
Can I just tell you guys, I really feel for Erica Kirk right now. And I don't really know anything about her, but she really did, those two really seem to be very much in love. And Erica Kirk is in such, she just lost her husband, man. In the most horrific way. She lost the father of her kids. She lost a man that she was obviously head over heels in love with. And not only did she lose all of that, she lost it on the world stage, has been thrust into the spotlight, has now been put in this position where she's in charge of Turning Point USA. And I absolutely believe what Candace is saying now is very, very true in terms of Erica Kirk is probably getting it from all sides, especially from the Zionist donors of Turning Point USA. And it's such a shitty position to be in. And I really hope that she has a lot of people around her that she can trust, because I can't imagine being in the position. Listen, man, I lost my dog a couple months ago. I'm still devastated over losing my dog. And I've actually thought about this. I didn't expect, that was that fucking hurt, man. If I lost my husband, if something happened to my husband and he was in a car accident or something and I would be, you guys will not see me for a while. It would be over. To have that, to go through an experience like that, where not only did you lose your husband, the father of your children, on the world fucking stage, and then to be thrust into this extremely influential position where you are trying to steward your husband's legacy when everyone wants something. Everyone in the conservative ecosystem right now, I promise you, wants something from Erica Kirk. Everyone, they're all probably positioning around her. They're all trying to get in touch with her. They're all texting her. They're all in her fucking ear. I cannot imagine. I cannot imagine being in that position. That is horrific. So, I don't know. That is a strong woman, man.
Charlie was under immense pressure, and he was facing financial threats over his shifting stance on Israel, over who he was hosting, from his podcast to people that were on stage at America Fest, Dave Smith, Tucker Carlson. That is reality, my friends. Again, want those people to know your money means nothing to me. I already said no to it. That's why I don't care to be in those circles. Make me persona non grata. I know what I did wrong. I looked you in your face and I said no to your money. Okay. Don't push me or I will name more names. What happens in the Hamptons is not going to stay in the Hamptons. Okay. Bring in our movie poster. I know what you did this summer. Okay. Got to add Josh Hammer's face to that poster as well, because suddenly everybody's talking.
That was great.
Buckle up for some more indisputable facts. Okay. People that were at this weekend soiree in which Aaron Wexler sent out some of the invitations to, they're confirming that Charlie was pressed. Now, this was a multi-day weekend, but they're all like, yeah, no, at every layer, Charlie was facing pressure, questions from Seth Dillon. There's no way around that truth that they were not happy with his position, his modified position. I have it on first-person account that on the first day of the retreat, of which there were smaller meetings that took place, and then the retreat itself, Charlie presented and he explained that he felt that it was wrong that he couldn't publicly criticize Israel. He apparently used an example that if he tweeted, and again, we're riffing here, but something along the lines of Charlie said, if I tweeted, I think that Bibi Netanyahu should resign, that he would then be unfairly attacked. And Seth Dillon then allegedly, he pipes up and goes back and forth with him quite aggressively, saying yeah, because that would be anti-Semitic. I heard that after Charlie left, Josh Hammer was upset. Josh Hammer, I know for a fact, was a part of the beehive that was swarming him about people that he was having at his conferences. I know for a fact. So if you'd like to dispute that, Josh Hammer, and release your text messages and pretend that you were just chill and supportive and thumbs up, cool. I welcome you on this platform, okay? You are allowed to literally sit next to me and say, that isn't reality, and here's how it all went down when I was the greatest supporter and I never cared about who he had, even though I got destroyed in debate by Dave Smith on his stage. I was cool with that. I love free speech. It's amazing. Okay? I'm offering you my platform to do that. I'm not here. I'm not in the business of smearing, okay? I need answers, and I don't like the fact that people are telling small lies and they're misrepresenting things, okay? Now, as I have said multiple times, what I am uncovering here is a response to what I feel was a severe misrepresentation by Bibi and his echo here in America, of which I would say Josh Hammer and Seth Dillon are part of that echo, okay? I am in no way attacking that narrative and associating it with the events that took place on Utah's campus, but I don't like little lies. So let's attack this lead up. Okay, let's attack this lead up because there's no reason for Bibi to have lied, as I've said many times. We talked about Bill Ackman a lot yesterday. I talked about Bibi Netanyahu, the phone call, the do you want to come to Israel kind of trip kind of thing that to me, as I've experienced, has been a lace threat when I was going off the reservation of Israel by asking perfectly sensible questions. I kind of got these invites from people like, once you speak to this person, you'll see things. Anyways, Bill Ackman responds to yesterday's episode, okay? And I have it. Hold on. I printed this out. Let me find it. Okay, here it's actually right here in front of me. There are two ways to describe his response. I would describe it either as a CVS receipt. You buy one item. Next thing you know, you're holding 27 pages. You don't know why. I don't understand. I bought one chapstick, and here we are. You can also describe it as an online recipe.
Actually.
Something looks good. Lucille, online recipe. Oh, I want to make that. You want to know how to make latkes. But first, homemade chef Ackman has to tell you about how this recipe reminds him of his bubby's house and that Hanukkah they spent in Israel. And all the kids love it. And you're like, bro, just how many cups of shredded potato? Please, just give us the ingredients. This is his tweet. I printed his tweet out on 2 pages. Okay? I don't know. You got to bring back the word count. The Twitter was not meant for this. Okay. And because I will not be teaching a seminar or this semester on Ackman's 955 word response, I'll just provide you here with the highlights. Okay.
Yeah. Was my interview with Kim Iverson posted today? Yeah, it was. It was a good chat. Please go watch my interview with Kim Iverson. Please leave a good comment on it. All that stuff. I adore Kim Iverson. She's a good egg. So I was happy to have the chance to chat with her today. That was awesome.
So he sets it up that he's a victim of something that never happened. Everybody watched my episode yesterday, okay? I never said the sentence, Bill Ackman blackmailed Charlie Kirk. That never happened. But of course, he's doing the typical, like, the Israeli brand thing is I'm a victim. And let me tell you why I'm a victim. So he just sets it up. And I don't know why he's.
Yeah, I will say Candace is totally right about this. It's like, listen, man, I've had people smear me on the internet like ad nauseum over and over and over again. And they're always Jewish, by the way. Anyone who smears me on the internet is almost always fucking Jewish, or they're spreading a lie that some Jewish person created or any of that. I'm just saying, I'm not saying all Jews. I'm just saying that when I'm smeared on the internet, it is almost always someone who's Jewish. But anyway, I've been smeared on the internet countless times. This response is incredibly long. It's like when I'm smeared on the internet now, I basically ignore it, or I call them a retard and I just move on with my day. And Bill Ackman is a lot more powerful than I am, man. Bill Ackman is a fucking billionaire. Bill Ackman is connected to everyone. Bill Ackman doesn't need to explain himself, is my point. Bill Ackman, there is no necessity at all for him to write a post this long explaining himself. Literally, I'm no one. I'm no one in New Hampshire. And if someone smears me on the internet, someone just did. Actually, this Sean Fabish asshole just called me a leftist on Twitter. Do you know what I said to him? Only literal retards think I'm a leftist. And I moved on with my day. You don't need an 1,000-word post to respond to a smear. You just say whatever. I'm not a fucking billionaire. This is the man doth protest too much. Exactly.
Putting these things in parentheses of Charlie's supposed evolving stance. Okay, we can watch clips of that in a little bit. It's not supposed, and saying it's supposed doesn't make it so. But he then says Candace also intimated that I quote unquote blackmailed Charlie. No full sentence there because I never said it. I never said Bill Ackman blackmailed Charlie. There was a file presented, do this or else, okay? And I wouldn't have said that, okay? The first 5 paragraphs of this never-ending tweet are regarding how he met Charlie, which is not something that was ever in contention.
God.
Okay? I followed Charlie Kirk on X. I admired him. I connected him. Our DMs in May of this year expressed interest. We got on Zoom. We talked to this.
All right, I gotta pee. I'll be right back. You guys listen to Candace talk about Bill Ackman. I'll be right back.
On Zoom. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, you can just delete it. Nobody cares. Not a single person cares. He then takes us through how the weekend event came together, and he even provides us with a detailed itinerary of that event. I mean, I don't know if you needed to hear the itinerary. He gets so detailed that he even has this sentence here where he wants us to know that it was even quote unquote punctuated by meals. Oh, okay. That's good to know that the event, those who attended it, the sessions were punctuated by meals. I don't care, Bill. I literally don't care at all what you ate. I understand there was an itinerary. I just don't care. Conspicuously missing. Okay. Then kind of wraps it up. And he's like, in short, this was not an intervention to blackmail Charlie into adopting certain views on Israel. It was nothing of the sort. Okay, buddy, I never said you blackmailed Charlie. I asked you if this moment happened. I asked you about Bibi Netanyahu. I asked you about whether or not there was pressure that was put on Charlie, which the attendees themselves are telling me that this happened. Okay, so what's going on here? Also, it's rather conspicuous given yesterday's episode. And of course, he had a big timing in here. Like, I shouldn't even respond to her. She's so widow. Widow. I just love billionaires, right? They're just so full of themselves. Their arrogance matches their bank accounts. Like, oh, we should all be like, oh, he's got billions. Let's just take it. Well, he couldn't do anything wrong. Yeah, you need to answer basic questions, and we gave you an opportunity to do that. Conspicuously missing is you not addressing whether or not Charlie was offered more money and funding from Bibi Netanyahu. Could you help us out? Whether or not Bibi Netanyahu invited him to Israel as a last-ditch effort to reaffirm his support for Israel. or if, as I asserted and as I maintain, Charlie was being pressured throughout this event about his viewpoints on Israel, and to him, he reflected that this felt like an intervention. Okay? Can you answer those basic questions? That would be great. Like I said, it's interesting. I didn't even mention Bibi Netanyahu at all. You can stand up to him. And does anybody want to jump in and say, no, yeah, the letter Charlie wrote him in May was just like a glowing, he just was overcome with passion and said, I love Israel. You guys are amazing. You're beautiful. We're going to win this thing and you're perfect and doing nothing wrong. Love you, Bibi. I just find that weird that no one wants to address the substance of the claims here, whether or not maybe Bill himself has an opinion on whether Bibi lied by severe omission when he mentioned his last correspondences with Charlie. Because I feel like if Charlie said, I don't want to go to Israel, maybe don't bring up, I just invited him. I guess if it was friendly and everything was great and he was just going to come out, and sadly, he won't be able to make it out here. And regarding, just the public here, if you're trying to decide what's real and what's fake, whether or not what we're telling you is real or fake, you can take Charlie in his own words. I mean, shout out to Village Crazy Lady on X. She's a great follow. She reads Bill Ackman's diatribe and says,
you know what? Actually, Village Crazy Lady legitimately is a great follow. She's one of the coolest people on X. I don't take that back.
Okay. She goes through the itinerary. Bill Ackman just confirmed that he hosted his meeting with Charlie on August 4th and 5th. Here's Charlie talking to Megyn Kelly the very next day on August 6th. Now, how do you think that meeting went down? Oh, yeah. Forgot to tell you that. That's the next day. Okay. That is the next day that Charlie sits down and vents his frustration about how he is being treated. Take Charlie in his own words. And by the way, yesterday, we only showed one portion of what Charlie said to Megyn on that show. Go watch the full thing. Remember, he's with Bill. He's with Seth. He's in the Hamptons. Bill just confirmed that gratefully. And then suddenly he's overcome with a need to vent about the pressure that both he and Megyn are facing as people that have traditionally always supported Israel. Let's take Charlie in his own words. Take a listen.
My contention here is that some in the pro-Israel camp are so knee-jerk about calling you anti-Semitic or getting deeply offended if you say anything that doesn't align with their narrative, that it undermines their own cause. And I have to tell you, I find it very irritating. Because I do feel like some of us have earned the right to have some credibility on the subject of Israel and don't want to be called those names when we have some mild pushback on some of the overreaches, whether it's, whether they're winning or losing the propaganda war right now. And my contention is they've begun to lose it. And I realize it's propaganda coming at us from Hamas, but their numbers have turned here in America. They've turned, not so much with Republicans, a little bit with Republicans, but completely with the Democrat Party and with independents. They have shifted mightily from at least double digits highs to single digit lows now with when it comes to approval. And also with respect to, you and I speculated about this at the Turning Point event, whether the possibility of Jeffrey Epstein possibly being a Mossad agent or asset or affiliated with, that's been turned around on me too, to you must be anti-Semitic. What the hell? That's such bullshit. The same people who say you can criticize Israel, that's fine. We won't call you anti-Semitic if you criticize Israel. Now turn around immediately and say you're anti-Semitic for even raising that. I completely reject that. And I raise this as a pushback against my friends on that particular strain of the aisle to watch it, because you don't want to alienate people who are openly your friends by going nuts in your crackdowns on mild pushback on anything related to Israel. Now you take it.
I'm so glad you brought this up, and I would second that, Megyn. I think I have a bulletproof resume showing my defense of Israel, both on campus, on social media. You
were screaming at the airport. That's so cool. That's so cool. Do you know when so I wrote a book. This is a little tangential, but whatever. I've been drinking. Okay. It's late and happy hour. I've been drinking. So I'm going to tell the story. When I wrote my first book, which is called Zen Your Work, and it's all about mindfulness in the workplace, because I was doing I was teaching people mindfulness in the workplace at the time. When I wrote my first book, the minute that I knew it was successful, this is so cheesy, but like it's so weird, but like when I saw my book in an airport bookstore, I was like, I've made it. I was going through Reagan Airport. I had like a connection in Reagan Airport in like DC or something like that. And I went to the bookstore and they fucking had my book in the airport bookstore. And I was like, that's it. I'm done. I need nothing else. So this is a little funny and like not really related, but the fact that like you were in the airport and you yelled when you saw me on Fox News, that's actually really fucking great. And that's just because for like a lot of years I was traveling like all the time. So I spent like all my time in airports. So that's actually really cool. Thank you for telling me that.
Let's just say mockery and scorn at times because I believe it. Right. I believe
my
in
book?
the scriptural
Yeah.
land rights given to Israel. I believe in fulfillment of prophecy. And again, I'm not a theologian, but I'm a Christian. My
almost
life
ready
was
for the
changed in
pumpkin beer.
Israel. The spiritual energy is so amazing there. I want them to win. I've said that repeatedly.
Same.
And however, Megan, you're hitting on something very potent and important. Now, let me first say, I don't want to judge an entire group because there's been many people in the pro-Israel world that have been very sweet, very kind, very nuanced, very Charlie, you know, you're with us. You don't have to agree all the time. However, and I will say this, the behavior by a lot, both privately and publicly, are pushing people.
Do you know what I know about the Orlando airport? They don't have a fucking bar behind security. The most annoying thing about the Orlando airport is no fucking bar. There's like one bar and it has like 3 seats. Like, how do you do that? How do you even build an airport without having like several bars behind security? It makes no sense at all.
People like you and me away, not like we're going to be pro-Hamas, not like we're going to, but we're like, honestly, the way you are treating me is so repulsive. I have text messages, Megan, calling me an anti-Semite. I am learning biblical Hebrew and writing a book on the Shabbat. I honor the Shabbat. Literally the Jewish Sabbath. I visit Israel and fight for it. And there's another article out in the Times of Israel today. I could read it on air.
Did you guys see, there was actually, did I see this on Twitter? I'm pretty sure I saw this on Twitter. There is like some editorial in the Times of Israel calling Charlie Kirk anti-Semitic after he died. You want to know why I don't like Israel? Because there was an opinion piece in the Times of Israel calling Charlie Kirk anti-Semitic after he died. That guy can go fuck himself.
I was just reading before I got on. Charlie, what are you doing? Like, why are you? What am I doing? I'm sorry. Like, let's just take a step back here.
I can tell you right now, from the energy that is coming out of him, the energy that's coming out of Megan, is where I was 2 years ago. Okay, I've been there. You can't even lie to. You can't even attempt to lie to me about what is pouring off of both of them. I was someone who spent my life, my political life, defending Israel. Didn't really mean anything to me. It seemed like a good, argument on surface that we should support them. They're the only democracy in the Middle East. Okay, now I know that that's not even true. But like, who cares? I was just like pro-America, and I wanted to focus on BLM and getting Black America better. And then that happened. I said one thing, and suddenly, like, whoa! It was like they just line up. Like it's like Agent Smith. Okay, it's like Agent Smith in the Matrix. How many can there be, all saying the same thing?
My beer just exploded.
And then they gaslight you. They make you think you're crazy because they're like, why don't you understand why what you did is really wrong? I remember this. I remember the tweet. I said, no.
My beer just exploded. The pumpkin cream beer just Victor, can you bring me paper towels? Please. Don't worry, most of the beer is salvageable. This is like the great beer explosion when I had that Beetlejuice beer and exploded all over my desk. What the fuck? Victor, can you bring me paper towel? My husband probably can't even hear me. He probably has his headphones on. Oh shit. I do have paper towels here though. I have enough paper towels, I think. All right. Beer explosion emergency. See, this is what happens on happy hour, guys. This is the type of entertainment you get on happy hour, where eventually, if I sit here long enough, a beer will explode and land right in my lap. But you know what? We got most of it. So let's see if it's worth it. It does smell like pumpkin. It's not even that good. It's all right. I'm going to drink it and everything. Not even that good. All right, continue.
No person, nobody, no nation anywhere in the world has a right to commit genocide. And I was suddenly being flooded with messages from people. Dave Rubin, I remember this. I was like, "What did you mean by that?"
Yeah.
And they're texting me, it's like, "We
Dave
can
Rubin.
help you. You can help me." What? I said something
Like, legitimately, fuck Dave Rubin. Fuck that asshole. Thank you, Dragon Balls. The FBI totally knows about Antifa, no Epstein files and client lists. The Kirk shooter totally acted alone, trying to retrieve his gun while the vehicle lingered. My love. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and fuck big tech. You know, I'm of a mind where I want to see what big tech said about me on that stream. See, people have to talk me down from this. We're gonna watch Candace, but I'm thinking at the end of this, like, I'm gonna watch and see. Here's what's gonna happen. Someone tweet at big tech and let him know now, just so that we can have a really good fucking fight out of this. When I am done this, and when I've had this beer, and when I'm good and drunk, I am then going to watch big tech, watch Ethan Ralph talk about me, and we're gonna see what was said. Someone tweeted big tech and let him know that's coming at some point when I get around to it and I fucking feel like it.
Made sense. Like, this should not offend anybody. Nobody has, genocide's not cool, right? Did something change? Where was I? It's when you tweeted it. And like, you could have been clearer. You should have added that Israel would never do that. I'm like, okay, you guys are being insane. This statement stands. I was referring to Brian Mast's remarks, but even if I wasn't, and I just tweeted genocide is always wrong, that tweet should always be right. I can feel.
See, now everyone's telling me, they're like, don't do it, Karlyn. Don't do it. You're going to regret this. You're going to start another fight on the internet. You know what? Big tech couldn't play nice. He had to watch Ethan Ralph talk about me, and I know exactly what Ethan Ralph is going to say at me, and big tech is going to zoom in and he's going to make fun of how I look. I know exactly what's coming in this clip. I know exactly what's fucking coming. Man, the shit I deal with assholes on the internet. You guys don't know who big tech is? You do know who he is. You do know who he is, actually.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
You do know who he is my point.
Feel that energy, okay? When you're not sure who your friends are, they're starting to gaslight you. They're making you think you're going crazy for having sensible positions. And there's no halfway house for this, okay? I can tell you that. You're either going to take being kicked in the chest.
Okay, here's what I need. Here's what I need. I need someone to go and look at Big Tech's stream and to watch that part for me and to tell me what he said, okay? So you can, I think he's live right now on the internet. You can just rewind his stream, and someone needs to take one for the team, and someone needs to go watch his stream and find the part where he watched Ethan Ralph talking about me, and then you need to come back and tell me what he said, all right? Yeah, well, probably. Someone needs to preview this for me and to tell me if I need to watch it or not. Okay.
Okay. And told to get out. And then suddenly they're all communicating behind your back. And just where he talks about that article, something goes out and suddenly it's like, you know, what's going on? They're like trying to make you think you're going crazy because you're saying some sensible stuff. Charlie was at that moment. He says that he is receiving messages calling him an anti-Semite. So how can you lie right now and dispute it? And better question, why are you lying? I don't like little lies.
Ooh, Candace.
I'm being contacted by a lot of people that are telling me at just within 48 hours before Charlie passed away, his top Jewish donors were pulling funding from him, demanding that Charlie take their name off of the building that they had donated to Turning Point. I guess I can figure out who that is, how many people could have donated to building. And then once Charlie was killed, they said, never mind, put it back on the building. Okay. Charlie himself had alluded to a tremendous loss of money coming in. And we'll speak about that more. More people are going to come out with information. This is all inevitable. Okay. And I'll also point you in this direction. You guys remember Bibi recently was on a PR blitz, despite the fact that he was, fighting this 96,000 front war because Israel didn't do nothing. Okay. He was doing
the beer explosion situation is resolved. I know that everyone was waiting with bated breath. Everything is fine. No electronics were harmed in this beer explosion of 2025. It's all good.
Ton of podcasts in America. He went on to Patrick Bet-David's podcast. He went on to Brendan Tatum's podcast. He went on to the Nelk Boys podcast. Anybody find it weird he didn't do Charlie Kirk's show? Homie
That is actually,
very quickly
you know
told us
what?
that Charlie was.
Now that you mention it, that is weird. Why didn't Bibi Netanyahu go on Charlie Kirk's show? That is a very good point that I hadn't considered before.
Implied that Charlie was penning love letters to him in May.
Yeah, beer explosion.
I just love you so much. It's amazing. They were so close. The boys just hits him up like, hey, I know we're fighting this 97,000 front war because we're always the victims, but do you want to just come and maybe stay at my place for the weekend here in Israel? Like, that's the vibe that Bibi was rushing to present to the media. So why didn't you do Charlie Kirk's show?
That's a really
Totally,
good
that is
point.
a question for you guys.
Hadn't considered that.
Common sense, okay?
Had not considered
I
that.
don't like small lies. And remember, Bibi started this. I am responding to his shamelessness.
Ooh.
Shameless misrepresentation of what Charlie was going through and what Charlie was saying. Because, and I want to be clear, to me right now, it feels, and I'm using a corporate term here, a bit like a hostile takeover, okay? Charlie builds the company organically on the basis of Charlie and Charlie's honest ideas. Suddenly, that company's got a lot of money, and Charlie's honest ideas are starting to change or maybe add more color. And now he's getting financial threats. He's being called names. He increasingly, he's being told who and what he's allowed to speak to, and he's taking a stance. He's taking a stand privately up to these people, and then it doesn't matter anymore because Charlie's dead, and those very same people who were pressing him are now doing, like, very quickly trying to set in stone that, oh, Charlie, essentially the energy is Charlie died for Israel. He's just one of us. Nobody ask any more questions. That is literally untrue, and we're not going.
Sacramento AB. I heard about this. There's another. Listen, man, like, it's getting crazy. It's getting crazy out there. Do they know anything about the shooter? I did hear about this. I saw a tell of it on Twitter. That's crazy. That sucks.
To allow it, okay? It's just not true. I'm getting even more interesting tips coming from Turning Point employees. Something, again, that I didn't even realize until they said it. Do you guys notice that, like, Bill Ackman says this thing and drops the itinerary? But I've worked for Turning Point for 2 years. You've seen Turning Point in the public. Have you ever heard of Turning Point doing a weekend summit and not publicizing it? In fact, none of those attendees, you'll remember they were taking pictures in the Hamptons and all dolled up. There was this whole ring debate happening about a girl who had gotten engaged. I think her name was Sarah Stockton. They said her ring was too small, and they called her a broke, B-I-T-C-H. There was this whole drama that was happening, which we'll unpack a different day. Maybe I'll leave today's on this tidbit. But those people never mentioned that they were in the Hamptons for a Turning Point event or for a Turning Point weekend, which Bill is saying. Why is that? Were they told not to say anything about being at that event? Because Bill Ackman's being very open about it, but they weren't open about it at that time. We'll leave there. We will leave it right there. Okay. I will just add here that the response to me asking these questions, it is like, if you want to know why everyone hates, like, rabid supporters of Israel, it's because they never change their tune, right? They're like in the comments being like, Bill Ackman, sue her, take her money, just take her money. That's it. That's how we win. This is what they always do. They threaten to sue you. They threaten to smear you, to libel you. How dare you even ask the questions? This is this chick. I don't even know what her real name is, but like the gay who straight is how she goes. This is like before Charlie died. I'm not kidding. A week before he died, this was her tweet to him. I'm going to show you how sick these people are, okay? Do you have that tweet, Skylar? Oh, okay. Well, she tweeted this whole thread about how Charlie Kirk had to distance himself from Tucker Carlson. She was one of the people creating online pressure. Tucker Carlson has gone a bridge too far, blah, 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 blah. And Charlie's going to ruin his company. Again, there's always the threat of money. And yes, she happens to be Jewish, okay? And then Charlie dies, and she's like, oh my gosh, I can't, this person I was just saying, like, kind of, light little, oh, they do this or else to pray for Charlie Kirk. And now she's arrived at this Bill Ackman thing, and she's sue her. Just sue. That's how we win. We crush them economically. We're sick of this. We are, all of us, collectively, the globe, we're tired of you guys, okay? It's always about money, threats, all of this stuff. It's ridiculous. Do what we say or we'll ruin your life. We're going to call up all our friends and we'll just start writing hit pieces about you and we'll destroy you. Do what we say or we'll have you canceled. We'll have your sponsorships dropped. Do what we say or we'll make sure that you're fired. We'll put pressure so that you can't earn an income. If you're still not going to listen to us and you survive that, we're going to sue you for everything you have. You guys.
Okay, there's been a meeting. There's been a meeting among people in my community. So did you guys actually watch it though, or are you just are you just trying to get me to not watch it? Did you guys what did he say? I want to know what he said. I want a detailed Reagan. Reagan, don't do this thing you do where you try to prevent me from being like upset about something. I want to know what he said. This is like, okay, someone needs to tell me what he said or I'm watching it on the stream, okay?
Suck, okay? We don't care about your money. We are tired of it. This reveals who you are, not who I am. The truth should be enough. I've offered him my platform.
Song.
If there is more you'd like to say, Bill, things you'd like to clarify, again, my platform is yours, even though I know you're so highfalutin and above us. He even says in that tweet, by the way, he says like, speaking about how much, they just don't care about you billionaires. He's like, and the fact that she monetized her video, something along those lines, like talking about yesterday's episode. Oh my God, how can she read ads? Oh, are you the same Bill Ackman that made an absurd amount of money while we were in?
Did he make fun of how I looked?
COVID lockdowns and we couldn't work? Are you the same Bill Ackman who like turned that into like billions? I'm pretty sure you are. So maybe check yourself, okay? I'm so sick of this. Nobody can make money but us. By the way, the person that was in the Hamptons, other people that were at the Hamptons that are all talking about this, said Bill Ackman got up and gave a presentation and told them that they shouldn't own property and they should give money to stocks. That's how they can be successful.
No shit.
They just want to rule over us all, don't they? Allegedly, that's what he said. Bill Ackman, you can reply. Did you tell people that they shouldn't own property when you gave your presentation on this now infamous meeting in the Hamptons? Which wasn't publicized until I publicized it. I don't know. I'm just asking questions. Are we allowed to do that? Or are you going to sue me? You're going to crush me. You're going to impoverish us all. Why are you guys like this is my question. Laura Loomer in too. Like this is like how Bill, I guess, wins the argument. They're like, Bill gave money. It's all about money all the time. Bill Ackman says he's offering $1 million to whoever any information he has regarding the person who assassinated Charlie Kirk. And then she attacks me yesterday and she's like, Bill Ackman gave $1 million, Candace. What did you give? What did you give? I don't know. 2 years of my effing life to Charlie, helping him build things. Why is everything about money to you? Why do you think having money
because she's
makes
Jewish.
You a decent human being?
Because Laura Loomer is
so
a
soulless?
Jew.
What is wrong with you? Do you understand that spiritually something is wrong with you? If you're instant, just so you guys know, regular people don't behave like that. I want you to know, because I don't think you recognize your own flaws. When regular people have like a little tiff, they just have a conversation, okay? So like if I have a disagreement and I say, it's not what I did, I don't say, I'm going to destroy your life, okay? I'm going to make you lose your job and I'm going to sue you.
That's a fair point.
That's a demonic force that lives in you. But you have to know, your money instinct is not right. It's crazy.
You know, I can't lie. I'm kind of feeling Candace right now. I'm actually kind of like really appreciating this. Like Candace is going on an unhinged rant right now and I'm living for it. And I just really want Candace Owens to call Laura Loomer a Jew or something like that. Candace just needs to let it go. I know she's on YouTube. She's cooking. Yeah, we're gonna I'm really enjoying this. It's probably the beer talking. I take it all back, YouTube. YouTube, I disavow myself. YouTube. I would never be this anti-Semitic if I wasn't drinking beer, all right? It's the beer. It's not my fault. We love Jews here. We love bagels. No less than 10 million Jews died in the Holocaust. It was the worst event in history. Hitler is obviously burning in hell. Gas chambers have wooden doors. The Holocaust happened exactly like we were taught in schools. Hitler was the worst person that ever lived, and all that stuff, and it was bad. And I am admonishing myself for making Jewish jokes without prior approval of Bill fucking Ackman.
And everyone's paying attention to it. Answer the questions. And I will publish the
Oy
truth.
vey, motherfucker.
A couple of ads. I said I wasn't going to freak out today. I did. Freaked out a little bit right there at the end. I'm trying to calm down. First, going to remind you guys about Tax Network USA.
No. We're not doing ads, Candace. We're not doing ads. No ads. All right. Yeah, funny. She doesn't look Jewish. Exactly. Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, okay. Yep. Beer is anti-Semitic. It's true. Should we keep going? I don't know. I'm getting pretty drunk. It's 10 o'clock. Should we keep going with Candace? Or should we call it? I don't know. What do you guys want to do? 1 in the chat if I should keep watching Candace. 2 in the chat if you're like, Karlyn, it's 10 o'clock at night. You're drunk. Maybe turn off the internet. What do you guys want to do? 1 in the chat if you want me to keep watching Candace. 2 in the chat if you want to wrap it up. Let me know. We'll do a poll. Okay, you guys want me to keep going? Okay, great. Great. All right. Yeah, okay. All right. We'll keep watching Candace. All right, we'll keep watching. Why the fuck isn't this working? Okay. All right, episode 3. Who ordered the hit on Charlie Kirk? The chit. I'm working on getting more drunk. Don't worry about it.
Let's start today's episode with a game. I mean, the feds like to play games. Let's play a game. And this is one that everybody can join in on, okay? It doesn't matter how old or young you are. I want you to grab your cell phone and I want you to go to your text messages and search for certain terms, okay, that you just use when you speak to your friends. Terms that were just casually tossed into a conversation, the alleged conversation held between the 22-year-old alleged killer of Charlie Kirk, Tyler Robinson, and his 22-year-old boyfriend, Lance Twigs, okay? The first term I want you to search is retrieve. Yeah, look it up. When is the last time that you used the word retrieve between you and a friend? Retrieve. I'm going to retrieve something. I played this game with my entire staff, and I was able to find, since dating back for the last 3 years, 2 messages where someone used that term. The first person was somebody that was former military, and the second person was a cop. Makes sense. Okay, we're not done playing this game. Second term that I want you to look for in your phone is vehicle. Vehicle. I mean, what pops up for you? Is that something that you say? I'm just going to go outside to my vehicle. I left something in my vehicle. I'll be right back. I parked my vehicle outside. I don't remember where I parked my vehicle. What's popping up for you? Oh, probably literally nothing. Maybe something related to the DMV. That's what came up for me. Things about the DMV. I think for Skylar, something came up for his car wash. Your vehicle is ready. Sounds pretty professional. I don't know what to tell you guys, though, because what they're telling us is that is just the way the 22-year-olds are speaking these days. Apparently, they just shoot the breeze with one another, and they say vehicle and retrieve. And if you don't believe me, then good. You shouldn't believe that. You shouldn't believe me when I say that. So welcome back to Candace. I love vehicles, love fast vehicles. I'm a big vehicle person, said nobody ever. The text messages that were released yesterday in the indictment of Tyler Robinson make perfect sense if you don't think about them at all. Like literally, if you suspend all reason, all rationality, then they can make perfect sense. That's the only way. You just have to stop thinking. You got to get to that point where you're like, are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? no, to be fair. Now we are more broadly considering how stupid the feds believe that we are. And the frankly obnoxious messages that someone strung together must clearly be for either our or their own entertainment. So I want to hyper-focus on those. I want to actually hyper-focus on what exactly is wrong with these text messages between Lance and Tyler. Now, first and foremost, the obvious thing, there's no timestamps. Right away, major red flag. Very easy to say. He sent the first message at this time. It's a part of your investigation, right? Everybody is on edge globally wanting to know what happened. And they just remove that. But don't worry, you guys, because like I told you, one of the things that me and Charlie always believed in was that we could work harder. And I got to tell you, these devils are working pretty hard, but we can work harder than them. Okay. And I decided to go back and on the basis of what Tyler Robinson allegedly writes to his lover, I decided I could work them into the timeline. I could work out an approximate timeline, at least for us to look at visually for when they had to have been sent on the basis of what he's saying, right? Because he says certain things that were not revealed to the public at a certain time. So we're going to do that. I also want to point out the fact that the language, which many people said online, somebody actually left a very funny comment. It's like borderline.
See, the thing is, I don't even know if I can do a video without ads. I think even if I have no monetization, YouTube will still show ads on my video. So, yeah, YouTube sucks with ads, man. Like, I don't even know what to say.
Poetic. He's got commas in there. It's like perfect English. And that's actually a striking contrast compared to what's inscribed on the casings, right? He goes through all of these memes that he's written, and I'm not hip to the lingo. Okay, you got to be real deep internet and hip, but for whatever reason, when he's writing these messages, he's very proper, extremely proper, right? What really wants to make sure he gets the punctuation correct. Anyways, let's just dive right back into the timeline. Let's dive right back into this conversation. And we're at first going to focus on the third message. And don't forget, just to lead up into this, they are telling us that at no time that we're allowed to know on September 10th, after Charlie Kirk was shot, the roommate, that's Lance, received a text message from Robinson, which said, "Drop what you are doing, look under my keyboard." And so Lance, I don't know what he does all day, but he can do that. He knows he's home. And Lance then runs. I'm saying he ran, prances, who knows, and looks, and he sees this note. And to be clear, we're never going to be able to see that note because the feds have since told us that the note was destroyed. But even though he destroyed the note, he took a picture of it. Yeah, that makes sense, because if you're going to destroy something, the best thing to do is to take a picture of it. And the feds saw the picture, but we're not going to be able to see either. Anyways, don't think about it if you want it to make sense. Then we find out that Lance, I guess, decided to take a picture and then text Tyler back. And here is where he asks him, Lance says, "Tyler, what? You're joking, right?" This, the note said, "I had the opportunity to take out Charlie Kirk and I'm going to take it." So Lance is like, "What? You're joking." And Robinson says to him, Tyler says, "I'm still okay, my love, but I am stuck in Orem." That's the town, okay, that UVU is at, "for a little while longer yet." So poetic. A little while longer yet. I'm going to look that up on my phone later. "It shouldn't be long until I can come home, but I got to grab my rifle still. To be honest, I had hoped to keep this secret till I died of old age. I'm sorry to involve you." Now, I want to jump to this next message because it gives us a timeline. He says to him, I assume right away, Lance says, "You weren't the one who did it, right?" And Robinson says, "I am. I'm sorry." And the roommate says, "I thought they caught the person." Okay. And Robinson responds, "No, they grabbed some crazy old dude, then interrogated someone in similar clothing. I had planned to grab my rifle from my drop point shortly after, but most of that side of town got locked down. It's quiet, almost enough to get out, but there's one vehicle lingering." Okay, so that lets us actually be able to drop that into the
what is Laura Loomer saying about Candace on Twitter? Oh God.
Timeline pretty simply. Why? Because we know, and we can pull up this timeline, that They at first thought it was George Zinn, so that's who he's referencing, some crazy old dude. And on the timeline, Skylar, if you want to pull that up so we can go through it.
I have to
What
look.
time Charlie gets shot at 12:23 p.m. Scroll down a bit. George Zinn, we learn about 30 minutes after that, George Zinn, the decoy boy, that's when it's announced that he's a suspect in custody by the Utah police. But it's not until, by the way, 5:30 p.m., because he mentions that second suspect, and he curiously says in that correspondence that he's wearing similar clothing, which I find to be strange. We don't know what that second suspect is wearing until 5:30 p.m., when Governor Cox, 12 minutes into a press conference, the press conference began at 5:30 p.m., mentions that the second suspect, who is a person of interest, is wearing all dark clothing. So the earliest that message could have been sent out is after 5:30 p.m. I think it's unlikely because I think, again, this is all made up, these messages, because he says wearing similar clothing. Okay, he tells us dark clothing. What's similar about that? This guy allegedly, when he did this, was wearing black jeans. I was wearing, dark jeans and a black shirt. So that's like everyone on campus, okay? Nobody in the press conference says, we picked him up because he was wearing something similar to the shooter. So that language right there is actually a mistake from the feds. But again, it allows us to be able to plot it into the timeline. So that's good. Okay. Timeline is back up here. And we then know Kash Patel tweets that the subject in custody has been released. Our investigation continues. That was a mistake. The guy in the darker clothing, we don't know who that is. And then it's after, again, like I said, that these correspondences then had to take place. So we're talking about late in the evening, okay, 6 hours on. I'm wondering what it is that Tyler Robinson is doing throughout this entire time. Skylar, you can keep this up because I want to keep scrolling, okay? What he's doing throughout this entire time, because that's a very long time for him to be just around campus. But then luckily, he's going to let us know what he's doing, right? He's going to jump right in here and he's telling us that he's close to the scene. We know in this conversation that he then says to Lance that he's looking to get that rifle, right? He says, I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring it back. Oh, I'm sorry. Let's actually go earlier. He then
Really? Antifa is getting arrested by ICE in Chicago right now? Really? Can you tag me in that on Twitter so I can see it?
tells us his alibi, which is amazing, right? He's saying, I'm lingering around there. I'm trying to get the vehicle. And then, of course, as you always do when you're trying to clean up things, you then spell out your alibi, right? Lance asks him, why did you do this? And Robinson says, I had enough of his hatred. Some hate cannot be negotiated out. If I am able to grab my rifle unseen, like I'm trying to clean up the scene, but also I'm telling you exactly what my motive is here, I will have left no evidence. I'm going to attempt to retrieve it again. Hopefully they have moved on. I haven't seen anything about them finding it. Okay, so we are now late in the evening. He's still hanging around. The roommate then comes and says, how long have you been planning this? He says, a bit over a week, I believe. I can get close to it, still trying to get close to that rifle. So I'm wondering if maybe the feds might drop us some footage, right? We should be able to see some footage. He's got to be idling in his car. You've been speaking about how he has this car. I'm assuming he's not just sitting in the woods or sitting on a sidewalk. This is a quote unquote manhunt. So where is he casually sitting, lingering, loitering? I don't know, but that would be some pretty good footage that they could release if they don't want us all to become a conspiracy theorist. Okay.
Thank you.
He then says, yeah, I've been planning this for a bit over a week. I can get really close to it, but there's a squad car that's parked right by it. That's the drop-off spot. I think they already swept the spot, but I don't want to chance it. And then he tells Lance that I'm wishing I had circled back and grabbed it as soon as I got to my vehicle. Yeah, that's a vehicle. I'm worried what my old man would do if I didn't bring back Grandpa's rifle. I went to exactly where I got this rifle from. Okay. I don't know. I don't even know if it had a serial number. Weird, because he's been planning this for a week. He might have checked. Now all of a sudden he's getting in the details and is wondering if it had a serial number. That seems a little strange to me, but it wouldn't trace to me. Of course, because you just told us in writing that it's your grandpa's. Definitely trying to cover your tracks. I worry about prints. I had to leave it in a bush where I changed outfits. Okay, we're going to get to that.
Hang on. Tim over on Tim Ban Tech over on Rumble says, in case you get arrested next, thanks for showing up on Kim Iverson. That's how I got you. You do not link to the original Antifa manual though. Well, I didn't create the links for Kim Iverson. I don't know what Kim Iverson linked to. I mean, like, I don't know what you're there's no original Antifa manual. I mean, I linked to a bunch of I don't know what you're looking for with the original Antifa manual. But thank you for finding me via Kim. Kim is awesome.
Focus on the changing outfits. That's a really important piece of this. And that is why I am now a confirmed conspiracy theorist on this, okay? I left it in the bush where I changed outfits, okay? I didn't have the ability or the time to bring it with. I might have to abandon it and hope that they don't find prints. How the F will I explain losing it to my old man? Only thing I left was the rifle wrapped in a towel. That's the only thing. Otherwise, it was a perfect job. It was top of the line, professional job. The only thing I left behind was the weapon with my prints on it. Oh my gosh, right? Like that's kind of amazing. Okay. Then he, of course, explains, remember how I was engraving the bullets? The effing messages are mostly a big meme. I know I speak proper here, but it's just a meme that I was writing. I wrote, notice his bulge. On Fox News, I might have a stroke if they say that, right? If I see notice his bulge on Fox News, I might have a stroke. All right, I'm going to have to leave it. Oh, that really effing sucks. It's almost perfect. Okay. So he then ends this message. This is all from the day. This is all we have from September 10th. Okay. Judging from today, I'd say grandpa's gun. I want to make it very clear. This is grandpa's gun. Okay. Nobody should question this narrative because he has put it all here. I'd say grandpa's gun does just fine. I don't know. I think that was a $2,000 scope. Okay. So that ends that exchange. Now, I have a couple of notes here that I put here at the end of day one as we worked in this correspondence, which all had to happen. Let's call it 7 p.m. earliest, as I say here. Which I want to be clear, the campus is 4 hours, 3 to 4 hours away from where Tyler and Lance live together. We have a map here to show you that. So he's just loitering until, like I said, earliest. He's signifying around 7 p.m. that he's still very close to campus. That's a long day. That's a real long day, just waiting to see when you can go in there. And there's a manhunt, and he's chill. He's chill because he's changed his outfit. How do we know he changed his outfit? Because he made it very clear that he dropped the clothes, his shooting clothes right there. He got changed. He didn't have time to take the rifle that was in the, that he put in the towel, but he did have time to change. That totally makes sense. And then for whatever reason, he had to leave the rifle with the prints on it. Okay. What's interesting about that, though, is we should recognize that curiously, what they've removed from this indictment, again, relevant to the clothes, was the fact that, and the governor's going to say it, that we are told that he at first enters campus on this day at 8:07 a.m. TMZ shows us the footage, remember, of the man wearing a maroon t-shirt and shorts. That's how this day begins. That is walking through a neighborhood just outside of university grounds. The Governor Cox has confirmed this is him. Not mentioning the indictment. That's curious. Seems very relevant. Surely, you guys should be mentioning that. The outfit. What did he do, by the way? From 8:07 a.m. when he walked onto campus to when he is then seen walking back onto campus at 11:51, it's about 4 hours. Something else the feds could release to dispel any conspiracy theories would be him walking back to his car. You're telling us he then goes back to campus and he's in a different outfit. Can we get him leaving campus? We know the place is covered with cameras. That would make me feel better. If you showed us him leaving campus and then we see him coming back in a different outfit, again, not clear why he couldn't just wear the outfit he was going to wear, since I would imagine you've got thousands and thousands of students that are wearing something as casual as a black t-shirt and blue jeans. I understand a need for a change if you're in a sniper outfit, or if you're wearing a Barney costume. If you showed up and you're wearing a full Halloween costume, then yeah, maybe you should change. But this is just an average college kid outfit. This is just what you expect to see on campus. It's just what boys wear. Anyways, like I said, those would be my points from day one. The feds can release that. And also, I'm wondering, where did Tyler spend the night? Can they clarify that? Where he certainly couldn't have made it out of a rent and back there and back to his home. I'm coming home soon. Would have been the wee hours of the morning. This would have been a good time, by the way, if you're really trying to get away with this, to tell your lover to delete the text messages. But he doesn't do that. He's not going to tell him to delete the text messages on this night. Presumably he saw him. They didn't say he went home to his parents' house. So what happened overnight? When did he get home? He's been so thorough in describing that cleanup job. And by the way, we know that Discord is going to later say that those messages were not coordinated on their server, which I would say was definitely a part of the broader plan. Okay. Let's get into September 11th because a lot happens here and you are going to really see what I see here and we need to demand answers. Okay. So on September 11th, we are presented with the first FBI press conference where they confirm that they have found a weapon in the woods. Let's take a listen to a bit of that.
This morning, I can tell you that we have recovered what we believe is the weapon that was used in yesterday's shooting. It is a high-powered bolt-action rifle. That rifle was recovered in a wooded area where the shooter had fled. The FBI laboratory will be analyzing this weapon.
Now, I wouldn't say the shooter had fled, just based off of he was just kind of lurking around, ringing to go get his weapon back, okay? Like for a long time, but whatever. Let's go with that. Then what we have after that 7 a.m. press conference is that exclusively our resident guys over at the New York Post, every exclusive ever, Jeffrey Epstein's death pictures, Ghislaine Maxwell found at an...
So people are sending me stuff. People are sending me stuff on Twitter where they're talking about how Candace has now announced that she's not going to Charlie Kirk's funeral. And of course, people are saying that's probably because she wasn't invited. And I think that is probably true. I think she probably wasn't invited. But I just want to say, I actually think that that's really sad. Because regardless of how you feel about Candace Owens did help build Turning Point USA. She did. Just provably she did. Candace Owens was traveling around the country with Charlie Kirk for years, going to college campuses for years. And I don't know, man. I think that when people die, this shouldn't be a political statement. This shouldn't be when people die, it shouldn't be about who's your best friend. It should be about giving people that were close to the person a time to mourn and a time to grieve and all that stuff. And they should have invited her. They just should have invited her. It's the right thing to do. She was very close to him, regardless of how he felt. And listen, there are different stories about how he felt about her at the end, and I totally get that. But this isn't a fucking political game. It's a funeral. And I don't think a funeral should be a politicized event. The people that are going to that funeral should be people who actually knew Charlie Kirk in real life, were actually close to Charlie Kirk in real life. And Candace just objectively was. So I think that kind of sucks.
And out, it's always the New York Post, okay? I view them as a feds. If I'm the feds and I'm trying to make this seem like this is organic, I wouldn't give it to the New York Post because we're in Utah. And so cops are probably not leaking to a New York-based publication. But whatever, they have the exclusive. They're the ones that reveal the photo. They always have the exclusive, okay? And they show us the gun in the shooting. Their article publishes at, and by the way, my timeline is all based in Mountain Time. So that says 11:21 a.m. Eastern. They publish at 9:21 a.m., 2 hours after that first press conference, and say exclusive. They are the ones that drop the trans narrative. They say these things are found on the bullets. Okay. And then just 7 minutes later, the FBI, Salt Lake City, drops static images of the alleged shooter walking up the stairs. Okay. So now we can see on our timeline, that's around 10 a.m. in the morning, Salt Lake City time, Mountain Time. So we can then assume that everything else that's about to happen that I'm going to tell you had to have happened, okay, between approximately 10:30 and 7 o'clock p.m., okay? I have a source, and everything the source has told me that has happened and when we were lied to publicly has proven to be correct. So I am very inclined to believe this source on a couple of other things. And when I speak also to Lance's family, they are confirming what this source is telling me. So we're going to go through this 10:30 a.m. to 7 p.m., all of the things that then took place.
I hear you.
So they released the photo. And then we are told, as my source initially told me, that it was the mother who recognized Tyler and she phones him up. Tyler says, Mom, I'm sick. She doesn't believe it. She loops in Dad. Okay. Dad then texts and he calls Tyler. And at this point, we can jump back into day 2 of our messages because Robinson says, he says to Lance,
be right
delete
back.
this exchange. My dad wants photos of the rifle. He says, Grandpa wants to know who has what. The feds released a photo of the rifle and it is very unique. He's calling me right now. I'm not answering. Okay, so apparently he did answer. According to the indictment, the dad says he didn't answer his text messages, but then the father called him and Tyler Robinson answered, and he tells us that Tyler was suicidal and that is when they just told him, like, calm down, let's speak to you. They bring over their neighbor sheriff friend and they agree that he should go in. Now, if he was in fact suicidal, you don't get that vibe from these messages to his lover, right? There's nothing in here that he's like, I can't believe what I've done. Now he slept. We don't know where. He seems to be perhaps on very little sleep. I would imagine he just murdered someone. And he's not indicating in these messages that he's going through any sort of suicidal feelings. Instead, he sends this very odd thing about his dad, who he says he's not answering. He writes, since Trump got into office, my dad has been pretty die-hard MAGA. There's something here for everyone if you want to take the low-hanging fruit and think of this as left versus right, right? So if you're like, on the right, you're like, I need to blame the left, then it's like, whoa, the trans thing is here. But if you're on the left, but you need to blame the right, well, dad was a die-hard MAGA. It's so fed. It's just so federally written. It's amazing. So chaos right here. Anyways, I guess maybe if you're suicidal, that's what you sent. Dad's been pretty diehard MAGA. And then we don't know, again, when these messages took place, but it all had to happen in these 7 or 8 hours. He says, I'm going to turn myself in willingly. One of my neighbors is here. He is deputy for the sheriff. You are all I worry about, love. He seems impassioned here. He doesn't seem suicidal. And then Lance comes back and says, I'm much more worried about you. And Robinson says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments because the feds want to let you know why it is that we're not talking to Lance, right? They got to tell you. Because Tyler told him, duh. If you're going, wow, if Lance is really not guilty and he hasn't done anything, this would be a good time to speak, right? No, Lance is not doing that because Tyler right here says, don't talk to the media, please. Don't take any interviews or make any comments. And if any police ask you questions, ask for a lawyer and stay silent. So that's how it happens. And I want to tell you that we can jump back into the timeline here. Our source informs us that it was around 7 o'clock p.m. when everybody locally began receiving the text messages that Tyler Robinson was in custody and that they were going to pick him up in Warner Valley. Now, Warner Valley is right next to St. George. So he lives very close to his parents is what I want you to recognize. You've got St. George, you've got Warner Valley. So they said like that's where they went to go pick him up. That could very much be his parents' place. But what's really interesting about that, okay, if you consider that they are telling us at 7 p.m., that this is when all the messages started circulating, then we don't know why the feds say that it was the 33rd hour after the shooting, like a total Freemason number, 33rd hour after the shooting. It took us 33 hours. That would be inaccurate, okay? 33 hours would be at 9:23 p.m. Our person is telling us, and I tend to believe them, that everyone knew at 7 o'clock p.m., okay? And what they tell us took place thereafter. And this is what I confirmed with Lance's family, because I said, wait a second, you owned the house. When did they pick up Lance? When did Lance go in? When did the home that you own get raided by the feds? Did the home that you own get raided by the feds? And what that family is telling me and what my source is telling me, it's matching. Okay. So I'm feeling good about this. We'll say allegedly, but I'm feeling good about this. Okay. So Tyler is allegedly in custody, and they are told, don't say, don't speak, don't do anything. The feds, you have to wait for the feds to get there to question Tyler. And that didn't happen until the wee hours of the morning. How do we know? Because we're going to hear that from Governor Cox the following morning. Anyways, but apparently what happens is then they bring Lance in at 11 p.m.-ish. We'll tell you around 11 p.m. Lance.
Hang on. We got a super chat from two ladies. Karlyn, are they going to be searching for a way to destroy Candace after this? Are you getting, well, I mean, listen, no, it's not after this. They want a way to destroy Candace. If Candace gives them any way to destroy her, they will take it. And listen, Candace may have already stepped in it with this like Brigitte Macron lawsuit. Like, really? I don't know. I think Candace laid out a pretty good case for that, but I think, yeah, absolutely. If they have the opportunity to destroy Candace, they 1,000% will. I don't know if it's over this, but they definitely want to.
Twigs is brought in for questioning. Okay. And shortly thereafter, that apartment is raided. And I say overnight into the wee hours of the morning is when they first raid Tyler and Lance's apartment. Now, why am I really stressing this out to you? Or I'm stressing this point to you here. Because this would signal to you that it would be absolute BS if the feds are going to tell us bright and early the next morning that the case is closed. They would know nothing. According to Lance's family, this is when they seized his.
Who is they? Who is they? Do you guys want to know who they is? Does anyone press 1 in the chat if you want to know who they is? I'll explain it, but I want to make sure people know. I want to make sure people are ready for this. 1 in the chat if you want to know who they is. 2 in the chat if you don't want to know who they is. See, the first thing I'm seeing is a 2. People don't want to know. They don't want this information. They don't want it. You want to know who they is? You want to know who they is? The fucking Jews. That's who. They is the Jews. I'm just saying. We love Jews on this channel, but I'm just saying they is the Jews.
Electronics. They say that he's deep on the internet web, that there's definitely going to be something there. And yet they told us that, quite oddly, Lance gets released right back to his parents. Right? Not right back. Lance just gets released to his parents while they're raiding his apartment. Why would they release Lance? Wouldn't you think that you would be detained like for at least 24 hours? Right? If we're putting this at around 11 p.m.-ish, that they have brought him in and they are questioning him and they are now moving to raid his apartment in the wee hours of the morning, why would they very quickly release him? And beyond that, I'm going to let you know, let's jump into Friday on the timeline. Like I said, early hours, Tyler and Lance have their apartment raided and the devices seized. For whatever reason, the FBI quickly releases Lance. And I'm told that he is dropped off at his parents' home, allegedly. And then it's at 6 a.m. that President Trump announces with a high degree of certainty that they have the suspect. Okay. So are they still raiding his place? I don't know, but take a listen to Trump on Fox and Friends.
Any updates on the suspect?
Yeah. Can I always say, I think, just to protect us all, and so Fox doesn't get sued and we all don't get sued and everything else. But I think with a high degree of certainty, we have him in custody, right? In custody. Everyone did a great job. We worked with the local police, the governor. Everybody did a great job.
Okay. And here is what the governor is then 2 hours later is when his press conference began. I'm going to do the short clip. Okay, let's play actually a little bit of the longer clip, Skylar. I'll tell you when to come out of it. It's a 6-minute long clip, and you should go back and watch it in its entirety. He's going to make it seem like, Lance doesn't even exist. But let's start it off and listen to him.
Just got 5 more gifted subscriptions over on Rumble. Thank you for the gifting the subscriptions. I don't know how to say your name, bro. You're going to have to phonetically spell that out. But you know who you are. I really appreciate it. Congratulations to folks who get a gifted subscription. Thanks, guys.
Of this, and then I'll give the synopsis.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. On the evening of September 11th,
Goro?
A family member of
Goro.
Tyler
Okay,
Robinson
we'll call you Goro.
reached out
Thank you,
to a
Goro.
family friend who contacted the Washington County Sheriff's Office with information that Robinson had confessed to them or implied that he had committed the incident. This information was relayed to the Utah County Sheriff's Office and scene investigators at Utah Valley University. This information was also conveyed to the FBI. Investigators reviewed additional video footage from UVU surveillance and identified Robinson arriving on UVU campus in a gray Dodge Challenger at approximately 8:29 a.m. on September 10th, in which he is observed on video in a plain maroon t-shirt, light-colored shorts, a black hat with a white logo, and light-colored shoes. When encountered in person by investigators in Washington County on September 12th, in the early morning hours, Robinson was observed in consistent clothing with those surveillance images.
Okay, stop. That's actually a perfect place to stop right there. My source says he's lying. I don't like Governor Cox. Vibes. Okay,
What?
vibes. I don't know. Can't
What?
explain it. I'm getting tons of people that are messaging me telling me he's corrupt, that he forced himself onto the ballot, that he wasn't even supposed to be the governor. Allegedly, allegedly, allegedly. I just don't like him. Every time we find an inconsistency, I actually find him to be the mouthpiece of it, okay? So he is representing, and my source says falsely, that they picked.
You know what? Normally, I don't know that I would take Candace's word for this, but Nick was saying this on his show. Nick Fuentes said this too. Nick Fuentes did a whole rant the other night about how he's sick of Governor Cox and he doesn't want to see Governor Cox talking anymore and he's fed up with it. And I'm like, normally I wouldn't necessarily take Candace seriously on this point, but the fact that Nick did a whole like shockingly specific rant about how he doesn't want to hear Governor Cox talk anymore. Now I'm taking it a little bit more seriously because like Nick knows stuff okay, anyone that does content like this, me, Candace, Nick, like whoever, anyone who does content like this, we always know things we're not saying. And I think that Nick Fuentes knows a lot of things that he doesn't actually say until he needs to say them. And so if he was making mention of Governor Cox specifically, and now Candace is saying Governor Cox is just lying, that makes me say, okay, what's going on?
Picked up Tyler Robinson. And by the way, it makes perfect sense that my source is saying that that's not accurate. In the same outfits that we just showed you, okay, of the maroon thing that happens at 8 o'clock. We don't know what he was doing for 4 hours on campus, but he's telling us that for 33 hours, he decided that he was going to keep the outfit on. Now, remember, I told you that Tyler Robinson's classmate reached out and they insisted that this was an incredibly odd thing because he was very tidy. He was very clean. And they said that's the first thing that they went, that just sounds weird. He was a very tidy dude. Now I'm telling you that my source is saying he wasn't wearing that outfit when he got picked up. He wasn't wearing that outfit when he was brought to the office. If I have this wrong, this would be a very easy thing. Okay, surely they're going to have photos. They've got something for them to release. It's like, yeah, no, we totally got him. I want to be clear. If you are in the police station and you want to reach out and let me know more, tips@CandaceOwens.com, because I'm struck by this. This is what we should be hyper focusing on. He kind of wraps it up and says he was wearing the same outfit. And that always sounded dumb to us. Why would you not take a shower in 33 hours? Okay. That doesn't make any sense to anybody whatsoever. And people are saying that fact is untrue. Okay. Now, if that is untrue, let's first show you how he wraps this up. We might show you a portion of what he said again because we wanted to compress his 6-minute clip, but listen to how he wraps up this conference too, because it's relevant.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We got him. This is a very sad day for our country, a terrible day for the state of Utah. But I'm grateful that at this moment, we have an opportunity to bring closure to this very dark chapter in our nation's history.
Closure. He says closure. We got him. They already start in that he starts talking about the messages. He starts filling in the blanks. He said he had it. He put it in a towel. We have messages. It's all over. We found it on Discord. Discord is going to say that's not true. So who made up these messages? When were these messages made up is the question. If Discord's saying they don't exist, this signals to me that these messages were just created, right? And I'm further feeling that way because there's no timestamps. Again, I want to be proven wrong, okay? But I don't like this at all. And we got them. It's over, and we can turn the page with finality. Would you, if you were an honest governor and you knew that only, again, 4 hours earlier, how long does it take to raid a home? I don't know. Is it quick? Is it like a 10-minute thing? It feels like it'd be a long thing to grab the devices. If you knew that you had not even begun going through those devices, how would you say that we can close this chapter? Why would you say that we can close this chapter? I would have said, honestly, and he does not, we raided his home and we are looking for more information. We think that there's going to be a lot more information, but we wanted to let you know that we at least have one person that we feel is definitely involved. That's not what he says. He says it's over. It's done. Wrap it up. We're not going to even tell you about the fact that we just raided this place a couple of hours ago. And the person whose place we raided, who was the one that the family says is super internet, we just kind of released. We weren't interested in that. What are we to discern from all of this? I'll tell you my take on this. I think the person in the maroon that's walking is different from the person that's walking up the stairs. It's a gut thing, okay? I don't know, but I know. Okay? I don't know, but I know.
You look crazy when you say that,
the timeline of George Zinn, the decoy boy, that we've got other people that are doing different things, and it is they do not want.
See, this is I'm tracking with a lot of this stuff with Candace. I really, really am. I don't think that Candace is necessarily as crazy as people want us to think that Candace is. I don't think Candace gets everything right. I think Candace is a little conspiratorial for my taste, but I don't think she's actually crazy. But when Candace starts veering into it's my gut feeling and I just know. Listen, man, I've got a pretty good intuition. I get gut feelings all the time. I think that, our intuition comes from somewhere. Our intuition is our brain processing information on a subconscious basis, information that we're not consciously aware of, and it delivers us an answer and we don't know where we got it. I am incredibly fucking psychic. I am really fucking psychic. Anyway, so I understand the whole getting an intuition thing, but maybe not the best way to present it to the public. Maybe not the best to say, I don't know, but I know. But I don't know, but I know. Like you guys have never heard me say, you guys have never heard me say, I don't know, but I really know, and I'm really sure about this. But I don't know, but I do know. Not about something important, maybe about like some trivial thing or something like that, but like not about something important like this. And I don't know. It just seems a little bit aggressive. And it's like, okay, Candace, I was tracking with you for a while, and now we've taken a hard right, and we are veering off into crazy land. And I'm just saying that I want evidence. I want evidence. Well, exactly. Well, I mean, I do know stuff, but I also show, when I say something though, I show evidence for it. Like, I always show evidence. That's part of what I do. Like, no matter, like, if you guys ever hear me say, this is what happened, I have video, I have a document, I have some sort of evidence that I can show you to say this sort of thing happened. You will never get me saying, I don't know, and I don't have any evidence, and maybe it's my just intuition, but I know, but I don't know, but I know. Okay, well, you know what? Enough of that, Brian. I'm 3 beers in, okay? Enough of that foolishness, yanking my chain.
To prod the narrative about the person in maroon. Doesn't make sense. They can't tell us. He said he planned this for weeks. So I'm going to assume if he planned it for weeks, that he didn't go to campus earlier because he wanted to scope things out. He would have done that. He would have obviously been able to do that already because he's been planning this for a week. He knew where Charlie was speaking, right? Make it make sense. It's very easy to debunk me. Very easy. You should have footage of him in that Dodge Challenger just waiting and salivating. He kept checking. He said, oh, here I am right here, just waiting to get that rifle back. I'm waiting to get that rifle back.
So this is a good inclination. This is actually a really good inclination. I'm giving up on Americans. I thought you would all save us. No, bro, we're not saving you from shit. Americans suck. We can't even save ourselves. But to be fair, you Brits are way worse than us. You guys are such fucking rule followers. You guys are so good at like lining up in lines and doing things where you have to follow instructions. And because you guys are so good at like just following instructions, like your entire country is fucked up. Your entire country is overrun by Muslims. Okay? And that's not our fault. That's your fault. We didn't overrun the British Empire with Muslims. That wasn't our doing. You go talk to the fucking Labour Party about that. We can't save you from that. We can't even save ourselves. And listen, man, I have a great affinity towards London. London has great art. London has great music. I just want London to have less brown people. Am I asking too much? Like, you are English. You are English. I just want to see less brown people, less Muslims, less fucking Arabic. I just want to see like less Indians too. Like let's not just put this all on the Muslims. The Hindus have a part of like I want to see many less Indians. Listen, London has the best Indian food in the world. Really, like London Indian food is amazing, and I'm a big fan of London Indian food. But you guys need to deport all of the fucking brown people in London because your entire country has been taken over. We can't save you from that. I'm very sorry. You guys are way more socialist than we are. And our country's really fucked up, and we have a lot of things we need to fix. We have to save ourselves. We can't. We emancipated ourselves. Are you serious? Like, it's not even our job to save you. We emancipated ourselves from you. Okay, I'm gonna stop ranting right now before I get myself kicked off of YouTube. Yeah, y'all need a real constitution, England, okay? You guys need to get a real constitution. London has been colonized by brown people. It's all over.
The footage. You were on a manhunt. Where is the footage? Surely during a manhunt you use drones. I feel like we are tech capable enough that during a manhunt after a murderer.
Yeah. Hang on. London, England, Britain, you guys are getting, fucking hell. You guys are getting arrested over memes. United Kingdom, British Empire, whatever. You guys are getting arrested over memes. At least we're not getting arrested for memes over here. Yeah, we had the Boston Tea Party for a reason. It is like England is not our job. England and Ireland and Scotland and all this stuff, this is not our job anymore. We emancipated ourselves. Okay, I'm really going to stop now.
Of a college student decides to take out Charlie Kirk, who has been a friend of the feds, right? I think probably not a good idea to be friends with these people, but whatever. He's been a friend of the feds. Surely this is a big issue. And to put to rest in conspiracies, you're going to show us that drone footage, and we're going to see the Dodge Challenger just sitting there for hours and hours and hours. And we're maybe even going to be able to see, because I'm sure at that point, like cops maybe set up some barricades or something to see he was going in and out. And then he decides he's going to leave. Show us the footage. Like I said, every inch of that campus is covered. So we should be able to see he's wearing maroon. And you're telling us that he went back to his car and he changed. Show us him leaving campus before he returns back to campus around 11:30. Just show us the footage, okay? I'm demanding it. You know why? Because I need to be able to fit things into my timeline, if that's okay with you. So I would discern that we are looking, just vibe again, 2 different people would be my thing. 2 different people. One of those people is definitely, individuals is definitely being protected. And separately, we can definitely make out that for whatever reason, Lance is being protected. There's no way you release that guy, okay? There's no way you release that guy immediately. There's no way that you intentionally purge him out of these messages, okay? The excuse, he's being cooperative, doesn't work. You can be cooperative while you're still being detained. At least 24 hours before you would say, I felt good to clear him as a suspect, especially when you haven't even raided his home yet. They released him instantly and they said, job done. So I would like more information about Lance Twigs. Okay, I already don't like that mom received a Bachelor of Science from Stanford University in psychology. It seems to be a running theme
Those fucking
in these
psychologists,
Fed ops
man.
that there's
Those
always
fucking
psychology somewhere in the
psychologists
family.
suck.
And I want to be very clear, I'm not
Psychologists
saying his mom has
ruin
anything to do with
everything.
anything, but I am saying
Psychologists are the
that
worst.
I feel this kid, for some reason, some unknown reason,
Fuck
is being protected.
psychologists.
And I'm not the only one. His family feels that way. Okay. His family thinks it's odd. Like I said yesterday, I spoke to them today. I spoke to them yesterday. They think it's odd that the feds moved on from him so quickly and that the feds were being dishonest and they felt about everything when they first came out with information. So why are we all feeling that way? We absolutely need to get to the bottom of it. Let's take a quick break. I'm going to show you some stuff. I mean, Tucker completely.
That's it. I'm done. I can't take Candace anymore. I can't take Candace. We're done. We're done with Candace. But I'm going to do the thing I shouldn't do, and I'm going to watch Big Tech. I'm going to do it. I know you guys told me not to do it, but I want to know what he said. I know he's live right now. We're going to do it because I'm good and drunk. And so because I'm good and drunk, we're going to do the thing. Yeah, Reagan already knew. She's like, even if I tell you he didn't say anything, you're still going to watch it, aren't you? I'm like, yes, I am. Okay. Let's see what this asshole said. Let's see. Now he's live right now. So we need to go back and find the part where he said it.
Like loving your family and stuff like that.
Hang on. Volume up.
It's way better than being a big buff rich guy. I mean, like, what is that?
What the fuck is he talking about?
And he's really getting under Wes's skin because Wes hates this type of guy.
I don't care about that. This will be like two birds with one stone. I'll get to watch. I'll get to see what this asshole said. And oh, there I am. Right there. There I am. Ethan Ralph is so fucking jealous of me. Ethan Ralph a couple weeks ago was like challenging me to a weigh-in on Twitter or something like that. He was like, I bet you weigh more than me. And I'm like, okay, Ethan, like, I don't even actually really give a fuck. But okay, let's see what happened. Why is he even watching Ethan Ralph? Why? Yeah, why was I green? It's hard being green. Yeah, nice freeze frame. Yeah, I get some great freeze frames, man. I get some. Oh, whoa, bro. Why would you tell me that? Yeah, I am. Yeah, on a good day, I am a psychologist. Yeah. Why would you do this to me? All right, let me see what happened. And then I'm going to go and I'm going to get off the internet. I don't care about this.
Theo, in your ketchup and mix them up. Make spicy ketchup with it. Make spicy.
I don't care about this. I don't care about this.
And in black.
I only care about me. Oh.
That's their feed. Okay, let me see.
Oh my God, what an asshole this guy is.
Okay, the red. And the green.
Oh, that's not what it is.
Where is it?
Slower though.
Oh. Where is me?
I'm not sure how.
Oh, see, there he is. He's like, eh.
Hey, wasn't it walk away movement or some shit?
Okay, what was said? Hang on. Oh, there I am. On the news. There I am on the news.
Exactly.
Okay.
You ever put Tapatio in your ketchup and mix them up? Make spicy ketchup with it?
Thank you, brother.
So good. You can mix it in mayo too. Make spicy mayo. Yum. Mix some Tapatio in your mayonnaise. Dip your French fry in that shit.
What? BT spends 5 minutes with it because on you talking about some person in his chat he banned. Okay. Well, if he only spends 5 minutes on it, that works for me, honestly, because
blow your mind. Watch out.
Actually, I went to Scott and I talked to him about that position.
Bloody, blah. Get to me. Get to me.
Because he loves being secretary of the Treasury.
Yeah, Ralph looking sharp. The man in black.
I don't know about that.
Cleo, stop.
Get to me.
To look at some of them, as you know, it's sort of a semi-local election. I've been watching it.
Get to me.
Who do you like of the group? Who do you like? All of them? You like them? I'll take a very strong.
Oh, dude.
For you, I'll get a look.
Stream's felting 8. Stand by.
All right. Is the audio still low? That's their feed. Okay, let me see. That's the Fox News feed. Let me see. I'll turn it up.
Ethan Ralph
I have
is
a
so
special
fucking jealous.
extension I
It's
can
not
turn
even funny.
Dude, why is my internet felting right now? Is it choppy for you guys?
Yeah, it's a great question. Why aren't they talking about me
Fine.
yet? That's the
Signals in the
important thing.
red.
Why aren't they talking about me yet?
Green, dude. Look at
We're going to have a news conference early next week on autism.
It's a different mic, though.
You're going to see some things
It's slower, though.
that we've learned.
But why aren't they talking
Control.
about me yet?
It's been Karlyn. Yeah, you know what? Video, man.
What?
little choppy. Should be better now.
It's been
Got full
Karlyn.
green
I
bars
think
now.
so too, man.
He's starting to play the song. He fucking knows. He fucking knows. This isn't just something where he's just watching the stream. He fucking knows because he's playing my song. For those who don't know, for those who think that he's the one obsessed with me, between the two of us, one of us has written a song about the other one. I'm just saying, between the two of us, there is one of us that has literally written a song and made an entire music video about the other one. And it's not me. It's not the one who's supposedly obsessed. I'm just saying. You know what? I mean, to be fair, it's actually kind of a really sweet song, which kind of makes it more endearing than I want it to be, but it's actually like not the worst song. So basically what he did is he took this rant I did about him and he put it to song and he made it into a Taylor Swift song and then he made a whole music video about me. So I'm just saying.
Big
This
bitch
is
Borysenko. Yeah, you
gonna be
know
my
what?
song.
Video and
This is my song.
Go.
Yep, there I am. Yep, it's my fucking song. Yep. Yep.
Boy.
Yep.
I
Oh
first
my
had
god!
Karlyn, we've had it out a couple times. The last time we had an interaction on Twitter wasn't that bad though. Actually, I was kind of surprised. I ragged her a little bit, and she didn't even go in for it. And I was like, "What? It's not sporting."
Let's go.
We got a Karlyn appearance. We got a Karlyn segment.
A Karlyn
I saw it on
segment.
Fox News
Okay.
yesterday, and I couldn't say anything. It's not a birthday without Lego. You know what? I would say a small Lego set.
It's like meta.
I screen capped this myself.
I need a Ralph song. What am I
Really
thinking?
get along with this person at all? I'll say hey.
The tequila's still pouring in Merida. I need to write that song.
I don't really see
What the fuck?
at all. I guess some people say that about me, but I'm a first ballot Hall of Famer, no matter. Even the fucking haters, even the scumbags, even the sick fucking, Kiwi
I
farm
do love this
pedophiles,
song.
they all
Like,
admit that I'm a first
unironically,
ballot Hall
I
of
do
Famer.
actually
This bitch
like
is
this
going to
song.
the
This was
Glue
actually really
Factory
clever
before
for
she
him.
even hits the grave. Like
Oh shit.
yes, please,
Ralph.
Just play my fucking clip,
care
bro.
for this person. I felt sorry
Just
for them.
play my fucking clip.
Damn.
Somebody should have. This is Fox. I mean, it's not cable like it used to be with more people watching, but still, it's television, right? You're supposed to, she thinks she cleaned up too. That's the thing. I'm sitting there looking at her and I'm thinking, how does this?
Ralph, I found out about this fucking thing at the last minute. They were supposed to put me in a studio. They didn't put me in a studio. I didn't have time to fucking get all Fox News fucking dialed in, okay? I had an hour between when the producer reached out to me to drive out to the fucking studio, and then as soon as I got to the studio, they were like, can you drive back home? And I was like, yeah. Okay, fine. So you know what? Maybe I didn't I didn't have fucking time. But you know what, Ralph? I was on Fox News and you weren't. So eat a dick, bro. One of us was on Fox News last night in prime fucking time, and maybe my hair looked crazy, and maybe I was in an awkward position because they were trying to make it work with my fucking webcam. And maybe they put a fucking filter on me so I look fucking green. But you know what? I was still on Fox News, and you were sitting in Mexico doing fuck off shit.
Happened.
My God!
Motherfucker. But somebody's got to pull you aside.
They're seething so badly. They're seething so badly. Seething so badly. Seething so badly that I was on Fox News and they weren't, because they're losers that don't do fuck off shit on the internet.
She claims she's some fucking Antifa expert.
I am an Antifa
and she's
expert.
been hanging her hat on this for a while, I think.
Oh, yeah.
I'd never pay any real attention to what this bitch.
She claims she's an Antifa expert and she's been hanging her hat on this for a while. It's almost like I've spent the last 5 years doing this and going undercover at all sorts of shit that Ethan Ralph, if he ever tried to do what I do, he would get the shit kicked out of him, and it's not even funny. Yeah, poor crying retards. Poor crying retards on the internet.
It fucking says got in on the dissident right when what was it?
All right,
the
take
walk
it easy,
away. Wasn't it walk away movement or some shit? Didn't that coincide with the Blexit stuff? I don't know. I'm not sure how
it bothers you seeing grown men being so jealous. I know. I know.
But she's still around.
so...
I'll give her a little credit. She's been around a lot longer than I would have thought.
Mm-hmm.
But that's mostly due to the stupidity of your average person.
Guys, Ethan Ralph thinks you're all stupid for supporting me. Let's just have a moment where we allow this to sink in. Ethan Ralph thinks you guys are stupid for supporting my work exposing the left. Ethan Ralph thinks you guys are the low IQ people of the internet for supporting the metric ton of work I've done to expose the far left. Does anyone feel stupid right now? Do you guys feel dumb? Do you guys feel dumb that Ethan Ralph feels like you're dumb? Yeah. Ethan Ralph thinks he is above average stupidity. Yep. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay. Yeah, it is weird. See, you know what? This is the corner of the internet that I don't like talking about. This is the corner of the internet that, like, yeah, exactly. It's like, what is even happening? Do you feel terrible? Do you feel bad about yourself? I know. I do. I totally do too. I totally wish I was Ethan Ralph trapped in Mexico with child support payments I can't afford.
Borysenko is an undercover investigative journalist.
Not your average Killstream viewer, though. Now,
or Decode the Left, who's infiltrated these terror cells. Karlyn, tell me about how these people.
What the fuck?
Train.
Then she's like cross-eyed too.
Ah!
I'm totally cross-eyed. Yeah. Code.
Let me find this picture. I genuinely felt sorry for him. Like, dude.
You feel sorry for me? Ralph, you feel sorry for me? Ralph, do you know how many subscribers I've gained in the past 24 hours? Do you have any idea how many more supporters I have in 24 hours that don't actually care that Fox News put some stupid filter on me that made me look fucking green? Do you know how much more money I've made in the past 24 hours? How many super chats has Ralph made on this stream? Usually, oh, you know what's funny? Ralph doesn't seem to have a super chat goal on his stream. Didn't Ethan Ralph always have a super chat goal on his stream? Is that something new that he's taken? I haven't watched Ethan Ralph in a long ass time, but didn't Ethan Ralph like take the super chat goal off of his stream? Because like, I mean, Ralph, I've made $350 in super chats just today, and that doesn't count all the new subscribers I have to my Substack, and that doesn't count all the new merch I've sold, and that doesn't count all the books that I've sold in the past 24 hours, and that doesn't count all the new people, the thousands and thousands and thousands of new people who are subscribing to my Twitter channel, following me on Twitter, subscribing to my Substack. Ethan Ralph thinks that me looking crazy on Fox News is the biggest thing that's ever happened and the most like annoying thing and embarrassing thing that's ever happened. Yeah, I'm embarrassed all the way to the bank, Ralph. I've reached millions of people. I have thousands and thousands and thousands of new subscribers. I have people sharing my shit all over the internet that didn't even know I existed 24 hours ago. And you're worried that I look a little crazy because it was all a very last minute thing and I didn't get all Fox News dolled up beforehand?
I posted a picture of her and I'm like, okay, at least it was an upgrade. I guess it's an upgrade over there.
Rhoda Mucker, 15
But where's
months.
the picture with her with the champagne flute?
Let's
Somebody
go,
sent
dude.
that
The
to me.
champagne flute? When did I post a picture of a champagne flute?
Wasn't that a sticker on
Upgrade some
Cozy?
stickers for some
She's like raising the champagne
long-termers.
flute like fucking the meme. She literally looks like a groiper.
I look like a groiper. Okay. Did they even watch it? Oh, that one?
This is...
That was
Is
so...
it better
Oh, look at that. Look at my Mayor P picture. Look at my Mayor P picture. That was so
you be the
fucking
judge.
long ago.
The Fox News look or
That was so
looking
long
Pete
ago.
Buttigieg's ass?
Yo. I knitted that top
SSRI
too.
eyes? I don't know. Looks
I
like
actually
she got
love
hit
that
with the
top. That
ugly
top's
stick.
cool.
I think that's what crossed her up. But
Oh man.
Oh
hit every
man.
branch on the way down
Oh
from
man.
the ugly tree. All right, let me play this.
Algoth
They
is
look
liking this
pretty
segment.
militaristic.
Yeah, absolutely. Algoth is the demon that Big Tech summoned to talk to me or something. I don't even know. Algoth is the demon that Big Tech summoned because he's desperate to interact with me, but he doesn't want to actually do it. He just wants to pretend like he doesn't want to interact with me. That's it. Yeah, Algoth. Yeah. See, you didn't fucking tell me that, Reagan. See, I knew. I fucking knew when I had Reagan preview this clip that Reagan was lying to me. I knew it. And now I find out Algoth has been mentioned. Reagan. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck you guys. But I should make merch. I should make a You know what? I need to do a Halloween collection. You didn't watch that? See, I assigned Reagan a job and she doesn't even complete it. This is the chief operating officer for the Center for Left Wing Studies, and like she does. Yo! $100 super JC. That's really nice. That's gonna piss Ethan Ralph off. If anyone else wants to send in a super chat right now just to piss off Ethan Ralph, that would be awesome. Actually, that would be pretty great. But you know what? This super chat's pretty great. Thank you, JC, for the very generous super chat. I appreciate it. You know what? We're almost done. I've had 3 beers. I'm pretty drunk. I'm watching Big Tech react to Ethan Ralph, react to me on Fox News. What could possibly go wrong? We have found out that Reagan lied to me. We have found out that because Mizakan, I sent Reagan to preview this clip to see if he said anything offensive. And Reagan was like, no, nothing happened. And now I find out Reagan didn't even fucking watch it. I don't have control. See, people think I'm running a cult. People think I'm running some sort of cult where people actually listen to what I say. No, my own cult members don't even listen to what I say. My own cult members. Yo! Seriously? Oh, you guys are the best. Flutter by Butterfly, thank you. Jennifer, thank you. Yo! Another $100 super chat? What? Copper Cowboy, thank you. I really appreciate it, bro. Thank you. You know, this is a fair point. Maybe I should drink more. Maybe I should keep drinking. Yeah, I'm like Jeepers. I'm drunk. Jeepers Creepers. I'm drunk. I'm drunk. Kino. Yeah, suck it, Ralph. Suck it. Thank you for the extra super chats, Ralph. Thank you for generating me. Thank you for helping me to manifest more super chats, asshole. See, Nick, I should have had you preview it. Nick wouldn't have betrayed me like this. Nick would have watched the whole video and reported back. Listen, Dan, you can't judge me for Happy Hour Friday, okay? I know we're new. We've just met. You are actually taking my work seriously. You can't judge me for Happy Hour Friday, all right? Happy Hour Friday, I get drunk on stream, and that's just the way it goes. All right, let's keep going. Thank you, guys. We have sessions where they bring in people with military experience. Anti-war is a very big...
What's her credentials here?
What are my credentials?
Is she like ex-Antifa? I don't even.
What are my credentials? I've been going undercover with the far left for 4 fucking years, Ralph. I love how these fucking people, they know nothing. They pay attention to nothing. I have got, what are my fucking credentials? What are your credentials to speak on this, Ralph? How many times have you gone undercover with Antifa? I was undercover with Antifa last fucking weekend. My God.
Oh, she went undercover with Antifa.
I did. Yeah, I
I
did.
want to know exactly what this entailed. I'm a little skeptical.
It involved going to New York City and wearing a disguise and wearing a hidden camera and wearing actually multiple recording devices. I wore multiple recording devices, and it involved dyeing my hair and wearing a chest binder and acting non-binary for a day and going to Antifa events and going to like a fucking ice training where I was taught how to slash ice tires in a fucking park and blending in and recording all their fucking asses and then coming home and saying and collecting propaganda. Let's not forget the propaganda, because I brought back a fucking bag full of fucking Antifa propaganda that now we're going to use and analyze to figure out what these assholes are doing. It involved a whole bunch of shit, Ralph. It wasn't my biggest undercover thing I've ever done. The Socialism Conference was way more complex. The Socialism Conference was like multi-day. I had to spend like 4 days in a room with Antifa when I went to the Socialism Conference. This was just a couple of days, but I had to dye my hair, and I had to wear a chest binder, and I had to dress up like Antifa, and I had to wear hidden recording devices. Keep drinking. Oh, I don't know about that. Wait. Saw you on No More News. I appreciate Adam. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yeah, real. What did it entail to go undercover with fucking Antifa? My God, this idiot.
I repurposed one of my
nicknames. And before I went undercover with Antifa, I shouted at my audience several times to shut the fuck up and listen. And magically they did. I don't know what I did, but yeah, totally not gay. Definitely not.
The Buffet Buster Bambino or some shit. I forget what I said on Twitter. What are we gonna do with the big Bambino here?
For Antifa, so you're not going to do anything with me. You're not going to
hear a little background on this. I've never really paid attention to what she claims is her expertise on Antifa, but
is anyone surprised that Ethan Ralph has never actually paid attention to the work I've done over the last 5 years? Guys, okay, let me ask the chat. Listen, Ralph, it's real simple. See, I'm not even talking to the other one. I'm just talking to Ethan Ralph. Ralph, it's real simple, bro. We have an IQ requirement on this channel. You have to be at a certain IQ to be able to understand my content. 1 in the chat if you think that Ethan Ralph is smart enough to understand my content. 2 in the chat if you think that, you know, it's sad, Ralph, but maybe you need to stay on your side of the internet and let me handle the far left. 1 in the chat if you think Ethan Ralph is smart enough to be in my audience. 2 in the chat if you think Ethan Ralph just doesn't. It's not going to work out. It's not going to work out. Let me see the chats. I'm not... Ralph, you know, listen, my community is a community. We're voting you off the island, Ralph. We're voting you off the island. We are a community here. We do things together. We are a team. We do research together. We go undercover with the far left together. We help each other. And I'm sorry, Ralph, like the community has spoken, Ralph. The tribe has spoken. You've been voted off the island. We don't want you to hang out with us. We don't think you're smart enough to be here. Many members of my audience haven't even heard of you. No one like, and I'm going to be honest, my life would probably be better if I hadn't heard of you, but I have heard of you because you smeared me and defamed me on the internet. But like, you know, most of my audience hasn't even heard of you. We decline your involvement in our work. We are very busy. We are very focused on what we're doing. We don't want you to be over here. Yeah. Like Ethan Ralph is like, I don't even know. Is Ethan Ralph even smart enough to be in the land of Retardia? Like the land of Retardia. Who's in the land of Retardia? James Lindsay's in the land of Retardia. Konstantin Kissin's in the land of Retardia. Colin Wright is in the land of Retardia. I don't know. Ethan Ralph might not even qualify for the land of Retardia if we're being honest about it. He might not even be high IQ enough to get into Retardia. Yeah, we have to add a trailer park to the land of Retardia. If you don't know what the land of Retardia is, don't worry about it. We have a whole map. We created our own kingdom of Retardia where we banish the retards of the internet. Yeah, we have to start a new island. The land of Marania. That's not the worst idea. We'll get Ethan Ralph his own separate island in the land of Retardia. It's the trailer park of Marania. That's what it is. That's what it is. That's what it is. Bot, you need to update the map. Bot needs to update the map. We need to give Ethan Ralph his own island, and it'll be the island of Marania, the trailer park of Marania. Excellent idea. Excellent.
I can't think there's too much to it, honestly.
I was just undercover. Then you go undercover with Antifa, Ralph, and you see how that goes.
Yeah.
Where they were teaching people how to violence.
How does she go undercover when you can spot her a mile away? Good question.
Confront the police, but also defend themselves. She wore a disguise and dyed her hair and wore a
They don't have
chest binder.
skinny suits yet, as far as I know.
And why do they always get out of jail so quickly?
Ralph, are you under the impression that Antifa are all super skinny? Is Ralph under the impression that Antifa are all skinny? Have you guys ever seen the left? I don't need to lose weight to blend in on the left. There's a very good reason that I haven't lost weight. And you know why that is? Because I go undercover at leftist events, you fucking retards. It's not that I can't lose weight, Ralph. It's that I want to look like a fucking leftist. Because I've been going undercover at their events for years. Idiots. Goro! Over on Rumble! Goro with the $50 fuck Ethan Ralph super chat over on Rumble. Ralph, I've already made like $300 off you tonight. How does that feel, bitch? How's that feel?
These people get popped. They get bailed right out, and charges never stick. How is that?
Well, Antifa
Thinks he's on
actually,
with
they
water, so I
train
don't
people
care
on how to
for
get
him.
arrested. And it's interesting with far left.
Although he's gotten a little better, but
they actually volunteer to get arrested and go through this type of training where they are provided legal support, they are provided lawyers, they are provided all of this stuff with mutual aid. And so as soon as they get arrested, Antifa basically goes down to the jail and they bail them out. And Oh they are no, all what set did up with a music lawyer Karen and send ready me? to go. So they plan all of this stuff out ahead of time, and they have the resources set up for people to be able to be taken care of.
Yeah, I mean, obviously someone's paying for their legal representation. What is the core mission of Antifa? Is it anarchy? Are they anarchists?
This was my best line. Yeah, Antifa are anarchists. Their primary goal is the violent overthrow of the federal government. I cannot emphasize this enough. We've been hearing a lot of talk about civil war over the last couple of years between Democrats and Republicans, red versus blue. I firmly believe that the real civil war we have coming is the radical revolutionary socialists and communists.
Again, she said it's just weird when someone who has this for a while or has been at this for a while and makes enough money doesn't work on the lighting, etc. Well, I have some technical issues here and there.
See, this is why I don't deal with the morons of the internet. It's like, you should really have better lighting. You think I'm fucking concerned about lighting? You think I care about lighting? Bro, I've been saying I'm gonna redo my fucking wall to make it a red socialist thing for like 3 fucking years. Do you know why I don't do that, Ralph? Do you know why I'm not concerned about lighting? Because I have all this fucking shit to read because I'm building multiple websites and building a fucking nonprofit that I need to analyze because I spent all my time analyzing the far left. I don't give a flying fuck about my fucking lighting. I barely even care about my microphone. My nice microphone is sitting on the floor right now because I can't get it to work for some reason. So I had to go get a replacement microphone. But whatever. I spend my time doing this, Ralph. I spend my time reading stuff about occupying buildings. I spend my time about reading stuff about queer, gay, violent, militant shit. I spend my time reading stuff about sabotaging the workplace, or like rebellion, or collecting shit like this, or talking about anti-fascism, or talking about taking over college campuses, or talking about the history of queer Marxism. This is what I spend my time doing, Ralph. I don't give a flying fuck about lighting. I don't give a flying fuck. You might give a flying fuck because you have nothing else to do on the internet. You have nothing else to do, nothing of value to add, nothing to contribute to the world. Where's your nonprofit, Ralph? Where's your nonprofit organization? Where's your, I mean, for that matter, where's your for-profit organization? Because I have both a for-profit and a nonprofit. Where are your books, Ralph? Because I've written 4 books already this year. I've written 4 books already this year. You think I care about fucking lighting? Lighting is the last thing on my mind.
The green screen's not perfect, but I would say it looks a little better than the cave she's broadcasting from.
Antifa versus the federal government. That is their goal. That is their only goal. I'm trying to like warn America about communists, and Ethan Ralph is like, why don't you have better lighting? I'm like, this is why I don't. Do you guys want to know why I don't interact with other content creators on the internet? Do you guys want to know why I don't go on other people's shows? Do you guys want to know why I just sit in my corner of the internet and I study socialism and I go undercover at their events? Like, you know what leftists don't care about? Leftists don't care about my lighting. Leftists don't care about my microphone. Leftists don't care what color I have my wall painted. Leftists don't care about any of this shit. Leftists, yeah. According to Ethan Ralph, I have to fix my lighting first and save America second. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Well, yeah. I mean, you're the one wearing sunglasses on the internet, bro. Exactly. Yes. See, now we are discovering why I don't interact with other people on the internet. This is why. And I feel like you guys owe me a thank you, because you guys could be watching Ethan Ralph on the internet, and you could be, like, if I wasn't here, what would you guys watch if I wasn't here? Where would you guys learn about socialism if I wasn't here? Where you guys almost knocked over my beer. You guys could be listening to Ethan Ralph on the internet, but you're here. I should get one of those lighting rings. No, I don't think I'm going to do that. I don't. Yeah. You guys could be watching James Lindsay. Yeah, Sundog over on Rumble with the $10 Rumble rant. I'm winning. Ralph is losing, per usual. Yep. Yeah, you don't know shit, Ralph. Yep. Exactly. Yeah, it would be all over, Music Hand. You could be watching Lindsay right now talking about Gnosticism. Taking this problem very, very seriously.
Okay, so I guess that's what was linked on Twitter. I don't know if there's a longer version.
No, there is no longer version. That's
on
it.
YouTube or not. Do we even want to see the longer version? Seems like they probably just cut off the farewell portions of that. I mean,
no, that was it.
Whatever she's saying on Fox, which we just heard, it wasn't, whatever, serviceable, I guess. But
I was on Fox News to millions of people.
I don't know what the fuck.
It's all about her look.
Cloud and Trigger sent $2 on Rumble. She looks like a tranny.
I look like a tranny? Well, mission accomplished.
Well, thank you, Cloud.
Blend in with the far left, don't I?
I forget. She was on Fox News before. This is not the first time she's been on Fox
News. It's not the first time I've been on Fox News. It's like
I think it was for
fourth time.
Wasn't it something to do with education or some shit? I don't know. I'll have to look. Let me see. But she was one of the lefties who checked out or walked away or whatever the fuck. And I think she may have went on Fox for that.
The music makes Ralph better. Yeah, I think so too.
For all I know, she was actually fucking Antifa.
This is how I watch Ralph. If I'm ever gonna watch him, I throw on something.
Let me see if there's a little bio here. Independent journalist, psychologist. Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah?
actually am.
I don't know
yeah.
about that. Knitter.
He doesn't know that I'm a
Anti-communist fascist
psychologist.
leading the revolution against the revolution.
Thank you, Dragon Balls. Appreciate it.
That's what she wrote for herself. So.
I actually didn't write that for myself. I Fox News wrote whatever they wrote. But okay, Ralph.
I don't know. I'm not sure the exact trajectory, but I think it's something similar.
Look at this. Wait. Look at the chat. Okay, fascist New World Order. Okay, Karlyn is like the only person who actually meticulously studies all the radical revolutionary socialists, what they're doing in schools. So true. So true. I can see how she should fix her makeup. I'm not fixing my makeup. I like my makeup. I like my fucking makeup. I'm not fixing my fucking makeup. That's not going to happen.
I don't.
Fascist New World Order's in the chat.
I don't fucking know, honestly. But she's here. It's like a boil on your ass, like I said earlier. She's been here
Like
for a
a
minute.
boil
How many years
on
has it
your
been?
ass.
At least 3.
Okay.
But I'm not sure.
I miss him.
I'm not sure the exact origin.
Wait,
So-
did fascist New World Order get banned in Big Tech's chat? Really? Did he? He got banned in my chat too. He was kind of a dick one day and I banned him. And now I kind of regret banning him if I'm being honest about it. He said nice things about me. I kind of regret it. Ralph does what? Do I want this information? I don't think I want to know that. Thank you though.
Fox isn't known for
he
bringing on
can't come
retards
back,
at all.
but I miss him.
Well,
He was cool.
That's debatable. Maybe you're.
Why
being
can't he come
sarcastic
back? Why
there.
did he get banned?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You are okay. I read the rest of your.
Look at this.
comment.
This is the intellect of Ethan Ralph's audience. She is a retarded bitch, and worse than that, she's ugly and fat. Guys, do you want to know why I don't go on other people's shows on the internet? Because this is all that happens on other people's shows on the internet. This is it. This is all that happens. This is it. It's like, man, I put myself in physical danger going undercover with the far left. And I look like a leftist. There is a reason I look the way I do. I look like a fucking leftist. I'm satirizing the fucking left, you fucking retard. And this is what I get on the internet. She's fat and ugly and retarded. Okay. Yes. This is the low IQ side of the internet. Yep.
Well, I don't blame. Fox brings on whoever. Like, I don't give a fuck about that. But
Has Ethan Ralph ever been on Fox? Has Ethan Ralph ever been on Fox? See, this is how you know he's fucking seething about this. He's like, you know what? It's no big deal to go on Fox News. They just bring on whoever. I've been on Fox News like 4 times. Has Ethan Ralph ever been on Fox?
not at Fox. If she was at Fox Studios, one of the sluts that works there would have pulled her aside and straightened her out a little bit, I'm sure. But this is.
Well, that wasn't an
She was at
option.
the
I
Fat
had 1
Cave,
hour's notice. I had 1 hour's
Alfred
notice.
Torpedo, what are we going
The
to call
Fat
him?
Cave.
Chester?
The
I
Fat
don't know.
Cave.
For Chester the molester?
Uh-huh.
He doesn't seem to have very good fashion sense. We
Uh-huh.
wouldn't call him a fashion killer at all. If he had any input in
I've heard things. I've heard things about Ethan Ralph being naked on the internet, and I've heard that. I'm just saying. Yeah, I'm just. Yeah, I'm just saying. It's like. Yeah. You can always tell. You can always tell. You can always tell when a man is uncomfortable with his cock. You can always tell, can't you? You can always tell.
this. I don't. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he was out, hanging around the playground or whatever the fuck.
When did Fascist New World Order get booted? It was like, I don't know, it was last week at some point. It received a couple warnings for posting, cringe and fighting with people and borderline Fed posting nonstop. He said, okay, I'll cool it, I'll chill. And then he didn't. And we talked to him again and he doesn't. And then
I want to know why Fascist New World Order got banned as well, honestly. Hey, Drew, thank you for being a channel member for 11 months. Cheers, docs. I just watched Hypnotic cover of... Wait, a hypnotic cover of my Fox News hit? Thank you. I write a letter to Trump every day begging him to give you a cabinet seat. I don't want to work for Trump. Why would you wish that torture on me? I don't want to work for Trump. I just want to sit on my corner of the internet and analyze the left. That's all I want to do. I don't want to work for Trump. So many people are like saying, like so many people, like I know, like so many people are like pinging me saying, Karlyn, I'm contacting people in the Trump administration to like, and I'm like, oh, really, man? Because like if the Trump administration contacted me, I would feel like some sort of ethical obligation to help them because they obviously don't know what the fuck they're doing when it comes to the far left. And so I would feel some sort of like intellectual ethical obligation to like help them, but at the same time I really don't want to. So what I would probably do is that if the Trump administration ever approached me, I would charge them a metric fuck ton of government money to help them. I would take your taxpayer dollars. I'm not even joking, because like this is always my rule of thumb. If I'm doing this is like a good rule of thumb for consulting, by the way. If I'm doing consulting, I did this when I had my organizational psychology business too. If I'm doing consulting and there is a job that like I really, 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 really don't want to do, but they want me to quote them on it, I'm going to give them like some fuck off ridiculous sum. And then if they pay that amount of money, I'm going to be like, fuck. Now I actually have to. So if you guys ever find out that I'm working for the Trump administration, just know I am bringing home a metric ton of your taxpayer dollars because I really don't want to, but I would do it if they paid me a metric ton of taxpayer dollars to advise them on the far left. Yeah, it's the fuck off price. It's the price where I'm like, I really don't want to do this, but if you pay me this much money, like I really can't, like I can't turn it down. I did this so many times with like organizational consulting. You guys have no idea. I would quote some of the most do you guys know there were times, like, can I just tell you guys, there were times when I was doing corporate training where I was getting paid over $10,000 a day. Because there would be jobs that like I just didn't want to fucking do, but I was like, I'm gonna quote you $10,000 a day, and if you say yes to that, then I have to suck it up and do the fucking job, and it's just the way it goes. But I serve them well. I'm a really good organizational consultant. Yo, another $50. Thank you, Moxie, for your red socialist. Yeah, I do need to. I have all this. You guys don't even know. I have all this socialist propaganda set aside. I have all these cool, like, socialist artifacts because I legitimately want to make a whole wall of socialism at some point, and I just haven't gotten to it. It's like one of like many things on the list that like I want to do, but I just haven't gotten to it yet. So thank you, Moxie. I appreciate that. Yeah, it's renovation time. It's renovation time. I don't know.
It's like, fuck you. You're all evil pieces of shit if you don't, spend all day fretting about the Gazans and stuff. You can take the leftist out of the left, but you can take but you can't take the left out of the leftist or something. I don't know. He's like always drunk and he's out of control and his timeline is covered with all sorts of age and consent posts, and it just got a little too sticky having him around. He wouldn't stop Fed posting in the chat. Man. Fed post New World Order. Yeah. I mean, I don't have anything like personal against him. He never like burned me bad or anything but I just can't trust him to be cool and chill. And honestly, I don't want.
Have a good one, Jenny. Appreciate
full
you.
of that kind of talk. You know, when it gets perused, when they pull the report, when they search keywords.
Hey, thanks, Leo. Sounds like you're cutting off your nose to spite the rest of us. Suck up your pride and do well. You're talking about going to work for the government. Listen, man, do you like the government pays people ridiculous amounts of money for anything? If the government wants to come and pay me a ridiculous amount of money to help them figure out the left, I will do it. I'm just saying that I'm the only one in the country doing what I'm doing right now. I know my worth. I'm not saying I won't do it. I'm saying that that if the government wants me to work for them, they're going to pay me a metric ton of taxpayer dollars. Listen, the amount of shit that I have had to undergo and the amount of shit that's been inflicted on me due to the Republican Party and their bullshit, the government owes me, is all I'm saying. The Trump administration owes me. If they want my help, they can pay up.
When they look at what it's like, I don't know, stuff like that. I just don't want it.
He
Sucks. I wish
banned
you could just
fascist
chill.
New World Order.
I sort of like
It's
gave
over.
him a long leash, and I figured,
It's
you know, my
over.
theory
He
is
banned
generally
fascist
that
New
if
World
you get
Order.
a guy, you know, finds his way in, and he's feeling one way or the other, eventually he's going to sort of like acclimate to the vibe that we've cultivated, right? He's going to assimilate. He's going to figure it out, and he's going to understand, like, all right, I get how it is over here. I'll be one of the guys and chill. And maybe I got my opinions and stuff, but I'll express them in a way that's sort of coherent and congruent with what everybody else is
Is this
doing.
it? Does he say anything else?
But he did not. It was just always, he was coming in trying to throw a splash of cold water in everybody's face all the time or something. And it's relentless. And I'd jump in the Discord and I would see pages of him like posting paragraph responses to one little troll that somebody said to him, like, oh, you really think that? You'd be like, you're a piece of shit and you deserve to be hung and dragged behind a truck for an opinion like
I don't
that."
know. He's not right now. I haven't seen him lately, so I don't know.
Anyway, what's up, Junkler? Hi.
Is that
Hey, buddy.
it?
Giving out free candy.
How you doing?
He might have a busy schedule. I don't know how serious
Yeah,
he
Ralph
is
does look cool right
about
now.
his pursuit there, but
I don't know about that.
Black
I
shirt,
don't wanna
black
blame
hat,
him.
black
False.
sunglasses.
Yeah,
black
I'm surprised I'm
headphones,
still on the
salt and
screen,
pepper,
too.
and that beard looking cool, dude.
So
I don't know about
So I
that.
don't want to malign him unfairly. You know, that's usually enough for most people to say.
You never saw him joking around? Yeah.
Piece of shit should be.
Yeah, this guy is retarded like the quartering. That's very true. Over on Rumble. That's very true.
You know, I would let him send $5 and he could play his weird AI videos, and they were usually kind of ear rapey and weird and just fucked. And it's a little bit like, it's funny. Oh, here we go again, kind of thing. It's fine. But he was also never just chill and joking around. He was always like activism post. I don't need that.
So, but that's pretty bad too if you let her go out of the house like this.
He said he was going to take
Not
your
quite as
eyes
bad
out.
as molesting children, but it's pretty bad. You know, it's.
I
it's a
didn't leave.
cardinal
I was
sin.
in my
You used the
house,
word
Ralph.
cardinal this week. It's a cardinal sin for sure.
Okay.
Did I listen to that yet? What is that, Jumpy?
Oh, that's it? Good.
Yeah.
Good. It's over. It's over. It's over. Okay, well, that was actually not nearly as bad as it potentially could have been. Ethan Ralph was a low IQ retard, as we all knew he was going to be. And yeah, see, this is why we don't go on this side of the internet, because it's like, it's just all insults about looks. It's all bullshit. It's all low IQ retard shit. And I can't take that, man. I can't take it. I can't take it. It's like, what are your credentials to follow the far left? And it's like, really? Really? What are my credentials? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, yeah, I mean, it's good. I mean, I kind of wonder why he even watched it in the first place then. Like, if he's not going to comment on it, like, why is he even watching it in the first place? Does he just, like, want his chat to ridicule me? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to think of him. I really don't know what to think of him at all. Whatever, it doesn't really matter. Hey guys, it's 11:30 at night. I'm going to sign off the internet. I've been streaming for oh god, you want to see what is this? Hang on. Oh. Are you going to make me watch something dumb? Hang on. Mizakan's gonna make me watch something retarded. Hang on, what are you doing? Oh yeah. Oh, I remember this. Hang on. Shit, hang on. Hang on. Not that one. What's this? If it ever wants to load, what is this? What is this? What is this? Ethan Ralph got drunk and decided to show off his 3 tits before falling out of his chair and crashing into his piss bottles. Okay. Oh shit, you guys can't hear it. Hang on. Ah! You guys can't hear it. Wait, you could hear it. Why didn't it? Oh man. I don't know how my own computer works, apparently. Again. Oh, because I was sharing the wrong thing. Okay, I see what happened. I see what happened. I was sharing the wrong thing. Why is my computer frozen? Ugh. Again.
They told you never saw men in trouble with the law since the day they was born. Straight in the curve, yeah. Flat in the hills. Someday the mountain might get them, but the law never will. Making their way the only way they know how. That's just a little bit more than the law will allow. Woo! Taking your way the only way they know how. Yeah. That's just a little bit more than the law will allow. I'm a good old boy. You know
Why?
mama loved me.
Why?
Don't understand the camera showing my hand.
Just for the record, my body looks way better than Ethan Ralph's does. Like, and it's not even close. I'm just saying. Even my tits look better than Ralph's tits.
Let's go!
Yeah, let's go. No, I'm not going to prove it. No, it's not going to happen. No. Okay. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. That's enough. We're done. We're done. We're done. We have made it until the end. Congratulations to everyone who made it through the end of the happy hour stream. You survived my drunken behavior, but I didn't get drunk and like do that on the internet. And so, you know, there's that at least. I will be back tomorrow for Socialism Saturday, where I will be totally sober and I will be completely responsible. But you have to give me this Friday, man. It's been a big week. I went undercover with Antifa last week. I've had all sorts of shit to do. I got a professor from Texas State fired. That Texas State professor is now suing the school. Apparently, I haven't told you guys about that. I did a whole introductory course to queer Marxism. I was on Fox News and got my work exposed to millions and millions and millions of fucking people. I got drunk on the internet. It's been a pretty epic week. And it's not over yet because we're doing Socialism Saturday tomorrow at 6 p.m. And listen, I've got some crazy shit we can watch tomorrow at 6 p.m. We are not done yet. We're going to watch some crazy socialist shit tomorrow at 6 p.m. And it's going to be awesome. And so thank you guys for all your support. Let me see. I made probably, like $700 in super chats tonight, which is pretty fucking rad. between Rumble and YouTube. You guys hooked me up. I really appreciate it. And thank you guys for supporting my work. Welcome to all the new people. You're now initiated into the madness. And I will be back tomorrow at 6 p.m. Take care, guys. Have a good one. We'll see you soon.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you here? That's difficult to answer.
eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital.
That's difficult to answer.